Chapter 1394. You are doomed. Seafiling felt like he had missed his chance to take Gustav by surprise. It doesn't matter. He will join them whenever he chooses to show up, Seafiling muttered while the disk grew even larger as it floated above him. The disk had become as large as a skyscraper at this point, and Seafiling's reason for increasing its size was to expand its range of reflection. Unfortunately, except for the starlights in the far reaches of outer space, no other reflection could be spotted. Seafiling decided to return to his vessel at that point. He knew Gustav couldn't run forever, and he also needed to treat his injuries, so he decided that waiting out there wasn't going to help the situation. Thousands of miles away from Seafiling's position, Gustav peered forward with a troubled look. How are we still able to communicate if you all got transported into Zonpaktu? Gustav questioned internally. Huzarius separated my consciousness before we got transported into it. On the surface, I am being controlled just like everyone else, but this part of my consciousness managed to escape the control, Endrik answered Gustav as they communicated mentally. What about the others? Gustav inquired. All turned to slaves. They are being taken to where the other Osis were stashed to join them in developing Seafiling's universe. What is it like there? Gustav asked once more. Large, much larger than the size of many planets conjoined. The number of species here is way more than we thought. I know. Can your free consciousness give you access to control your body? That is what I am trying to do. If I manage to regain control, I will try my best to help the Osis from in here. Good, I'll see what I can do to Seafiling from out here. I need to make sure he doesn't get back into his vessel, Gustav responded with a gaze of determination. Be careful. Remember, you must not get caught in the reflection of the disk or you will get sent here like the rest of us. Yeah. Gustav immediately activated Lightning Blitz once more. Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a streak of lightning and sped forward at an alarming pace. Seafiling, who had just arrived before his space vessel, suddenly felt an incredible force of energy surging from the west. The moment he turned to the side, a fist was already bearing down his face. Bang! Gustav's fist rammed into his face, causing blood to spill out as his figure got catapulted into the distance. Blura. You never learn, Seafiling mumbled as he turned his finger slightly, but Gustav turned into a streak of lightning once more. Threes ha tilde he vanished before the disk could pick on his reflection. Seafiling had a slightly frustrated look as he turned an entire 360 degrees to try and pick out the direction Gustav might appear from next. Threes ha tilde to his dismay, he picked the wrong direction and Gustav reappeared from his 5 o'clock in the form of a lightning streak once more. Bang! Gustav's fist sent him flying into the distance, further from his space vessel. The moment he made the disk turn to catch Gustav's reflection, the culprit had already vanished once again. Seafiling had gotten even more frustrated than before as the same event played out a couple more times. Every time, he found himself unable to follow Gustav's speed and predict where he would appear from. Whenever he thought he would get him and tried to turn the disk at the last moment to catch Gustav's reflection before he got to him, Gustav would suddenly vanish and reappear behind him in a flash of bluish light. He is appearing from blind angles. I can't keep taking any more hits. Seafiling had never felt so exasperated before. Since the disk was like an actual disk, it had thin edges that couldn't properly display reflection despite its massive size. Gustav always made sure to appear from the angles where the disk's reflective surface wouldn't catch wind of his figure. He had successfully landed hits upon hits on Seafiling with that strategy. Especially since his perception had a dial on every single movement Seafiling made. Seafiling was no longer in his space vessel, so he couldn't scan his surroundings like how he could see every nook and cranny within it. Since they were outside his space vessel, it was like Gustav now had the upper hand. His perception was no longer hindered, and since he could perceive everything ongoing within a radius of more than 50,000 miles, it took him nothing to sense Seafiling, who was only less than 1 billion feet away from him. A very troublesome opponent. I should have sent him to Zonpaktu when I had the chance. At that point, Seafiling was missing his left arm and his right leg. If he wasn't careful, he would lose all of his limbs. He didn't want to give Gustav any more chances of getting close to defeating him. He knew he had to get to the space vessel as soon as possible. While taking multiple hits, he had drifted further from the space vessel, but there was something he realized. Gustav Crimson cannot keep this up forever too. It must be taking a lot of his energy to move at such a speed. Seafiling noticed that he had been floating in the same space for quite some time since when Gustav attacked last. Maybe that's why he hasn't attacked again. A chance. As the thought appeared in his mind, Seafiling mounted his disc and commanded it to fly him in the direction of his space vessel. The disc moved at a greater speed than himself as it headed for the space vessel. As Gustav floated in space thousands of miles away from Seafiling, he stared at the notification in his line of sight. Lightning Blitz has gone into 30 seconds cooldown. Seafiling was both right and wrong. Gustav hadn't shown up because he was truly hindered since he couldn't infinitely make use of Lightning Blitz, but it wasn't due to lack of energy. He will get to the space vessel in less than 10 seconds. I can't wait, Gustav thought while tapping on his dimensional bracelet. The reason he was able to change trajectory lots of times when Seafiling managed to turn the reflective surface in the direction he was heading was because of the dimensional bracelet. He had already put dimensional markers around the area Seafiling was positioned so his movement could be fluid enough. Dimensional travel in 3, 2, 1. Seafiling stood on his disc as the massive space vessel appeared in his line of sight. A triumphant grin appeared on his face as the disc closed in on it. However, at that moment, a burst of blue light appeared before him. Within this blue light was the figure of the same assailant that had been giving him trouble for quite some time. You are doomed, Seafiling chuckled as he felt Gustav had foolishly revealed himself since the disc would be able to capture his reflection now. SJ, lend me the dark ability. Gustav chimed while the blue light was still surrounding his figure. A blanket of darkness suddenly surged forth from Gustav's being, permeating the environment at a very quick pace. What? Seafiling exclaimed in utter shock as the darkness that was darker than the space surrounding them encroached the area. It was like the starlights in the distance were sinking into this space of darkness and the reflective lights from the space vessel all vanished. In the next instant, both of them were trapped in a domain of darkness. Where there is no light, there cannot be reflection, Gustav stated with a logical tone. It was just as he said. The only reason the disc was capable of catching anyone's reflection out there was because that part of outer space wasn't entirely dark. The space vessel had light beams and the stars in the distance also gave off a bit of illumination, but now that light was completely gone, the disc could no longer function. Now it's just you and me. In the depths of the despairing darkness, Gustav's voice rang out mischievously. Looks like I am tasked with heavy lifting. How typical, Endrik said internally as his hands moved from side to side while massive materials got transported across the air with his telekinesis. He wasn't doing it willingly, but this was the task that had been assigned to him upon arrival in Zonpak. The Scarlet Skies were just like the first place they had arrived in within the space vessel, but it expanded for way longer. How is it going, Husarius? Endrik proceeded to ask internally. Almost there. Prepare to battle, Husarius answered. Some of the black, metallic-looking heads were aware of the internal state of Endrik's mind since he looked like he was being completely controlled by the purplish shackle wrapped around his neck. It is done. The moment Husarius' voice rang in his mind again, Endrik regained control of his body. Finally, he muttered while retracting his telekinesis. Chapter 1395. You wanted to play gods finally, he muttered while retracting his telekinesis. The materials in mid-air instantly fell to the ground, alerting the floating metallic heads around. Inhabitor 001 seems dysfunctional, a mechanical voice rang out from one of them as it approached Endrik. Endrik stood upright and slowly turned in the direction of the incoming metallic head while raising his right arm. A large invisible force suddenly wrapped itself around the being and before it could even react, it got pulled towards the ground aggressively. Bang! The moment it heavily slammed into the ground, the other heads realized that something was seriously wrong. They began flying in Endrik's direction, but he proceeded to unleash his telekinetic energy in waves. A tingling and invasive energy spread forth, giving Endrik an internal analysis of the four metallic heads charging in his direction. The metallic heads, being unable to sense the danger of the invasive force crawling around their insides, approached fearlessly. Endrik proceeded to close his fingers into a fist and pull back with force. 3, 3, 3. 3. 4 square-shaped objects ripped through the insides of the metallic beings and tore out of their foreheads. Bam! 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 The metallic cauldron-sized heads instantly lost power and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Their power cores floated before Endrick, and he stared at them with a reminiscent look. Brings back memories, he muttered before swiping his hand like he was waving. The power cores vanished in the next instant. Endrick then placed his hand on the purplish shackle around his neck. Crank! Cracks appeared all over it as it dislodged from his neck and fell to the ground. I assume this is being monitored, so I need to head to the others immediately. Endrick turned to the side and blinked. Zing tilde, his figure instantly vanished and he reappeared millions of feet away from his initial position. He noticed he was standing in the middle of a long-legged, two-limbed species. They were stomping on unknown fruits that had been harvested and placed in a circle. They seemed to be making a liquid of some sort. I know they were taken in this direction, but I don't know the exact place, Endrick said internally. Do you see the red towers? Gustav suddenly asked, since their mind transmission was still operational. I am not sure, Endrick replied before leaping upwards. Fuhum. He ascended more than 5 feet tall and noticed a slope northwest that extended downwards. In the distance, the line of red towers could barely be spotted. I see them, Endrick conjured a telekinetic board while speaking. Good, when you arrive there, turn westwards and keep heading in a straight line. They are 400,000 feet away. Endrick proceeded to blink once more. He flew atop one of the red towers and turned west as Gustav instructed. Blink. He vanished again and reappeared above a crowd of humanoid, insect-like beings. Every single one of them seemed to be busy with redirecting the flow of some energy emitting from massive machines scattered across the entire vicinity. Found them, Endrick stated and descended with speed. How do we get out of here? Endrick questioned the moment he landed in their midst, but there was no response. Big brother? He called out internally. Silence tilde, looks like the link is deactivated, Husarius voiced after some time. What Endrick didn't know was that, after the activation of the domain of complete darkness, Gustav couldn't keep the mental transmission going. Let me get the collars off them first. Maybe we can find a way out afterward, Endrick stated while spreading his telekinetic energy out. Outside of the Zonpaktu, the space vessel was in disarray. Millions of metallic structured heads just like Po moved about frantically. They had been given some set of instructions, and just as they were setting out to do that, another alarm rang out informing them of an anomaly in Zonpaktu. The dark metallic structured heads were now at a loss as to what to do since their master was in trouble and a being had just freed himself from bondage in Zonpaktu. This was a situation they had never experienced before. No one had been able to get them to this point of urgency, and yet the two brothers who were supposed to be weaker than their master were becoming serious problems. Rank B, head to Zonpaktu and put that slave back on a leash. Rank C, join Rank B. Rank A, you are with me. We are going to help master. A set of instructions suddenly rang out across all levels of the space vessel. The metallic heads, which were initially running around frantically, began to file out in lines and speed forward. Now that they had been given instructions, they knew exactly what to do. Po, who was in the makeshift throne room giving these instructions, had arms phased out of its head-shaped body. It proceeded to grab a tool shaped like a torch at the corner of the throne room and sped out in the next instant. Thousands of other metallic heads that looked just like him had formed a lineup before the entrance of the throne room. Let's go. Po yelled and flew forward hastily. Fuehai tilde, the other heads followed after it as they headed out of the space vessel in one accord. Bang! 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 Within a completely dark space devoid of any light, the sound of heavy collisions rang out, causing tremors. And you call yourself a sovereign? Bang! If only you could see your pitiful state right now. Bang! You wanted to play God? Bang! Well, how is that working out for you? Bang! Gus, Tav, Krim, Sun, Stu. A voice that seemed to be hyperventilating rang out, but what came next was another loud collision. Bang! Tell me how to get them out. Bang! Within the dark space where not a single figure could be spotted, Gustav could properly envision everything before him with his perception. Before him laid a limbless brownish-red figure bleeding from different parts of his body. His cylindrical face was especially swollen with 2 eyes completely shut. The person was none other than Seafiling, who had been taking a beating at the hands of Gustav for the past couple of minutes. Since you cannot be verbally reasoned with, maybe your cooperation will be acquired with violence. Gustav placed his hand on Seafiling's head once more and raised his battered figure. He arched his left arm back, ready to send another fist towards Seafiling's belly when a loud crash rang out. Boom! A powerful energy beam hit the exterior of his domain of darkness, causing small rays of light to escape through. Seafiling saw this as an opportunity, but even before the small light could reach him, Gustav turned around and blocked his view with the battered body of Seafiling. Seafiling's expectations were instantly crushed as Gustav's reflection was unable to properly appear on the surface of the disc, ruining his chances of sending him to Zonpaktu. The domain instantly closed up back, but what came next were barrages of attacks. Bang! 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 Your minions are here, Gustav stated with an unbothered tone. He could sense that there were over 100,000 of those metallic heads raining powerful attacks on the domain of darkness, but the first one, which was the most powerful, hadn't landed since then. Gustav assumed it was done by the most powerful of all the metallic heads, P.O. He strengthened the domain for when it would attack again. Do you think they will be fast enough to get in here before I end you? Gustav questioned with an icy tone. Do I deserve to die? I never killed anyone, Seafiling weakly voiced out. Not when you turned my little brother into a slave and nearly did the same to me. For touching him, you already deserve to die 1,000 gruesome deaths. Gustav's answer caused Seafiling to remain quiet for a while. Tell me how to set them free? Gustav asked once more while raising his fist. Seafiling's silence caused Gustav to drive yet another fist into his gut. The number of times Seafiling had spat blood would have one thinking, he possibly couldn't have any more to spare, right? Are you masochistic? Gustav questioned before landing another blow. Bang! Yet Seafiling remained silent. If you're thinking about holding out until they get in here, think again. You'd be long dead by then, and I will figure out how to get them out on my own without your assistance since you have chosen to be useless, Gustav voiced while driving another fist into Seafiling's chest. Ha 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 ha, coo. Ha 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 ha. Seafiling suddenly began to laugh hysterically while coughing multiple times in between. Gustav couldn't help but display a troubled expression the moment he noticed this. Do you want to know why I am laughing? Seafiling questioned while still chuckling. Not necessarily, no, Gustav answered before giving the limbless being an uppercut. Seafiling was sent flying to the end of the domain. Chapter 1396. How about, I become you? Not necessarily, no, Gustav answered before giving the limbless being an uppercut. Seafiling was sent flying to the end of the domain. You are dead regardless, so you can keep your reason to yourself, Gustav voiced while heading forward. You lose. Gustav crimson, Seafiling coughed out more blood as Gustav arrived before him. Gustav raised his fist again when Seafiling revealed something. If I die, Zonpaktu will self-destruct. Gustav's arm froze in midair the moment he heard that. What do you mean by that? Gustav questioned with a disturbed expression. Did you think that universe was created with technology machinery alone? Half of its existence is tied to my creation ability. Your motley crew was wrong to think it is only tied to the existence of my vessel, Seafiling stated with a proud tone. Gustav fell completely silent after hearing this for a few seconds. So, it is just as I have said, my death would cause Zonpaktu to self-destruct, which means you will also be responsible for the death of billions including your beloved little brother, Seafiling iterated. The place turned silent for a bit as Gustav's face displayed a look of contemplation. If you leave me alive, my T-VODs will eventually get into this space and that would lead to me transporting you into Zonpaktu, so either way you lose. Which loss are you going to pick, Gustav crimson? Seafiling floated. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The sound of loud chattering rang out in a very massive field filled with humanoid-structured, insect-like beings. Broken purplish collars were scattered across the place, which was a testament to the freedom of this particular species that numbered in the millions. Are we truly free now? It feels like the last 10 months have been a dream. Vilax came for us. Curse that soul that brought us here. One could hear their tones of joy as they held one another and encircled a group of 4 who looked just like them but were dressed rather differently. We are not responsible for your freedom. He is. Vilax said while pointing at Endrick by the side. The Earthling? I think I recognize him from Aesop. Isn't he the brother of that powerful Earth captain? They stared at Endrick with adoration as some of them remembered him from Aesop. Gustav Crimson is also here. If it wasn't for both brothers we would never have found you all or even had the chance of staging a successful rescue, Ozark chimed in from the side. Our saviors. Thank you. They bowed with expressions of immense appreciation, thanking Endrick. Don't thank me yet. We still need to get out of Zonpaktu. Endrick waved his hand with a dismissive look. Vilax went on to give a brief narration of what they went through to get there and who exactly they were facing off against. He explained to his people that they were currently in a universe of Seafiling's making and they needed to get out to be truly free. Endrick then went on to add that before he lost communication with Gustav, he was in a battle with Seafiling and the status of that battle happened to be currently unknown, so they were on their own. They needed to find a way to leave there without his help. I have an idea, Vilax voiced out. Let's hear it, Endrick responded attentively. Remember I mentioned that there were other gateways to getting into Zonpaktu? All we just need to do is rewire or rather corrupt and transition the energy of one of those heads and make it lead us to one of those gateways so we can use it to leave, Vilax explained with enthusiasm. I kinda got rid of them. Endrick had a slightly guilty expression as he responded. Vilax's enthusiasm instantly died down upon hearing that. Just when they began to think of other means of exiting, a loud droning sound rang across the air. Everyone looked up and noticed a cloud of blackheads racing in their direction. Perhaps the heavens were listening, Endrick muttered with a light smile. Ha ha ha. Perhaps they were. Malox yelled out with an excited expression as he sped forward. Prepare for battle, Vilax stated while levitating. Looks like our ticket out of here just arrived. Ozark smiled heartily as well as they prepared to engage the incoming army of T-Vods. If you leave me alive, my T-Vods will eventually get into this space and that would lead to me transporting you into Zonpaktu, so either way you lose. Which loss are you going to pick, Gustav Crimson? Seafiling voiced with an extremely gloating tone. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of Seafiling minions, which he had just referred to as T-Vods, attacking the dark domain was still incredibly loud. Despite his pitiful-looking state, Seafiling had a victorious look on his face, knowing he had practically checkmated Gustav after letting him think he was winning. Gustav, who bore a troubled expression, suddenly smirked with a mischievous glint at the corner of his eyes. Seafiling was taken aback upon noticing the look on his face. I choose neither of the above, Gustav stated before ramming his fist into Seafiling's chest once more. Bang! Seafiling spat out another mouthful of blood as he stared at the crazed Gustav. What are you doing? Seafiling was completely appalled. You think my existence, my thoughts, my methods can be culled through conventional methods? You thought wrong. Gustav's fist slammed into Seafiling again, causing one of his 4 eyes to pop out of its socket. I could kill you right now and he would still be safe. So long as he is, I care not about the fate of any other person. Gustav punched Seafiling once more. You seem to have overestimated my concern for these creatures. So what if they perish? Gustav raised Seafiling and stared into one of his 3 eyes that were left. So long as you perish with them, do you think I give a damn? At this point, fear had crept its way into Seafiling's heart. He realized that he was staring into the eyes of a ruthless monster that wouldn't mind billions perishing so long as his goal was actualized. The only reason I am on a foolish hero's journey right now is because it is mandatory. However, I am not mandated to keep the species you so wrongfully captured alive. It is not my job, you fool, Gustav stated very coldly. Looks like this is where my sovereign conquest ends. Seafiling knew he was a goner at that point. Ended up dying at the hands of a 21-year-old, whereas he was centuries old. One couldn't fathom how humiliated Seafiling felt at the moment. But no. Like I said, I am not picking any of the options you listed out, Gustav's face suddenly relaxed as he let go of Seafiling's limbless body. Seafiling was flabbergasted once more as he stared at Gustav. "I have something else in mind." Gustav's statement made Seafiling feel a deep sense of foreboding. "Which is?" Seafiling questioned, but instead of answering, Gustav's face suddenly warped. "How about I become you?" he stated after transforming into Seafiling's full look. Seafiling eyes widened in astonishment. "You are a shapeshifter?" Gustav smirked before grabbing Seafiling's head and activating another ability. Genetic assimilation has been activated. Gustav downloaded Seafiling's head down to its genetic and subatomic level. The moment he was done, it looked like there were two Seafilings within this space. Gustav instantly got linked with the disk, space vessel, Zonpaktu, and practically everything that was connected to Seafiling's mind. Since Seafiling's head was the only part of the body he genetically assimilated, Gustav couldn't use all of Seafiling's abilities, but he had gotten exactly what he wanted. Seafiling was still in awe, but at that point, he recalled that he could send a warning signal to his minions so they wouldn't get fooled. However, before he could, darkness appeared on Gustav's face. Tekafib's 6th dimension has been activated. "How about you have a taste of your own medicine?" Gustav muttered as his face swirled like it was made of black mud. The moment Seafiling stared at his face, he got sucked into the Tekafib's 6th dimension. His link to the space vessel and the disk floating in the dark dimension was immediately cut off afterward. Gustav looked downwards at the disk and slightly raised his hand. The disk instantly floated upwards, following his command. "Good, this ended way better than I anticipated, but the moment I deactivate the genetic assimilation, Zonpaktu will most likely self-destruct. I need to make sure that Endrik and the others are out first," Gustav thought while reaching out to grab the torn piece of jacket-like fabric Seafiling had left behind. He put it on and slowly unraveled the dark domain after mounting the disk. As the dark domain disintegrated, outer space was revealed. The vicinity was no longer completely dark, and the hundreds of thousands of T-Vods outside stopped attacking the moment they spotted Seafiling. Chapter 1397 Fraud Filing. The hundreds of thousands of T-Vods stopped attacking the moment they spotted Seafiling. "Master," P.O. voiced with reverence while speeding forward. Gustav stood atop the disk with a battered-looking figure and spoke. "The assailant has been sent to Zanpoktu. Let us return," he added while the disk began to fly forward. P.O. and the other T-Vods followed after him as they headed back to the space vessel. "I knew that Master would turn out victorious," P.O. praised as they arrived inside the massive space vessel. "All thanks to the attacks from outside. Enough light was created to pull him into Zanpoktu. I have never faced such an opponent in all my years." "Gustav Crimson is a very crafty being, Master," P.O. replied with a tone of understanding while they headed for the throne room. "This reminds me of why I never engage assailants. Subtlety should remain a key focus as we slowly achieve our objectives." Gustav had to make sure he also played the part so P.O. wouldn't suspect anything. He had already expended a lot of energy. There were hundreds of thousands of T-Vods around him that could cause issues, and he also needed to get to the throne room so he could check on the situation of Endrik as well as the others. He couldn't afford to let them see through his guise. They soon arrived at the entrance of the throne room, and Gustav remained in Seafiling's skin as he walked towards the makeshift throne. Now that he had arrived there, he had some decisions to make. In the vast expanse of outer space, a fleet of sleek spacecraft were on a cosmic journey toward a distant destination. Against the backdrop of a celestial canvas adorned with distant stars and swirling nebulas, the fleet's synchronized propulsion systems hummed with a harmonious cadence, propelling them through the cosmic void. On board each spacecraft, advanced navigation systems hummed to life, plotting a course through the cosmic web. Celestial marks and distant constellations served as navigational aids, guiding the fleet on its interstellar journey with pinpoint precision. As the fleet approached the specified coordinates, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded on the space GPS consoles. The designated location blinked intermittently. The rhythmic pulsing of the GPS coordinates created a mesmerizing dance of light, aligning with the fleet's anticipated trajectory. "It looks like we're close," one of the insect-like beings aboard stated with a tone of anticipation. "Everyone, remember to follow protocol. Our priority remains our people. Another insect-like humanoid being clad in golden robes, instructed solemnly. Understood, Handler 3. The beings clad in warrior-like outfits chanted respectfully. As the fleet neared the blinking coordinates, anticipation heightened among the crew. The rhythmic pulses of the space GPS became more pronounced, guiding the spacecraft through the final stretch of their interstellar route. Seated atop the massive glowing makeshift throne, Gustav stared at the lineup of TVODs before him. Now I have full control, he said internally as TVODs upon TVODs continued to appear in the throne room. There was such a huge lineup of them that they extended out the entrance of the throne room. Master, what are you doing? P.O. asked from the side but didn't get a response. Currently, every single one of C-Filing's minions was lining up in front based on Gustav's command. Even the organic beings like the ones Vilax had found in the location he was sent to were also lined up here. There weren't so many of them, so it was difficult to notice them. P.O., join them, Gustav commanded. Yes, Master. P.O. was curious, but it still couldn't defy C-Filing. It joined the front of the lineups, and the moment every single one of C-Filing's minions arrived, Gustav finally decided to speak. I have one last command for you all. C-Filing's voice rang loudly across the space vessel. Last. P.O. and the organic minions who were capable of speech voiced in confusion. Leave the vessel and self-destruct. C-Filing's voice rang out like a divine mandate that caused the vicinity to tremble. But Master. P.O. was the first who tried to speak up since it had been designed to be way better than the others. I have made my decision. Do it now. C-Filing's voice rang once more, sending a wave of compulsion across the air. On another level of the space vessel, Endrick and the millions of Osis behind him could be spotted making their way up to the last level of the space vessel. What did we just hear? Or was I the only one who heard it? Malox voiced, very confused. I did too, Lyark whispered. What is C-Filing playing at? Ozark questioned with a look of confusion. It turned out that they had managed to battle their way through the millions of TVODs that were sent after them. However, they didn't need to deal with every single one of them since the TVODs remaining suddenly stopped attacking and left. Vilax and the others had been able to use their energy to reconfigure one of them and used it to lead them out of Zonpaktu. They even helped a couple of species they could find along the way, which was why their numbers were much higher than previously estimated. Endrick decided they couldn't do too much since they aimed to get out as soon as possible, so they had to ignore many others. They made their way out of Zonpaktu minutes earlier and were climbing the levels to reach the makeshift throne room where most of the controls were centered. They suddenly heard C-Filing's instruction for all his minions to leave the vessel and self-destruct, which left them with great confusion. We will find out what he is up to when we get up there, Vilax stated with a spiteful tone. But if he is there, then does that mean Gustav lost? Ozark questioned with a disturbed look. Endrick's face squeezed up the moment he heard that. He didn't want to accept it, but with everything that he had witnessed, he hoped Gustav was okay. As they arrived at the second to the last floor where the makeshift throne room was located, they noticed that a number of the non-organic minions were still heading out. A number of them already left, but due to their high numbers, it was still taking time for them all to leave. Malox, stay here with everyone else, Endrick instructed. Why? Malox questioned. Because we don't know what to expect when we get up there. It would be unwise to take them all with us only for Sifling to send them back to Zonpaktu. We don't want wasted efforts, Endrick explained. I will stay back too and try to check for escape pods so we can have the chance to get our people off the vessel as soon as possible, Lyark said with a low tone. Okay, you do that, Endrick nodded before gesturing for Vilax and Ozark to follow him. They headed towards the tube-like space that extended upwards and ascended with speed. In just a few moments, they arrived on the path that led to the makeshift throne room. Fui tilde, a couple more TVODs were still whisking past, but they didn't stop to bother the trio in the slightest. It was almost as if they couldn't see the infiltrators. As Endrick, Ozark, and Vilax arrived at the throne room entrance, the last TVOD was the only being left in the throne room with C-Filing. C-Filing! Endrick yelled with intense animosity, not noticing the struggling TVOD. Where is my brother? Where is Gustav? he added while telekinetic energy began to drift out of his figure immensely. Oh, you want a rematch? Seafiling questioned with a rather playful smirk. You bastard. Tell me where he is. Endrick voiced as rage began to build up within. Seafiling stood up from the massive throne and walked elegantly till he arrived before Endrick. Why do you think I am letting my minions go? Seafiling questioned. What exactly are you playing at? Endrick's rage got a little nestled as he recalled the oddity. Seafiling proceeded to flick Endrick's forehead with his index finger. Come on, figure it out, you're not that dumb, he chuckled lightly before turning around. Endrick's eyes widened as he came to a sudden realization. You're not Seafiling, he stated. Bingo, Seafiling said while moving towards P.O. who happened to be twitching with greenish electricity swimming around it. You are not Master. How are you doing this? P.O. questioned while struggling. Secret. You can't fight against my command because I indeed have control over you. The more you fight it, the more likely you are to get destroyed from the inside out, Seafiling voiced before moving towards the makeshift throne once more. Wait, I'm confused. If that isn't Seafiling, then who is that person? Ozark questioned with a tone of curiosity. It is my brother, Gustav, Endrick responded. Fraud, 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 fraud. P.O. kept chanting repeatedly. Chapter 1398 Recovering Circe. It is my brother, Gustav, Endrick responded. Fraud, 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 fraud. P.O. kept chanting repeatedly. You should have already figured it out since the command. Gustav clicked his tongue lightly in disappointment. That's Gustav. How is he doing this? Vilax asked with an even more befuddled tone. Just sit back and enjoy the show even if it is almost over, Gustav responded from up ahead while taking a seat on the throne magnificently. Ozark and Vilax were still in disbelief. Was it truly over now? Did Gustav actually win against Seafiling? That terrifying being? As much as it was difficult to believe, the reality unraveling before them depicted that it truly was the case. P.O. soon couldn't hold back anymore and flew out of the throne room after a few more seconds. The loud explosions rocking outer space in the distance could be felt even within the vessel, so they knew that Seafiling's minions had been truly dealt with, every single one of them. If that was the case, then did it mean they were now in control of the space vessel? I am currently in control of Zonpaktu, however, the moment I go back to my usual look, it would self-destruct. Now you have a choice. Do you want the other species within Zonpaktu to be saved as well? Gustav questioned. You can save them. Really? Vilax couldn't believe his ears. I can. With the disk's power, I can get all of them out of there, Gustav replied. Do it then. Ozark had an excited look as she stated. They already felt guilty about only saving their people and leaving the other species there in bondage. Gustav's revelation about having the power to free everyone gave them a sense of relief. Will the vessel be enough to contain them all? Endrick questioned rationally. Let's hope it does, Gustav replied while planting his index finger on his cylindrical forehead and closing all four of his eyes. The group watched as the disc flew out of the throne room. They knew Gustav was at it, so they decided not to make any noise so as not to distract him. I wonder why Seafiling created a vessel this large just to keep the species in an entirely different location, Vilax questioned softly. I believe it was because he couldn't put them all in bondage, Endrick explained. The vessel must have been his initial plan till that problem came into view, which is why there are so many levels imbued with space expansion machines, he added. This means there is a chance of the vessel being capable of containing everyone, Ozark voiced from the side. We shall see, Vilax mumbled. After a few minutes, species trapped within Zonpaktu began to appear all over the space vessel in droves. Millions of them appeared on the different levels across the vessel while the purplish shackles around their necks fell off. Heh! What is going on? I think I have my free will again. We are no longer in that dreadful place draining our lives away. They looked like they had just awoken from a deep sleep, but a lot of them recalled everything that they had been unwillingly doing for the past couple of years. We still look like we are in there. This place is different. Loud chatters rang out all across the floors as every single location in the vessel became crowded. Tig 1's chapter is updated by N. Overlord. While the freed species within the vessel were filled with confusion, Gustav's image suddenly appeared as a projection on every floor. The freed species found themselves staring at footage of Gustav, who had returned to his original look. "You are free." The species who were initially confused were brought up to speed as Gustav explained that he and the others originally infiltrated this vessel to free the Osis. Gustav also told them that since they managed to successfully deal with sea-filing, they added saving everyone to the mix and that Zonpaktu was about to self-destruct. A lot of them felt melancholic the moment Gustav mentioned the destruction of Zonpaktu. It turned out that those abducted at the earlier stages of sea-filing's goal to have every species in the galaxy had been working on building Zonpaktu for over a century already. Although the concept of time within Zonpaktu was much different from outside, that was already most of their lives. There was no doubt that they were in bondage, but hearing that something they had spent a long period of their lives building was getting destroyed, still made them feel disheartened. Gustav went on to explain that since they were free, they of course could decide their fates from henceforth. Vilax went on to appear in view and addressed the masses about how the Osis would ensure that every species returned to their rightful place in the universe. Sea-filing was no longer in the picture, but he had left the vessel behind which Gustav had reconfigured to make Vilax the new owner before he transformed to his original look. Gustav had cut off all ties Zanpoktu had to the space vessel as well so it wouldn't be affected after its self-destruct. Cheers! Cheers! Chatter! The entire space vessel erupted in cheers as the groups of species which numbered in the billions praised their saviors for their rescue. Looks of anticipation and relief could be seen on the faces of many of them. Vilax and the others had truly volunteered to do the rest of the work, so it was finally time for Gustav to relax. Within the throne room, he stepped down from the throne. "Isn't there something you all forgot?" Gustav questioned while creasing his eyebrows. Ozark and Vilax voiced in confusion, but Endrik came to a realization. However, before he could speak, Gustav revealed what he was talking about. "Circe," he stated. Their faces lit up with shock as they looked around. "TSK, y'all couldn't even be bothered to look for her," Gustav added while trotting forward. "I thought she was maybe trapped on one of the floors and we could get her after sea-filing was fully dealt with," Vilax tried to explain with a guilt-stricken expression. "That is a very ignorant statement coming from someone such as yourself, Vilax. What if sea-filing had done irreversible damage to her and none of you had realized any better till this whole ordeal ended?" Gustav had already arrived at the entry point of the throne room at this point. "We're sorry for being so slow, well look for her," Ozark assured from the side. "There's no need. I already found and freed her," Gustav replied while walking out. "Freed her?" Vilax and Ozark were both confused. Sea-filing didn't just put her on any level, he put her in experimentation. Endrik seemed to have realized everything now. Experimentation? How? He surely couldn't have done anything to her since we got here, right? Ozark had a worried expression while questioning. "We have been on sea-filing for over 2 weeks already and here for up to a week. A week is a lot of time for a lot of things to go down. Also, sea-filing just left her there to those heads," Endrik answered while following after Gustav. It was truly as Endrik said. Sea-filing was curious about Circe, who had the DNA of 2 different species in her while not being a native of Earth. So he had put her in the experimentation lab to have the T-VODs take a look at her since he had built those particular bots to be well versed in science. It wasn't until after Gustav returned to the vessel as sea-filing that he knew exactly where she was and what she had been going through. Fortunately, he had asked every single minion to self-destruct so Circe was freed from them. Gustav decided to handle everything else about the Zonpaktu since it was a very grave situation before finally heading to her. He was greeted by the sights of the species he had saved who let out words of appreciation upon seeing him. Gustav didn't want to concern himself with that and went invisible after some time. He wanted to avoid getting delayed as he approached one of the floors. Upon arriving on his floor of interest, there were still a lot of species there as well, but at the end of the floor, he found himself in front of a secluded space. This was one of the few parts on the vessel that none of the species had been able to occupy. Gustav finally revealed his presence as 2 massive metallic doors slid sideways. What appeared in Gustav's view next was a labyrinth of interconnected chambers. Glass enclosures, pulsating with artificial atmospheres, housed a diverse array of life forms. Alien flora with luminescent petals swayed gently in simulated cosmic winds, while peculiar organisms wriggled within containment tanks filled with liquid that defied universal colors. The experimentation space had shelves that were lined with meticulously labeled containers, each housing a specimen of organic or alien origin. Chapter 1399. Finding a sample. Gustav walked through the midst of towering structures that housed things that were difficult for the human mind to comprehend. It seemed like he already knew where to look. He soon arrived a couple of feet from a massive medical table that looked like multiple silver plaques stacked atop one another. A figure sat before its edge and leaned against it with its back. They seemed like they were currently asleep while clad in a patient robe. Gustav arrived before them and squatted. Pat, pat. Gustav gently tapped their face twice before speaking. Circe, are you okay? Squish tilde flicker tilde. Circe's cute eyes slowly flickered open and Gustav was taken aback the moment he noticed the grayness in her eyes. Father, is that you? She questioned cutely. Yes, it's me, Gustav, can you see me? Gustav questioned as he waved his hand before her face. I can hear you, Circe answered while a smile appeared on her face. This response instantly gave Gustav his answer. Circe had gone blind. What happened? How did this? Gustav's raised his voice in anguish. It's okay, father. I am fine. Circe held his hand and smiled heartily. Especially now that you are here, she added. While Circe's hand was resting on his, Gustav decided to pry into her memories. Memory siphoning has been activated. A stream of memories flowed in Gustav's mind which further incensed him as he witnessed everything the Tevods did to her while they were trying to take care of Seafiling. The space vessel began to quake as Gustav's anger rose and he suddenly felt the urge to rip Seafiling into a million pieces. The girl had gone through a whole lot in the past week, yet she told Gustav she was perfectly okay. Good thing I can do that with my 6th realm. I will make Seafiling suffer more, Gustav swore internally. I can only hope that recovery pills work, Gustav muttered as he realized that Circe had been blind for 4 days already. Gustav proceeded to take a pill out of his storage space and placed it in between Circe's lips. After Circe swallowed, Gustav waited to see if there would be any changes. While he was waiting, he noticed something. Adjacent to the medical stacks of plaques, floating crystalline structures suspended within force fields defied the laws of conventional physics, casting prismatic reflections across the experiment space. It wasn't that Gustav didn't notice this area initially, he just hadn't paid it any attention, but now that he did, his face lit up with suspicion. An ashy ethereal substance could be seen almost flickering in and out of existence as it swam within one of the floating crystalline structures. It seemed to be a trap within. Despite there being other things of interest, this one in particular had pulled Gustav's attention because it looked like something he had been after for a very long time. Is that a sample of a warp demolator? Gustav couldn't believe his eyes as he slowly approached. Gustav arrived before it and studied the odd-looking substance again that almost seemed alive. Does this mean Seafiling has come into contact with the warp demolator before? The more Gustav thought about it, the more it made sense to him. Seafiling was a being that had been traveling across the galaxy for centuries already, long before he came into existence. It was no wonder how he knew about something that even the higher-ups from Earth didn't believe existed. Gustav reached out to grab the floating crystalline container and snapped his finger. Zing tilde, the container vanished into his personal space. Gustav's eyes lit up with a look of intrigue. I could ask Seafiling about what he has learned. Looks like coming here wasn't entirely a waste of time, Gustav said internally before returning to Circe. He noticed she had already gotten to her feet and all the cuts as well as bruises across her body had disappeared. Circe no longer looked fatigued and battered, however, the grayness in her eyes remained. Circe, how is it? Can you? Gustav waved his hand before her once more and she just proceeded to smile. It is fine, she stated. How many fingers am I holding up? Gustav inquired. Circe shook her head in response and Gustav immediately confirmed that she still couldn't see. This means she will need to get medical care. Good thing we're headed to Earth next, Gustav was of course still disappointed with how things turned out for Cersei, but he knew it was only a temporary situation. Now that their next plan was to head back to Earth, he could definitely have Cersei attended to by health professionals there. "Come on, let's go," Gustav said while softly holding onto Cersei's hand. Just as they took a step forward, an alarm suddenly began blaring. DN tilde DN tilde DN tilde proximity alert Gustav's eyes squinted as he looked forward with suspicion. He stepped forward and instantly arrived at the entry point of the experimentation space where Endrik was waiting for him. "What is it now?" Gustav questioned with Cersei by his side. "I don't know for sure, but a fleet of spacecraft seems to be approaching," Endrik answered. Gustav's suspicion further increased, and just as they decided to head towards the throne room to get a better grasp of the situation, loud blasts rang out. Bang! 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 The space vessel quaked and loud cries rang out in the next instant as many species lost their footing. "Looks like they opened fire." Gustav was even more bothered about the situation as he wondered if Seafiling had any other support that he knew nothing about. Fu Hui tilde his figure vanished in the next instant, alongside Cersei and Endrik as they swiftly headed for the throne room. They arrived there before long, even though the vessel had taken multiple more outside blasts. At that point, Gustav's perception was no longer hindered within the vessel, so he could sense the approaching fleet in outer space. The moment they stepped into the throne room, multiple holographic visuals appeared in their line of sight, showing the war fleet of battle spacecraft. "Who are they and why are they suddenly attacking us?" Endrik questioned. Vilax, who was standing before a bunch of control panels, had a look of distress on his face. Gustav knew what his look meant. Vilax knew exactly who was attacking them. "Who are they?" Gustav asked while approaching. "It's our people. They must have arrived thinking we still need help dealing with Seafiling." Vilax spilled the tea. "Your people?" Gustav's face turned dark. "How did they find us?" Endrik questioned from behind. "Well, that's because..." Ozark paused for a bit as she began to realize the severity of the situation. "When we sent Volpork back, we left him with a tracking signal he could use to get back to us," Vilax tried to explain. "You allowed us to be tracked?" Endrik questioned with a look of betrayal. "So this was a setup then?" Gustav questioned as a fierce energy began to radiate from his figure. No, it wasn't a setup," Ozark quickly discarded. "We were afraid of not being able to deal with Seafiling all by ourselves and let them track us just in case we get into a precarious situation. They would have saved us," Vilax explained. "You did that while knowing your people would be out to get me. Makes me truly question your intentions," Gustav stated with a strong tone of mistrust. "Believe me, Gustav, Vilax has no bad intentions towards you." Moloch suddenly walked into the throne room. "At first, I wanted nothing more than to capture you, but Vilax was always against it. Even back at the ring, he was one of the very few that claimed you were not to blame." Moloch arrived before Gustav while explaining. "Even I don't believe you have a hand in the destruction of our planet anymore after everything you have done for us. I have no intention of trying to capture you as well. The only reason Vilax allowed the tracking signal was because he was worried. If we had truly been in a precarious situation, their arrival would have helped," Moloch explained further. "It doesn't change the fact that he has led them right to me," Gustav stated. "We will explain the situation to them. You don't have to worry about anything," Ozark responded with an enthusiastic look. "They will be grateful when they hear of everything that happened," Vilax added. "Nah, I think I have lived long enough to know how these types of situations will end up." Gustav shook his head lightly. "Just because you won't try to harm me, doesn't mean the rest of your people will share such sentimentality. This is a reminder not to purchase beyond Tier 2 privilege. Only Tier 1 and 2 privileges are available for purchase. If you choose not to listen to warnings, your complaints will be ignored later on. Month goals: 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden gachapan equals 4 extra chapters and a special shootout. Chapter 1400. Standing up for Gustav. Gustav's words hit them like a train, causing them to remain rooted in place with thoughts running through their mind. If their experiences had taught them anything, they knew he was right. So what do we do now? Outside of the space vessel, loads of spacecraft could be spotted trying to encircle the gigantic flying structure. The Osis hadn't expected to meet such a large spacecraft drifting across space. Despite their numbers, they still seemed like ants before its massiveness. Our attacks have not managed to break the protective barrier surrounding it, one of the Osis in warrior outfit reported. Keep bombarding it. The protective barrier cannot hold forever, Handler 3 commanded from within one of the spacecraft. Isn't it concerning how it hasn't attacked back? Surely such a large spaceship will have powerful artillery, another handler questioned in bafflement. I am wondering as well. We have been attacking for minutes and yet no counter. Could Seafiling be so confident in his barrier that he believes we will never break through? Handler 3 responded with a contemplative tone. Check for weak spots and... While Handler 3 was about to give out another command, the massive projection of a familiar figure suddenly appeared before the space vessel. Handlers, please cease fire. The voice of the figure that was projected rang loudly within the fleets of spacecraft strewn across that part of outer space. Vilax. Handler 3 muttered with a bewildered tone. Everyone else was just as shocked as they ceased fire while Vilax continued speaking. Seafiling has been successfully dealt with and our people are free, he revealed. The Osis were even more shocked after his revelation. They had not expected the group to succeed and arrived with the urgency to offer assistance while expecting to lose a lot of troops in the process. However, they proved that the reverse was the case. Vilax went on to open an access area for the troops to fly in so they could see the present state of things within the space vessel. While they moved in, a dark spacecraft was ejected from the back of the vessel unbeknownst to the Osis coming in. Handler 3 and a lot of other handlers arrived at the throne room and they seemed to be engaged in a conversation with Vilax and the others. Gustav, Endrik, and Cersei were the only ones not in sight. You four truly got rid of Seafiling, freed our people and the other species in bondage, and took over his vessel? Handler 3 was truly astonished. Yes, with the help of Gustav Crimson and his brother Endrik, Vilax answered truthfully. Volopork mentioned the universal fugitive, to think he could try to fix what he caused, Handler 3 stated with a look of respect. He is not to blame for what happened to our home world. If anything, we should be grateful he agreed to help because if it wasn't for him, we would have failed, Vilax voiced with a stubborn look. There you go again, Handler's 5 feminine voice rang out from the side. He is telling the truth. There is still no concrete proof that Gustav Crimson is to blame for what happened. From what eyewitnesses claim, he even fought to hold back the assaulters and saved a lot of our people when the incident occurred, Ozark chimed in, supporting Vilax's claim of Gustav's innocence. You too. Handler 5 was surprised to see that Ozark had joined the fray but she didn't know that it wasn't the end. I agree with them. Before knowing Gustav Crimson I agreed to claims of him being a planet destroyer but now I no longer believe such claims, especially when he put a pause on his endeavor to free our people. Malox finally spoke as well. He is innocent. Lyark was about adding when Handler 3 butted in. Enough, his voice commanded enough respect to bring quietness. His fate will be decided after we put him in custody. Where is Gustav Crimson? Handler 3 questioned. Gustav was right. Even though we tried to reason with them from our point of view, they still failed to understand. Vilax nearly facepalmed in frustration. He is gone, Ozark answered Handler 3. Handler 3's face instantly displayed a look of annoyance. You four let the universal fugitive escape? Why would we hold an innocent person back from leaving? Vilax asked with a slight tone of ridicule. You fools. Our seat at the top of the alliance would have been restored if you had held that fugitive back, Handler 5 yelled from the side with anguish. In the end, that is what all this is about. Your greed. Vilax shook his head. You little. Handler 5 was about to lose her cool when Handler 3 gave her a sharp glare from the side. She instantly kept quiet while Handler 3 let out a sigh before facing his son. Do you realize the gravity of your act? Father, tell me why an innocent person who has just saved the lives of billions should be put in custody. Is that how we repay people now? Vilax questioned with a look of disappointment. Listen, son, I understand your sentimentality, but if we had regained our seat, then, we could have advocated for Gustav to be freed afterward because at the very least we would have a say in the alliance, Handler 3 tried to explain, but Vilax stood his ground. If he was caught and handed to the alliance, he would have no chance against the allegations placed on him. The greediness of you lots will never let you view his situation with a clean state of mind. He will turn into a lab rat just so you lots can satisfy your selfish wants to see how he ticks and weaponize him for yourselves. There is no reason why good should be repaid with evil, but I understand that this is the way of the universe. I am glad that he is gone. Vilax folded his arms after speaking and let out a heavy breath of relief. The entire makeshift throne room turned silent for some time as Vilax's words lingered in the ears of everyone. It was truly as he said, Gustav was an irregular existence that every single planet under the Alliance was interested in, especially the leaders. It was bad enough that even his planet of origin, Earth, wanted a piece of the cake too when they were supposed to protect him since he was one of their own. If we're looking to get our seat back at the top of the Alliance, saving billions under bondage and getting rid of sea-filing should help. Ozark suggested they took credit for this instead of dwelling on trying to capture their savior. Handler 3 was about to speak when he got interrupted by a call from one of the Osis warriors behind. A spacecraft was intercepted by our fleet radar minutes ago leaving this vessel, the Osis warrior announced. Vilax, Ozark, and the others instantly bore looks of concern the moment they heard that. It must be Gustav Crimson. Handler 5 yelled. What do we do, Handler 3? The warrior questioned. Give chase, of course. Handler 5 and some of the other handlers present pressed for action. The warrior waited for Handler 3 to speak. Father. Vilax called out from the side after noticing the look of contemplation on his father's face. Handler 3 let out a sigh before answering, stand down. What? The 3 other handlers in the room yelled simultaneously. The warrior nodded before turning around to leave and spread Handler 3's command through the comms. We have been ordered to stand down, I repeat, stand down. His voice trailed off into the distance as he left the makeshift throne room. What are you doing? Handler 5 seethed like a boiling kettle. I mentioned earlier that our priority is to our people. Anything concerning Gustav Crimson comes after. Let us now go attend to our people, they need us, Handler 3 stated in response before turning around to walk away. The others were left in place speechless since they couldn't find a way to refute his statement at the moment. He had also left them without the chance to reply since he was heading out. Vilax smiled before running after his father to lead him to where the Osis were positioned. He proceeded to tell him more about everything that had happened so far and how Gustav single-handedly faced sea-filing. The more Vilax spoke, the higher Handler 3's horror grew. At first, it was respect, but it slowly turned into intense wariness. For Gustav to have increased in strength to the point where he could take on an opponent like sea-filing, it was no trifling feat. Now he understood why Gustav had been able to escape getting caught since he became wanted. There was no guarantee that even the army he brought along would have been able to deal with sea-filing, and yet Gustav won his battle against him. Didn't that mean that they would have failed to capture him if they wanted to? Chapter 1401 Wanted Dead or Alive. Didn't that mean that they would have failed to capture him if they wanted to? In the far reaches of the galaxy, a group of assailants, clad in crimson robes and adorned with eerie fox masks, appeared on an alien planet that thrived with vibrant energy. Its towering spires and bustling streets were filled with beings from countless, different species, all living harmoniously. The tranquilness of the city they appeared in was suddenly shattered when the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie twilight upon the land. The citizens were going about their usual routines, unaware of the imminent peril that awaited them. As darkness enveloped the city, a loud explosion rang out. Boom! The central power station, a vital hub that controlled the city's grid, was destroyed, plunging the alien city into darkness. Panic spread like wildfire as the once illuminated city became a maze of confusion and fear. We are the Gustavo Alliance. As the citizens stumbled through the darkness, trying to make sense of what was happening, a loud voice suddenly rang out, and with it came a massive projection of a being clad in crimson robes and wearing a mask. While the panic was still spreading, the figure continued speaking. With the name of our Lord and Savior Gustav Crimson, we bring retribution upon this city. The moment the sentence ended, a bright yellow twinkle appeared in the north sky. The citizens at first didn't know what to make of it until it grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, they recognized what it was. A meteor. The cries and panic in the city increased as they tried to make their way to safety. The massive meteor gleaming intensely in the night sky had given them illumination, but it was practically impossible to outrun it. A bunch of similarly looking whitish species ascended across the air while giving off powerful energies in a bid to stop the descent of the meteor, but in the next instant, they realized how futile it was. ZTNN tilde ZTNN tilde ZTNN tilde ZTNN tilde. Hundreds more meteors just as massive appeared from other locations as well. Just a single one was enough to wipe out the entire city, and yet 100 more had appeared. The Gustavo Alliance had left them with no chance of survival. Meet your justifiable end. The loud voice rang out once more as the first meteor hit. Boom. Its descent was accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous booms, as if the very heavens were being rent apart. They all looked up in both awe and terror as more of the celestial bodies hurtled toward them. Shockwaves emanated like ripples on a disturbed pond, shaking the planet and rattling everything in their path. The force of its descent created a symphony of destruction, shattering windows, fracturing walls, and cracking the very foundations of the planet. Their impact unleashed a cataclysmic explosion that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. Blazing flames erupted, consuming everything in their path, and reducing buildings to smoldering rubble. The shockwave, akin to a mighty tempest, reverberated outward, creating a domino effect of destruction in its wake. Earth, in a sleek and modern boardroom adorned with polished walnut furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the city, an important meeting was taking place. The room buzzed with anticipation as high-ranking authorities, each dressed in crisp uniforms, took their seats around a grand crystalline floating table. At the head of the table sat General Chell, a stern and formidable MBO figure known for his outer space travels. His eyes bore the weight of his experiences, and his presence commanded respect from all those present. To his left was Grand Commander Shin and a couple of other generals. Many high-ranking MBO officers could also be spotted in the space. As the meeting began, the air became charged with a sense of purpose and determination. General Chell wasted no time in setting the agenda for his return to Earth. The room fell silent as he outlined the pressing matters at hand, the meeting he had with the top brass of the Alliance a couple of days ago. The Gustavo Alliance struck again. Another 3 million lives were lost, General Chell stated. The meeting with the top leaders of the Alliance ended in a stalemate on whether or not to change the details of Gustav being wanted. If they eventually go through with changing the details, Gustav Crimson is as good as dead, General Chell added. That would be a foolhardy decision, Grand Commander Shin chimed in from the side. The Gustavo Alliance has nothing to do with Gustav Crimson. Gustav Crimson is a loner who likes to do everything alone. The few he allowed to become his friends are all here on Earth, so killing Gustav Crimson because of the Gustavo Alliance would be foolhardy, he added. I can't entirely agree with you, Grand Commander Shin. Even if the Gustav Crimson is not affiliated with the Gustavo Alliance, killing him would end the workings of the Alliance. Since they commit these nefarious acts in his name and claim to worship him as their god, if their god was dead, surely they would no longer believe in him and put a stop to everything they have been up to. General Chell spoke from another point of view. And what if they don't stop? What if that just pulls a trigger which ends up worsening the situation and makes the Gustavo Alliance go on a frenzy? Grand Commander Shin questioned with a distressed tone. I don't think that will happen, another general voiced from the side, supporting General Chell. They worship him after all. No one worships a dead god, he added. Sirs, if I may, a commander voiced from the side. I will suggest we remain on the side of Gustav being wanted alive and not alive or dead. We should be trying to protect our own no matter what may have happened, especially when Gustav Crimson has no hand in the deaths of those extraterrestrial species. Shouldn't the Alliance focus more on bringing the Gustavo Alliance to justice than arguing about whether or not to kill Gustav? Imagine a person committed a crime and claimed to do it in the name of the Grand Commanders. Would you advocate for the Grand Commanders to be slain? The commander added. Aren't you the commander who is like a guardian to Gustav Crimson? General Chell questioned. It matters not what he means to me. I am just giving a rational opinion. If Gustav Crimson is to meet his end, it should be at our hands and not that of the Alliance. This commander happened to be Xanatus. He had gained enough rank to be a part of the meeting. General Chell and some others seemed to recall just how close he was to Gustav when he was still a Gradier and assumed he was speaking from a place of sentimentality. Commander Xanatus speaks the truth. It says a lot about us if we choose to go forth with such a decision for one of our own who has also saved this planet several times, Grand Commander Shen supported from the sides. It says a lot about us that one of our own is slaughtering innocents across galaxies, General Chell chimed in. It has been made clear to you that Gustav Crimson has no motive for engaging in such acts. I have made my decision, General Chell. At the next meeting with the Alliance higher-ups, inform them that Earth is against changing the details of Gustav being wanted. If they are truly concerned about bringing the Gustavo Alliance to justice, a task force can be set up to specially go after them. We will allow some of our most decorated officers to be a part of it. Grand Commander Cheyenne's lengthy response gave no more room for arguments. Understood, Grand Commander Shen. General Chell may be the MBO they had chosen to appear in most meetings for them, but he was still below Grand Commander Shen in ranking. No one was allowed to go against the commands of the Grand Commanders regardless of how high they were in the MBO. Now on to the next topic of the day, the Death Angel. Perched atop a towering mountain, the view of a futuristic metropolitan city could be spotted in the distance. Its streets teeming with bustling crowds and gleaming hovering vehicles that flew to and from bluish rings. Some citizens on the sidewalks stepped into glowing circles stationed in multiple areas and vanished in the next instant. The sun's golden rays danced upon the mirrored surfaces of the towering skyscrapers, casting a mesmerizing sparkle that was visible even from that great height. The architecture itself was a sight to behold. Flashy holographic billboards adorned the sides of buildings, advertising the latest technological marvels and showcasing the artistic flair of the city's inhabitants. The structures reached unimaginable heights, with innovative designs that defied the laws of gravity. Twisty spires melted seamlessly into curvaceous shapes, creating an otherworldly view. A group of 3 who were positioned atop that mountain peered into the distance with different expressions on their faces, ranging from nostalgia to fascination. New WSA book. Add reincarnated as a MC with the highest compatibility rate to your library. Thanks grinning face with smiling eyes. Chapter 1402 He is here. A group of 3 who were positioned atop the mountain peered into the distance with different expressions on their faces, ranging from nostalgia to fascination. We're back, Endrick voiced with a reminiscent look. Wipe that look off your face. We're not here to have a good time, Gustav reminded Endrick. I can't see it but I can sense that it is beautiful. Is this where father grew up? Cersei questioned from the side. Yeah, and it is truly beautiful, but don't let that fool you. Underneath all of that beauty lies the ugliness of Earthlings, Gustav replied while turning around. Cersei had a slightly confused look after hearing that. Of course, she couldn't understand the mixture of dreadful and delightful memories Gustav had harnessed from growing up in Plankton City. They can't detect our spacecraft, right? Endrick questioned. I activated incognito mode before transporting us here with the dimensional bracelet, Gustav replied while stepping into the spacecraft. I have to inform EE that we are here, he added. Usually, Earth couldn't be infiltrated by any spacecraft due to the barrier that surrounded it unless the MBO gave access. However, Gustav still had multiple areas on Earth with his spatial marking, so he could return to such places any time he wished without having to be bothered about the barrier. So long as the dimensional bracelet had enough power. Gustav stared at his dimensional bracelet as he sat before a panel in the control room. Energy levels, 0% tilde psi tilde. It will take at least 2 weeks before it regains enough power for usage. Gustav sighed inwardly while hoping a scenario wouldn't play out where he needed to use the dimensional bracelet as a means of escape. Gustav tapped on multiple buttons before him and a small vibration rang out depicting that a call was going through. The moment the person on the other end accepted the call, a loud yell rang out. Dude. I have been fucking trying to contact you for ages. Relax. Don't fucking tell me to relax. Where the hell have you been? You had my ass worried. Now I sound like my mama. Calm down, man. We ran into issues and couldn't use the communication transmission in some regions of outer space, Gustav tried to explain. Checks out. I left a bunch of messages though. Did you bother to check them? EE inquired like a nagging wife. I am just realizing that you did. I was kinda in a life or death type of situation so. Gustav said with a wry tone. So you didn't check them MF, it felt like EE wanted to strangle Gustav through the transmission. Why is the transmission feedback so smooth? Like you're close by or something, EE's tone had a tinge of suspicion. Hold on, playing your messages now. Gustav hollered for EE to reduce his voice. Yo, Gus, been trying to reach you. Where you? Get back to me ASAP. Yo, Gus. It's been a week, you good? I have vital information you need to hear. Contact me as soon as possible. EE messages over the last 2 months continued to play out. It's been a month, brew. Did something happen to you out there? I have tried to contact you over and over again. Yo, Gus. The information I've been trying to pass is about Jack and Mac's return. The Grand Commanders requested his return to guard the location where the captured Death Angel is being held. Remember I told you something happened? Turns out that the initial place was attacked. I can't give more info over transmission since it could get traced if I speak on here for too long. Just postpone your trip to Earth. It won't be smart to come here when the world's strongest mixed blood is on the planet. After the last message ended, Gustav let out a oops. Did you listen to them all? EE inquired from the other end. Yeah, I did, Gustav replied. So just postpone your trip to Earth. I reckon that Jack and Mac won't be here for too long. At most 1 or 2 months. They tend to go off Earth a lot, so after they leave, you can return, EE suggested with a concerned tone. About that, the advice kinda came in too late, Gustav voiced softly. What do you mean? EE questioned with confusion in his voice. I am here, Gustav stated. What do you mean by you are here? Oh wait, you fucker. EE's tone went from confusion to realization very quickly. You are on Earth. What the fuck? EE added, and one could hear the sound of objects falling to the floor from the other end. This information had left EE extremely flustered. Relax, it's not that bad, Gustav tried to calm dude, how the fuck am I more worried about your safety than you are? EE said in response. Because we probably don't have much to worry about. Gustav stated. Yeah, we probably don't have much to worry about when a universal fugitive who is at the beta rank is on the same planet with an MBO agent who is considered the strongest at beacon rank. EE voiced with sarcasm. I get what you mean, but I can escape his detection simply by shapeshifting. So long as he isn't within proximity, he will never be able to feel that something is off, Gustav assured EE. Where the hell are you right now? EE inquired. In the heart of a towering skyscraper, nestled high above the bustling streets below, lay a living room space with 4 figures seated within. The room had a breathtaking view of a futuristic metropolitan city on the left, beckoning with its shimmering lights and dazzling architecture. From its vantage point, one could view the city humming with life. Streams of commuters rush by, their silhouettes blurring into an endless stream, while hover cars navigate through the labyrinthine streets. Nice place, Gustav said to EE. Was only able to afford it by selling you out, EE replied with a wry smile. It is okay though. It was my plan, remember? Gustav reminded EE, who seemed to feel guilty. Yeah, ~E. E slouched on the seat opposite Gustav while turning to stare at Cersei. Who is she? He questioned. A long story, Gustav replied. It's been almost a year, so that makes sense, but tell me all about your endeavors outside of the planet, EE said with excitement on his face. Where do I start? You probably already know a couple since we were mostly in touch. Gustav decided to narrate the sequences of some major things that occurred during his time outside of Earth. Cersei mostly listened while Gustav, EE, and Endrik caught up. Their discussion lasted hours, and by the time they had narrated most of the events that transpired outside of the planet, EE was left awestruck. "You fought a being like that and won?" EE inquired while referring to C-filing. At that point, he wondered if there was still any need for Gustav to keep running and hiding. "Barely. I would have lost if the fight continued in the vessel," Gustav chipped in. "But you didn't use your cosmic superior abilities." EE reminded Gustav. "I haven't used it in months, especially after I found out they had a way of tracking cosmic superior energy," Gustav replied. "Oh yeah, that is true, but then, you could literally stop anyone with that though." EE felt like he was missing something. "Perhaps, or perhaps not. Anyways, did I tell you about why I had to return?" Gustav changed the subject. "You haven't," EE lightly shook his head. "I believe someone cloned my cells," Gustav stated bluntly. "What the hell?" EE thought he had run out of surprises for the day till Gustav dropped the bombshell. In the heart of a futuristic enclave, a 12-foot-tall figure stood amidst the amalgamation of a sleek office and a personal laboratory. The towering, young-looking man exuded an air of both sophistication and innovation as he navigated the cutting-edge space. The walls, constructed of transparent smart glass, displayed holographic data streams and intricate blueprints, creating an immersive blend of work and creativity. Ambient lighting in shades of cool blue and pulsating white illuminated the vast expanse, casting a crystalline glow on the polished surfaces. A colossal desk dominated the central area, its surface a combination of interactive touchscreens and holographic displays. On it, a holographic keyboard materialized when needed, complementing the advanced computer terminals embedded seamlessly into the sleek design. Opposite him was a dirty blonde-haired figure with a patch covering his left eye. "He is here," the dirty blonde-haired figure spoke up. "It was inevitable. I knew he would figure it out eventually," the 12-foot-tall giant responded calmly while pushing his glasses up slightly. "What do we do?" the dirty blonde-haired figure inquired. "I am close to completing the research, so we have to stall as much as possible," the 12-foot-tall giant replied. Chapter 1403 The clone reveals itself so. Delay? Several things come to mind, but they may be a bit too extreme, the blonde-haired figure pointed out. "Do it. You have jurisdiction to make your own decisions." "You don't need to ask me," the tall man stated. Okay." The blonde-haired figure jumped to his feet afterward and moved towards the window on the far east. Off, his figure vanished through the window in the next instant, displaying a completely different city. Nestled within the heart of an expansive icy terrain, where frost-kissed winds danced over a landscape that spanned hundreds of miles, there existed a clandestine research center concealed from the prying eyes of the world. Accessed through a network of ice tunnels, the entrance was seamlessly integrated into the frozen environment, cleverly camouflaging the scientific sanctuary. Beyond this threshold lay a labyrinth of tunnels meticulously carved into the ice. The tunnels opened into a vast cavern, revealing the research center's heart where lots of people clad in lab coats could be moving across the place. In the sky above this location, a figure floated in place, gazing down like a divine being of protection. No one could notice his presence because he had made himself unseeable like a deity that cannot be perceived by mortals. "You missed the meeting," a voice sounded in his left ear through a communication device. "Was there a need for me to attend?" he questioned with a disinterested tone. "Jack, you can't be this irresponsible. Unlike when you were off the planet, you can't skip important meetings," the voice on the other end sounded disgruntled. "You geezers called me back to watch over this research center, no? I am doing just that. Meetings that concern killing a youngster, isn't something I should concern myself with," Jack replied. "So long as you are on Earth, it is your business. Do well to put away sentimentality and make sure you do not miss the next meeting." The voice left no room for arguments. "No sentimentality here. I barely know the kid, but I will play no part in the alliance politics. My loyalty rests with the safety of the Earth. I don't care about anything else," Jack scoffed. "You suddenly sound like Mac. You two haven't switched, right? It's not noon yet." The voice on the other end sounded confused. "No, it is still me. The research center will be protected, no worries." Jack ended the transmission afterwards. "Damn geezers," He cursed under his breath while recalling the things they had made him do in the name of protecting the Earth. If push comes to shove, I will kill Gustav Crimson myself, but so long as I determine that he is not a threat to Earth, I will not engage in such foolishness, Jack swore while peering through the confines of the research center. His eyes focused on the dark being that was being held captive beneath the surface. If what Dr. Markle says is true, we have a way bigger threat on our hands, but these geezers are focusing on the wrong thing. Jack let out a small sigh. Atop a skyscraper within Plankton City, Gustav stared at the enthralling scenery before him. It's been too long since I did this. He basked in the swirling winds, blowing his hair backward for a few seconds while a purplish vortex appeared beside him. Walked out of the vortex in the next moment. Endrik is going to watch over her, he reported. Good. How long till she can see again? Gustav inquired. In 24 hours she should be fine, replied with a look of certainty. That's a relief. Let's go, Gustav stated. You're going looking like that? Questioned while staring at Gustav, who currently looked middle-aged with dark circles underneath his eyes. His hair was also a shade of red and black. It is an inconspicuous look, Gustav replied. No doubt. Shook his head before conjuring another vortex. A purplish swirling vortex appeared before them, and they proceeded to walk in. They arrived in a different scenery completely. What lay ahead of them looked like an endless expanse of yellow burning sands. They couldn't even see their silhouettes despite the blistering heat due to the flaming sands. Your vortex brought us outside, Gustav pointed out while staring at Hey, it's still burning Sand City. I sent it. Replied with a wry chuckle. TSK, did you lose your touch? Gustav voiced as they stepped forward. Come on. Give me a break, man. I just lost my 20 years of virginity, blurted out. What? Gustav was immediately taken aback the moment he heard that. Realized what he just said and covered his mouth with an expression of realization. How? When did this happen? Tell me everything. Gustav couldn't hide his interest as he began cackling. Shouldn't have said that. Felt like burying himself. Oh come on, I knew your ass was a virgin, but this is surprising. You finally did it. Felt like burying himself even more after hearing Gustav's response. Tell me. Was it a leverer? Gustav kept pestering couldn't help but display a cheeky smile the moment he heard her name mentioned. It was the first time Gustav saw blush. He knew felt something for a leverer, but he never thought they'd summon up the courage to finally take things further, especially to the point of full intimacy. Well, it started when she asked me out on a date. Began narrating. They had both forgotten or perhaps didn't care that they were currently walking on the burning sands. In the past, the flames would have roasted them both and turned them to ash in an instant, but now they were both unaffected by it. As they walked further, the city materialized on the horizon, a futuristic metropolis rising from the arid expanse, its towering structures gleaming like mirages. Their footsteps left faint impressions on the scorching sand. As they drew nearer, the city's towering spires revealed intricate designs, adorned with luminescent strips that pulsed with a rhythmic energy. They soon passed through an energy shield that shimmered like a translucent wall. The temperature instantly dropped, providing respite from the scorching heat. The city unfolded before them, a marvel of futuristic architecture, with floating walkways connecting towering skyscrapers and sleek vehicles gliding noiselessly along levitating tracks. This was Burning Sand City. The same city where Boss Danzo met his end. Burning Sand City brought back unpleasant memories for Gustav, and he would never have returned there if it wasn't of utmost urgency. He decided to throw everything to the back of his mind in the meantime and focus on the task at hand. A lot has changed, but I still recognize the routes, Gustav said to You still remember the scientist's location, right? Inquired. Yeah, it's in that direction. Gustav pointed southeast, but the moment he did, one of the massive screens on a skyscraper lit up. Breaking news. The universal fugitive Gustav Crimson has been sighted in Arabia City. A footage played out with the voice of the broadcaster causing loud gasps to ring out across the entire city. What the hell? EE let out an expression of shock as he stared at the footage playing out on the screen of a person who looked exactly like Gustav with an eye patch on his left eye. That must be it. Gustav muttered. EE turned to stare at Gustav beside him, who was in the form of someone else at the moment. He looks more Gustav than you. So much that I am beginning to doubt that you are the real one. I knew I was right. I will kill Zil. Anguish built up in Gustav as he tightened his fist with a bloodthirsty expression. Watching his clone on the screen made him mad because he was looking to get what he needed and leave Earth without anyone suspecting that he was ever there. There was no doubt that the news was being broadcast all across Earth at the moment, and even though it wasn't truly him, it would cause issues regardless. You were looking for me. Well, here I am. The Gustav in the footage's voice shook the skies as he floated in mid-air while lifting a skyscraper. It was so large that it seemed like an ant was holding onto it because of his small size. Everyone watching was even more shocked as Gustav in the live footage flung the building downwards at the people in the city who were desperately trying to flee to safety. Chaos and pandemonium rang out as debris and dust clouded the visibility of Arabia City while loud cries rang out. What is that fucker doing? EE immediately became enraged the moment he saw what the other Gustav did next. That was his home city. He couldn't sit by and just watch it get destroyed, so he swiftly opened up a vortex. Before EE could jump into the vortex, Gustav stopped him. Don't. Chapter 1404. Don't be silly, don't. He held him back and pulled him to the side. There is no guarantee you can win against him. We don't know his level of strength and just how many abilities of mine he possesses. I also have a feeling that this is just a diversion, Gustav pointed out. Gustav felt like the clone's first statement, "You were looking for me," was directed at him and not anyone else, unlike how everyone would think he was referring to being wanted. If scientist Zil did things right, the clone would have a lot of things in his arsenal that Gustav wasn't sure EE would not be able to guard against, so he knew it would be a bad idea to let him go. So what do you suggest we do? EE inquired with an unsettled expression. Instead of responding, Gustav reached out and planted his index finger on EE's forehead and activated mental manipulation. Transferring memories, a bunch of memories flowed into EE's mind and he instantly understood what the plan was. Without wasting any more time, Gustav stepped into the vortex that EE just conjured and vanished. EE peered southeast with a look of determination before conjuring another vortex. He stepped into it and instantly vanished as well. Meanwhile, the breaking news was still circulating all across the planet, with the other Gustav wreaking havoc across Arabia City. Arabia City had undergone a state of chaos and near-complete annihilation over a year ago, so one could understand how EE felt seeing a similar scenario play out once more. However, he had to trust that Gustav would take care of it. The live footage of the ongoing collateral wreckage and destruction also displayed MBO officers arriving on the scene. The battle between the other Gustav and the deployment of MBO officers became intense in just a few seconds. The other Gustav didn't seem to be lacking as he engaged and dealt powerful blows using atomic blades as well as many other abilities that belonged to the original Gustav. The MBO officers had difficulty keeping up as many of them got blasted away and left with grievous injuries. Despite being accosted by several MBO officials, the cloned Gustav didn't stop wreaking havoc on the surroundings while dealing with them all at the same time. A group of 3 MBO officers unleashed a joint attack of telekinesis to trap the cloned Gustav in place so other officers could finally hit him with their destructive abilities. However, he suddenly transformed into a massive muscular beast with brownish-red skin and dark wings sprouting out of his back. With a single swift motion, he ripped through the constraints of the telekinesis and clawed forward intensely. A slash sent forth destructive dark lines that ripped through the officers easily and continued till another skyscraper far behind got cleaved into 4 different parts, crumbling onto the sides. The MBO officers who unleashed a joint telekinetic attack had their body parts raining from the air with blood. "Are you going to keep hiding or are you going to face me?" the cloned Gustav yelled after decimating another bunch of them. He had mercilessly dealt with almost all the officers who arrived on the scene, showing that he wasn't bothered slaughtering them like their lives were worth nothing. A figure suddenly flickered into existence a few feet from the cloned Gustav in mid-air. The moment that happened, The destruction in the vicinity came to a stop as the cloned Gustav stared at the being before him with slight wariness and reverence. "You finally showed yourself," the cloned Gustav stated. The live footage display had everyone guessing about the identity of the person who had just arrived on scene. Is it an MBO officer? What is going on? Who is that person? Why are they wearing a mask? Several questions continued to permeate the despair-filled air in Arabia City, especially because the being who had just arrived was clad in a strange dark outfit and seemed to be wearing a fox-like mask. What was the point of all this? The newly arrived figure questioned with a hint of bafflement. You were the point," the cloned Gustav responded. "I was trying to keep my presence hidden. Why did you have to disturb that?" The masked figure kept speaking. "You are the original, so you tell me," the cloned Gustav smirked, displaying a mischievous expression. "EE won't find him now, will he?" Gustav questioned with a tone of realization. "No, he won't," the cloned Gustav responded. "Only I know where he is, but then you could as well, which was why I made sure to drag you here. I knew you wouldn't let EE come face me. He is our friend," he added. "Point of correction, he is my friend. You are just a mistake. A mistake I made by trusting a greedy scientist." The masked figure who happened to be the real Gustav turned around after speaking. "What if I killed you, and took your place? Then I'd have your life to myself," the cloned Gustav spoke with a tone of intrigue. "You'd regret it. It's not such a great life." The real Gustav replied with a melancholic tone. "That is for me to decide," the cloned Gustav stated while his energy began to climb intensely. "You were better off hiding in the shadows. Why did you have to come out?" Gustav's eyes through the mask bore a look of pity. "Do you know what it feels like living like that?" The cloned Gustav's eyes suddenly bore a look of hatred as he glared at Gustav. "As much as I would have liked to ask you. I am pressed for time. Since you won't tell me where Zil is, I will end this as soon as possible and find him." Gustav slowly raised his right hand. "Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be able to leave here until you found a way to save this meaningless city. I was right," the cloned Gustav yelled before charging forward. Pfui. His figure blurred and he reappeared before the real Gustav with a powerful uppercut headed for his chin. "Don't be silly," Gustav quietly voiced in ridicule before retracting his right arm and swinging it sideways. "Pa!" A heavy slap rang out as the back of Gustav's palm slammed into the cheek of the clone, sending him flying into the distance with ripples of destruction sweeping across the air from the collision. "Just because you defeated the MBO officers doesn't mean you stand a chance against me," Gustav spoke with such casualness that would cause anyone to be terrified. Bang! 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 The cloned Gustav blasted through multiple buildings as his body kept getting catapulted into the distance from the slap. His whole face was soon smeared in blood as he gritted his teeth and swirled his body to take advantage of the momentum. Stamping his feet onto a mast that appeared in his line of sight, he catapulted his body forward with intensity while conjuring a massive atomic blade. Thweewi. Gustav, who was still floating in midair, spotted a red and white streak in the distance which soon appeared before him in the form of the clone who had combined beast transformation with atomic disintegration. Slash. The clone swung at Gustav thinking it had taken him by surprise due to its intense speed, only for the atomic blade to cleave through the wind, leaving a crescent-shaped milky line to sweep forward with intensity. "Where are you looking?" Gustav's voice rang out from behind him. However, before he could turn around, another powerful blow rammed into his back, sending him hurling downwards. Bang! Boom! His figure slammed into the ground and ricocheted across it, causing spiderwebs-like cracks to appear on the roads. Gustav's figure vanished and reappeared before the clone's figure, which was still getting pushed backwards by the force of the punch. Pa! Another slap rang out again as the clone got sent catapulting towards the west. Pa! Pa! Bang! Bang! The clone was unable to follow Gustav's series of attacks as he moved like he was teleporting. 1 second he was on the left and the next he was on the right or behind him or before him. It was almost like he was everywhere at the same time, and the clone wasn't the only one with this thought. As the world watched who they thought was the real Gustav get beaten up, they couldn't hide their astonishment. Just who is that man in the fox mask? For him to have the upper hand against an anomaly like Gustav Crimson, he has to be alfranked, right? This is unbelievable. How is he winning when even the MBO officers couldn't do anything? The confusion continued as the cloned Gustav repeatedly received a pummeling until he was no longer able to counter in the slightest. Every attack he used, Gustav would counter with 10 times more power. The real Gustav made sure not to use an ability that might bring suspicion. Unfortunately, the fight was over after a few minutes. Hand him over. A loud voice rang out from the side. Chapter 1405 I cannot let you take him. The real Gustav made sure not to use an ability that might bring suspicion. Unfortunately, the fight was over after a few minutes. Since he primarily used physical prowess to overwhelm his clone, the spectators around the globe were unable to tell what his actual abilities were, and as such they couldn't identify who he was. Gustav descended from the air into the midst of the destruction and desecration on the surface. The air hung heavy with dust and the acrid scent of smoke, remnants of the devastation that had befallen the urban landscape. Some skyscrapers had crumbled to the ground, with shattered windows and twisted metal poking out from multiple areas of the landscape. The streets, once bustling with the vibrant energy of city life, were now navigable only through a labyrinth of debris, remnants of vehicles littered across the place. Residential and commercial structures lay collapsed or partially demolished, their interiors exposed like open wounds. The once intact roads now bore the scars of explosive impacts. The scenery reminded Gustav of his fight with the Jenxodus. It had taken a lot for the city to recover after its near destruction the last time, and now, its scars had been reopened. This is on me, Gustav said internally. He felt it would never have happened had he been more careful. All the more reason to never trust anyone. They could go behind your back at any given opportunity. He could only imagine how EE would feel after watching everything. Hand him over. A loud voice rang out from the side. Without turning around, Gustav already knew what was going on. He stared at the unconscious clone in his grasp the moment he heard that. I can't let anyone have him, he said internally, knowing that his clone possessed a lot of his cells. He would practically be handing himself over if he agreed to give them the clone. I cannot do that, Gustav voiced while turning around to face the newly arrived MBO officers. Listen here, I don't know who you are, but you did well stopping that maniac, but now you have to leave the rest to the actual authorities, one of the officers voiced. Gustav could sense that the MBO officer was more powerful than the others who had arrived. There was no doubt that he was more high-ranking too. I cannot do that, Gustav stated once more. This one comes with me. The newly arrived officer squinted his eyes. Who even are you? Why do you hide your face behind that mask? He inquired. How ironic to ask a masked man about his identity. If I wanted it revealed, I wouldn't have picked up a mask. Just view me as a person cleaning up a mess, Gustav replied while levitating. His figure ascended into the sky in the next instant with incredible speed, drifting out of view in less than a second. Don't let him get away, the officer yelled as everyone swiftly moved and jumped into the vehicles parked around the corner. Lock onto him quickly, the leading officer yelled with a tone of urgency the moment they arrived at the floating vehicles. An operator could be spotted frantically tapping on buttons on the panel before them. The hovercraft lifted into the air and began to fly while loud beeping sounds rang out as the vehicle tried to lock onto Gustav. Despite its many attempts as multiple hovercraft drifted across the air, it was unable to pinpoint Gustav's location. After some time, the operator began to feel like they were just chasing the wind. The systems were unable to lock onto Gustav's figure even after he made use of the MBO satellites to try to trace his movement. Unfortunately, Gustav was too quick for them. He is gone, the operator informed. He cannot be gone. Use all the satellites we have. The MBO officers yelled in indignation. I checked everything that I could, but his speed pattern is just too unpredictable and he already orbited around the Earth 26 times to throw us off. And it worked, the MBO operator explained. What the hell? Just how fast is he? The MBO officer was even more in awe. General Chell, Jack must have told you, I am here based on instructions to guard the research center. Anything else is outside of my jurisdiction, a handsome figure with yellow hair, voiced while floating above a terrain of ice. This is a planet-wide situation, no. A universal-wide situation. Get Gustav Crimson from that unknown assailant, right now. A loud masculine voice could be heard from the other end. Nah, Mac responded with an unbothered look. Do you know this could be considered treason? I am performing my duties. Now piss off, Mac stated before ending the transmission. There was no doubt that General Chell had more to say, but Mac just didn't care. Mac was a lot different from Jack. Jack tended to follow the higher-ups' every instruction in the MBO, mostly without questioning them since he was a very patriotic person by nature. So long as it was a mission that benefited or kept the Earth safe, he would swing into action. As for his counterpart Mac, he was more rebellious. If Mac had been in control when Jack was asked to subdue Miss Amy in the past, the fight would never have happened because he was fond of her. He envied how she could do whatever she pleased, whereas he was more obedient because of Jack, his patriotic counterpart. Mac floated in place silently for some time till a vibration rang out. Why won't these geezers just leave me alone? Mac lamented as a holographic call appeared in his line of sight. Transmission from Grand Commander Shen. What is it again, geezer? Mac questioned with a tone of annoyance after picking up. Grand Commander Shen appeared in view and began speaking. Did you? If this is about the kid getting snatched out of your hands, I don't care, Mac interrupted before Grand Commander Shen could complete his sentence. It is, Grand Commander Shen admitted. Your help is needed to retrieve the Universal Fugitive. Are you going to ignore a potential threat to the peace of Earth and the Alliance as a whole? He proceeded to ask. Why would I help a bunch of losers that needed the help of an outsider to subdue the kid? Last I checked, they were not able to contend with him in the slightest, so whose fault is it that Gustav Crimson was unable to be retrieved? Mac questioned. So you watched the fight? Grand Commander Shen was a bit surprised, but then he was the strongest mixed blood in existence, so there was no reason why he wouldn't be able to perceive a battle ongoing over 10,000 miles away. That also means you know where the assailant currently is, Grand Commander Shen pointed out. Who cares? Mac said before bringing out a lollipop from a multiple triangular star-shaped glow. He proceeded to place it in between his lips with an uncaring expression. Macintosh, I don't like it when you call me that name. In the heart of an eerie forest, where shadows clung to twisted branches, a person dressed in disheveled clothing lay sprawled on the damp forest floor. Leaves and twigs clung to their attire, which hinted at the unknown struggle they may have gone through. Beside the unconscious figure was a person seated on a small piece of rock. He had a devil fox-like mask covering his face and was clad in a long black outfit. He glanced at the unconscious figure a few times while seemingly on a call with someone. Yeah, he is right here. Glad you're safe. He doesn't have all of my abilities, and as you must have seen during the broadcast, his power level is below beta rank. Maybe I should have just gone to face him myself and left the search of that scientist to you. He did mention that you wouldn't find him. This whole endeavor was a distraction and it served its purpose. What will you do now? I have to. The figure in a demon fox-like mask, who was Gustav, suddenly paused as he sensed something. He swiftly ended the transmission and looked up. Damn it, I forgot about him. He cursed internally as a whooshing wind began to blow the trees in the vicinity sideways. As the trees along with their branches gave way, it revealed the illumination of the skies above along with a figure that seemed to be floating in place majestically. You know why I am here, the voice of a yellow-haired figure floating in the distance rang loudly. To reap a harvest from another man's plant. Gustav maintained a calm tone as he questioned. Mayor, I know you did all the work, which is why I am sorry about this. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't do this, Mac said while pointing at the body of the unconscious cloned Gustav. You'll discover the inception of this content at N0V at Elbinin. I cannot let you take him, Gustav stated while grabbing the unconscious clone. Chapter 1406 Gustav vs the World's Strongest do not unlock yet. I cannot let you take him, Gustav stated while grabbing the unconscious clone. However, in the next moment, a star-patterned construct appeared around the body, causing it to vanish. Sorry, but you can't stop me, Mac responded while the unconscious body appeared beside him in midair. Damn it. Gustav gritted his teeth before leaping into the air. Thwoosh tilde heavy wind blasted in every direction as the ground of the forest cracked and trees swayed to the side from the intensity of Gustav's speed. Mac, who had already turned away to leave, was taken by surprise as the figure in the fox-like mask, who he didn't know was the real Gustav, appeared beside him in just a split second. Gustav immediately reached out to grab the clone protected by the triangular star-shaped construct, and from the corner of his eye he caught the slight astonishment on Mac's face. However, Mac was much faster as he pulled the floating unconscious clone away and thrust his right palm forward. Bang! Gustav was met with a violent clash as his entire body was sent flying across the air upon collision. Don't push me, Mac warned after attacking with no intent to inflict gracious injuries. He turned around and flew forward with the floating unconscious body beside him but didn't get very far before a red streak blazed across the sky. Looks like I might need to knock him out, Mac decided while turning around swiftly. Gustav's figure appeared right before him with his arm outstretched once more. Space construct, Mac chimed before Gustav could make contact. Triangular star-shaped enclosures suddenly appeared around Gustav's figure and he instantly found himself unable to move. Damn it. The space left Gustav completely incapacitated. There was only one way he knew he could get out of it, but he couldn't go through with it because he would be risking exposing his identity. Chaos construct, Mac voiced while pointing at the sky. A massive, glowing, purplish circle with multiple triangular shapes covered the sky and blotted the view of the entire sun. Gustav was frozen in place, but he could sense the incredible pressure from the sky. In the next instant, a powerful torrent of purplish energy rained from the sky like a waterfall. It charged downwards with immense speed and power, slamming into Gustav's frozen figure. Bang! It rained down upon the forest, which was as large as a town, racing everything in view to the ground. The fire was unable to breed because, in just a second, the entire vicinity was turned into a charred wasteland. The trees were gone along with rocks, grasses, highlands, mountains, and almost every atom in view. All that remained in view was a massive, darkened surface with molten lava in some areas. Judging by your strength, that won't be enough to kill you, but at the very least you won't be a nuisance anymore, Max said before turning away once more and flying into the distance. Those geezers better not complain about the destruction, tch, he grumbled. Down beneath the pile of ash and molten liquid, a figure sprouted out of the surface with a sizzling cooked flesh. Reddish marks could be seen all over his burnt skin and hair as he raised his face to stare at the sky. Powerful indeed, the figure voiced with a tone of aspiration. You've done it now, he added while his body began to visibly regenerate at very insane speed. Silver scales started appearing all over his body as the space around him twisted and violent winds stirred. Horns protruded from his head as energy gathered around him and he ascended from the surface of the decimated environment. His figure suddenly vanished like he teleported, and in the next instant, a loud ripping sound rang out heavily. The surroundings quaked with intensity as a massive line was torn in the skies. People across multiple cities in the world looked up to the sky and could see the line that cut across it. Their faces were fraught with clueless expressions, but the sound wave that came next made them cover their ears in horror. Thrah! It sounded like 1,000 thunderbolts merged into one, ringing before each person's ear. Some of them already had blood leaking from their eardrums. They didn't know that what was coming next would be even worse. A few seconds earlier her? Mac turned in midair as he sensed something. Nature cons. Before he could complete his sentence, the skies ripped open with rifts appearing all over. Bomb. It sounded like thousands of loud explosions went off as an incredibly quick streak rammed heavily into Mac. Both figures tore across the sky at such insane speed that more rifts appeared in their wake. Mac was completely astounded as he tried to free himself from the figure that clung to him with unprecedented grip. How are you still conscious? Mac voiced as he held onto Gustav's arms and began slowly spreading them. When he noticed he was losing hold, Gustav spun repeatedly and flung Mac away. Fwehai. Mac found himself catapulting downwards at a speed that not a single mixed blood would be able to follow. Before he could try to stabilize himself, he slammed into the surface of an ocean, causing a massive torrent to blast upwards. Boom tilde! It was as though another explosion had gone off as Mac hit the bottom of the ocean instantly. A cyclone was generated as a radius of more than 50,000 feet was cleared of water and walls of ocean waves spread to other areas. Mac broke through the ocean bed and continuously kept falling further underground from the force of the throw. The clone's unconscious body, which still had triangular-shaped star constructs around it, was flying toward the ocean when Gustav grabbed it forcefully. "Gotta put this in my personal space," he voiced with a struggling tone as he tightened his hand around the construct in a bid to break through it and retrieve the clone's body. Unfortunately, the construct seemed unbreakable despite the amount of pressure Gustav inflicted on it. "I have no choice but to use it." Gustav could only pray that it didn't get noticed as a stack of multicolored rhombuses phased out of his left palm area. "Just the construct," Gustav instructed. In the next instant, the construct was consumed by Cohelia, leaving Gustav's unconscious clone untouched. Gustav reached out to grab the clone before it could fall, but before he made contact with it, a yellow streak came out of nowhere and snatched the clone from him. "Damn it! I wasn't fast enough." Gustav gritted his teeth. Mac had the clone in his grasp as he appeared hundreds of feet away from Gustav. I cannot ignore your level of strength even though it is beneath mine. Someone as powerful as you are will not be able to go unnoticed since there are not a lot of mixed bloods on this level of strength. Who are you?" Mac questioned with a perceptible tone of interest. Although Gustav's demon fox-like mask had been disintegrated when Mac attacked earlier, one still couldn't tell how he looked at the moment. This was because Gustav activated Ultimate Combination, which had completely altered his human look. "I am nobody," Gustav answered with the same fake middle-aged voice he had been using all this time. "Who knows? I might just leave the kid to you if you revealed who you are." Mac grinned lightly while proposing. "No, you wouldn't," Gustav said internally, and he was right. Who in their right senses would let go of the original and a clone at the same time? "I will no longer take your acts lightly if you keep this up." Knowing he couldn't get Gustav to spill the beans, Mac warned heavily. "Just give him back and I will be out of your way." Gustav remained unyielding as well. "I can't do that," Mac stated. Spak. Before he could completely cast any ability, Gustav moved like a lightning bolt. Thrats. He arrived before Mac in an instant while throwing out a glowing icy fist. "This will be very damaging if I don't evade or counter." Mac was a bit faster, but he knew he only had two choices at this moment since complete evasion while holding onto the clone was impossible. Phui. He let go of the clone and raised his right arm to block Gustav's attack while arching his left arm backward to thrust a counterpalm strike at Gustav's gut. Boom. A loud crash that reverberated across the entirety of the earth rang out as Gustav's fists collided with Mac's arm. Mac's face barely displayed an affected look as his palm rammed into Gustav's knee at the same moment. Gustav had raised his knee to block the palm strike, and now they had both hit each other with enough force to split the earth in two. Bomb! The entirety of the earth quaked intensely as they were both sent catapulting backward. "He tricked me. That attack was much more powerful than I sensed." Chapter 1407 Absolute Death. "He tricked me. That attack was much more powerful than I sensed." Mac forcefully swallowed the blood threatening to shoot out of his mouth as he flew uncontrollably into the distance. Gustav wasn't any better as his left leg could be seen missing from the knee downwards. His figure left a trail of blood across the air as the force from their collision sent him spiraling backward much harder than Mac. Brew. Gustav vomited out a mouthful of blood as the attack had truly rocked him to his core. Now he understood what it was like to go against the strongest mixed blood of their age. The clone. Gustav struggled to breathe as his perception picked on the falling body in the distance. The clash had driven them thousands upon thousands of feet away from each another, and it had also left the body of the clone falling from the air. Mac had regained control of his drifting body before Gustav could. The moment he came to a stop, he peered forward in the direction of the falling body. Fuhush. His figure drove forward at a much faster speed than Gustav's, crossing a distance of more than 10,000 feet in milliseconds. Pa. Gustav slapped his face in mid-air to jolt his body back to a functional state as he sensed that Mac was about to grab the body. Space contrasted, turning into a tunnel that led straight to the unconscious clone the moment Gustav charged forward. He arrived before Mac and threw an uppercut at his face. Mac once more had to let go of the clone to defend himself, causing both of them to clash thousands of times in just a few milliseconds. Bang! 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 They both repeatedly threw out extremely quick strikes with even more caution and precision than before, causing waves upon waves of energy to disperse in every direction. The ocean beneath them had been disturbed to the point where its waves had moved to another location entirely. Beneath them, the ocean waves that were displaced still hadn't returned, giving them a view of the ocean floor. Shores were being flooded due to their battle, and the weather conditions in the sky had undergone a complete change. Even though Gustav managed to block a lot of Mac's attacks, he was still receiving grievous injuries. Mac was more cautious than before, so he had hardly taken damage from Gustav's attack, but he knew they couldn't keep it up. From the corner of their eyes, they saw that the body was about to collide with the ocean floor. Why? The moment they both realized this, Gustav and Mac dashed downwards with incredible speed. Gustav reached out to grab the clone's unconscious body before it could strike the ground when Mac threw out a purplish blast that sent him flying into the distance. Bang! Mac caught the clone just inches away from hitting the surface, but before he could even relish the feeling of relief, a red bolt tore through the air and slammed into his chest. He subconsciously let go of the clone's body as a bloody hole appeared in the middle of his chest from the attack while his figure got blasted backward. Gustav reached the clone, which was now resting on a rock protruding from the ocean bed, and swiftly drew a rectangular line in mid-air with his index finger. A glowing doorway appeared in view and Gustav swiftly threw the clone into it. However, before he could close the doorway to the space he created, Mac's figure rammed into him from the side. He was sent flying as loud cracking sounds rang out while Gustav spat out blood profusely. I've never been beaten to this point before. While ultimate combination is activated, he isn't the strongest for nothing, Gustav grumbled internally as he felt his organs shifting out of place from Mac's continuous hits. He couldn't help but curse at the fact that the dimensional bracelet was currently out of power. He would have gotten out of here with the body a long time ago if it wasn't the case. As Mac reached out to grab the clone's unconscious body within Gustav's conjured space, an orb suddenly appeared beside him. The moment he turned to the side in surprise, a burst of reddish and purplish energy swept out from the orb. Boom! Mac was sent flying with intensity as the immensely destructive energy raged forth like a force of death. Gustav willed the space to close at the moment of the blast so as not to end up incinerating the clone by mistake. However, the torrent of destructive energy had swept him away as well and was currently consuming the ocean. Contain! Gustav yelled while slapping his palms together and gritting his teeth forcefully. The energy sweeping forth suddenly stopped while sweat began to dribble down Gustav's face. He had only let the energy rage for half a second, and yet the entire ocean was nearly dried out. A look of regret could be seen on his face as the energy began to rescind. His body got charred due to this, but he had enough power to retract the attack. The torrent of energy continued to withdraw until it got contained in an orb like before, except that this one happened to give off a weaker energy compared to the previous one. If Gustav had let the energy fully sweep out, the entire Earth would have been consumed. No one would know that he was responsible for it, but he would have really become a real planet destroyer had such happened. Mac's upper body had a few scalds and most of his clothes had been chalked away, but he still seemed very much vibrant. This was an attack that would usually disintegrate everything in sight, and yet it only managed to send Mac some distance away with barely any injuries. He picked himself up and observed the destruction around him. It was like being at the edge of the world where endless waves once danced. What lay before him now was a desolate expanse bearing the scars of a cataclysmic event. The once majestic ocean had been brought to the brink of desiccation, its waters reduced abysmally. The seabed, now exposed and cracked, told a silent tale of devastation. The ocean's floor, once hidden beneath a vibrant mosaic of marine life, lay barren and desolate. Aquatic mixed breeds that once darted through the vast blue ocean had vanished, leaving behind a haunting emptiness. He is an alpha-ranked mixed blood capable of such, and yet I have never met him before this. Mac knew that alpha-ranked mixed bloods were capable of bringing the Earth to a state of devastation. However, it was a different case when they were not only capable of that, but could also exchange more than a couple of blows with him. The last person he recalled was able to do this was Miss Amy, and there had not been anyone else since. This made him even more interested in the identity of the person he was battling against, but there was only one choice left. It is dangerous to keep this up for the sake of the Earth. I must eradicate him in one fell swoop and retrieve the kid, Mac decided while levitating. Gustav had successfully managed to put the clone away in the space he conjured, but he couldn't come up with ways to escape Mac at the moment. He had already expended a lot of energy due to constant regeneration. Just being around someone as powerful as Mac, who unleashed most of his energy, was causing him damage. There was no doubt that he was still far from reaching Mac's level, but he couldn't have asked for a better situation since Jack was said to be more powerful than Mac. It made sense since people mostly mentioned Jack whenever a discussion about the strongest mixed blood was brought up. Gustav couldn't imagine how much crazier it would have been if he had to face Jack. Gustav suddenly paused as he felt something. Something inexplicable. He turned to the southwest as he sensed it and spotted the darkening clouds up ahead. Mac had his finger pointed in Gustav's direction as triangular star-shaped patterns appeared in reddish form. As much as I would like to continue this, I can't. With the activation of absolute death, this fellow will meet his end. When his space ruptures, I will retrieve the boy, Mac decided internally while the darkening clouds increased. I'm going to die. I can feel it, Gustav said internally as the fear that he had never felt in ages gripped his heart. Don't let him complete that attack. You have the means to end the world's strongest mixed blood right now, the system suddenly chimed in. Stop. I know you don't want to do it, but it is his life or yours, the system added. Stop, let me think. Gustav yelled internally. You do not have time to think. The moment the system replied, a massive jaw of darkness appeared beneath the area where Gustav was situated. Cohelia, Gustav roared, causing rhombuses of multicolored lights to burst out from his being. Chapter 1408 Reappearance of the Otherworld. Being the moment the system replied, a massive jaw of darkness appeared beneath the area where Gustav was situated. Cohelia, Gustav roared, causing rhombuses of multicolored lights to burst out from his being. Master! A loud and domineering baritone voice rang out as Cohelia was being summoned in full power. The atmosphere became extremely tense because of the frightening aura the both of them were giving off. As the tension rose to its apex, Mac's face suddenly scrunched up with a disturbed expression. Gustav was about to devour everything within a particular radius when he sensed the energy from Mac's side thinning. Something is wrong, Gustav said internally. I think you're right, the system agreed. At that moment, Mac suddenly deactivated his attack and blasted off into the sky at unprecedented speed. Gustav paused in bafflement. What is going on? He wondered out loud. It made no sense for Mac to just suddenly leave since he wasn't losing the battle. Gustav only had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Anyone who had witnessed the battle would have known that Gustav was still a level beneath Mac, so why would he suddenly leave? Whatever happened is none of my concern since it helps. Time to leave. Gustav couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he turned and commanded Cohelia to retract. Aren't you at least curious about what came up that made the world's strongest halt the process of retrieving a universally known fugitive? The system questioned internally. Has to be something more important, probably life or planet-threatening, Gustav assumed and then suddenly paused. You know what it is, don't you? Gustav questioned with a tone of realization. Minutes earlier, at the Icy Research Center, Grand Commander Shen stood before the underground space where the Death Angel was being kept. He was glad that at the very least he was there to watch after the research center, or Mac would never have agreed to leave in pursuit of Gustav. It had taken a lot of convincing, but since Mac had felt the Grand Commander was capable enough, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to leave the protection of the research center to him for 20 seconds. 20 seconds was the amount of time he had assumed it would take him to get Gustav's clone, who he thought was the original, and return to the research center. His calculation was done on account of the resistance of the party who was holding onto the clone, the real Gustav. No one would have expected that the mixed blood assumed to be at the alpha rank would give Mac so much trouble. Behind Grand Commander Shen was a group of scientists working on a dark cube-like box that kept generating yellow sparks of electricity. Almost fully calibrated. Dr. Markle, who was the leading scientist there, gave occasional feedback to Grand Commander Shen. Holographic imagery gave them visuals of a percentage currently at 99.30% slowly moving upwards. "It is still far from what I requested of you," Grand Commander Shen voiced while turning away from the Death Angel who was completely trapped in the space ahead. "One step at a time. If we can first bring it to a point where mixed bloods will be able to exist in the other dimension without weakening, it will be a great achievement that will take us a level further to the goal we're aiming at," Dr. Markle stated with a tone of assurance. As the values before the percentage increased, so did the anticipation within the room. "Almost there," Dr. Markle stated as the dark cube throbbed violently and the yellow sparks swimming around it increased. "Less than 99.80%, almost there. Steady her." He instructed the other scientists who tapped on multiple holographic buttons to control the tubes attached to the cube. "Less than 99.90%. Squinting eyes face, 99.99%. At the moment, it was like time had come to a pause as the scientists and Dr. Markle watched the holographic display with keen eyes. All of a sudden, cracks began to appear on the surface. There was no glass or structure affected in the vicinity by the unexpected and inexplicable phenomenon, and yet it seemed like the air itself had cracks on them, almost like reality was being shattered before their very eyes. Grand Commander Shen, who had noticed it before anyone else, moved with speed and precision, grabbing Dr. Markle by the collar before the phenomenon could completely unfold into an unexpected disaster. "Watch out!" His voice rang out loudly as he instantly jumped backward with Dr. Markle in his grasp. The moment their bodies arrived at the end of the space, a soft but deadly slash shimmering with both light and darkness sliced through the air. Every single scientist besides Dr. Markle had their bodies cleaved in two in an instant. Blood gushed out and spread across the place as the dark cube wasn't spared as well. The slash had divided it into two halves, causing the experiment to immediately come to a halt. What a waste! The instant Grand Commander Shen spotted the arm protruding from the middle of the crack that had spread across the air like spiderwebs, he recognized it. It's that thing from before. Grand Commander Shen didn't need to be told before he knew that everyone within the facility was in danger, so he instant activated the warning alarms. "Go!" he yelled at Dr. Markle while the being responsible for the attack slowly pushed the rest of its body out of the cracks. But Dr. Markle was about to mention the Death Angel in bondage when Grand Commander Shen cut him off. "Go now!" he yelled while gracefully swinging his arm sideways. Bang! A hole was instantly blasted through the walls behind, which connected to an icy tunnelway. Dr. Markle had no choice but to swallow his complaints and flee the vicinity. Grand Commander Shen, recalling how things went the last time, had to admit that he dug a hole for himself by asking Mac to go after Gustav. It had been over 3 months since the being's last appearance. He didn't win against it then, and he was certain that he would be able to contend with its strength now. Understanding the situation, Grand Commander Shen charged forward with speed. Swee-eye! He sped past the cracking area and blasted straight through the reinforced glass that housed the captive Death Angel. "Let's see if you will be able to take it with you after I keep it inside of me again." The diamond-like shard embedded in the Grand Commander's forehead gleamed brightly as he arrived before the Death Angel. The Death Angel instantly turned illusionary and began to shrink while drifting towards the position of the shard embedded in Grand Commander Cheyenne's forehead. Kaka Kaka Voieritujvaal, the Death Angel, who seemed to be conscious at the time, spat out a bunch of incoherent words, or so they seemed. To an ordinary person, those words, if they could even be called words, were incoherent, but to Grand Commander Shen, he knew they held meaning. The problem was that there was no way to decipher the meaning at that instant because of the perilous situation he was in. Grand Commander Cheyenne's face turned even more serious as he sped up the rate of absorption. All of a sudden, the air shimmered and vibrated with incredible intensity and Grand Commander Shen spat out a mouthful of blood. Grr! He fell to his knees weakly as his vision grew heavy with every passing millisecond. Behind him was a massive gash that had cut so deep that one could see Grand Commander Cheyenne's internal organs from the back. Blood tried to seep out but was disintegrated by the dark corrosive light surrounding the edges of the gash. Grand Commander Shen couldn't recall the last time anyone had managed to bring his body to that state. It had never happened before, and to make matters worse, he didn't even sense the attack until it hit. It meant the attack must have transcended his perceptive speed and hit like it had been teleported. Step tilde step tilde step tilde. He could faintly hear the sound of footsteps behind him announcing that his end was nigh. He tried to summon strength and planted his palm on the floor for support when a sharp line suddenly appeared on his elbow region. Krook tilde. Half of Grand Commander Cheyenne's right arm was instantly lopped off, causing him to fall over. Ooah! Blood seeped out intensely as the footsteps grew closer. The figure currently standing behind him had a feminine structure. She had a line that separated the two contrasting colors that her skin possessed. The half-white of her face twisted a little as the darkness in the eye positioned on that half seemed to spread a little. The blade in her right hand gleamed dangerously as she raised it ever so slightly. The entire facility trembled in the wake of the energy that surrounded her figure, causing Grand Commander Shen to struggle even harder with breathing. Add my new WSA entry to your L. Chapter 1409. Unsettling casualties. The strength of this thing. It's higher than the last time. Grand Commander Shen could barely collect his thoughts at the moment. Despite the incredible power of the being upon its first appearance, it was still known to be weaker than the world's strongest mixed blood, Jack, in terms of strength, but at the moment Grand Commander Shen wasn't sure anymore. With the energy it generated, he felt like it could destroy the Earth 10 times over with ease if that was its objective. The Death Angel laughed repeatedly as it watched the scene play out with immense excitement. It continuously repeated the same words it had spoken to Grand Commander Cheyenne's face repeatedly. The feminine humanoid raised its blade and casually cut a line across the air, a line that could cut through any surface no matter how dense. There was no doubt that the casual attack would end Grand Commander Shen, and since it was instantaneous, the old man knew that he was as good as dead. Tweihi. A line that severed the entire underground icy structure from the bottom up to the surface, ripped forward with intensity, causing its collapse. The scientists who had managed to make it to the surface were being carted away in emergency vehicles when the immense energy radiating from the casual attack blasted everyone into the distance. They all felt the heat of the attack even though they weren't physically hit. Time had come to a stop as they watched the bodies of their colleagues disintegrate from the powerful shockwaves. As the environment was plunged into utter chaos, a loud voice rang loudly across the vicinity. Space constructs. It was both soft and extremely loud at the same time. A rhythmic energy pulsated as stars with triangular patterns formed an enclosure around the figures of the scientists who were currently still in mid-air from the blast of energy. The moment the constructs were formed, the scientists were safe from the destructive energy that thrashed around. Not a single one of them had noticed when Mac arrived. The speed at which he had activated his bloodline ability to protect them had been incredibly quick. Swayhe tilde. Loud whooshing sounds rang out as the 27 in midair vanished briefly before threads of sizzling dark light blasted forth from below. Boom! Everything within a radius of 700 miles instantly disintegrated, leaving a massive charred hole on the surface of the Earth. The sudden discharge had consumed everything in sight, Mac included. It seemed like nothing would be able to survive within it. However, 30 seconds later, Mac remained in mid-air without any new injuries. The only injuries on his body were the few scalds and bruises he received from fighting Gustav, but it was barely noticeable. Mac had successfully gotten everyone out of range except for Grand Commander Shen, who was still underground when this happened. Unfortunately, there was nothing left. The research center along with the Iceland that spanned for a couple of 100 miles was completely gone. It solidified the status quo. Grand Commander Shen was gone. The only visible outline in the vicinity was an all-black creature with wings and horns who looked no different from the depiction of demons from children's fairy tale, alongside a feminine white and black figure with a single inverted horn protruding out of her forehead. The Death Angel has been freed, and that creature beside it, That must be the creature I returned to Earth for. Mac's face retained a calm expression as he analyzed the situation. He now understood why they had him return. No one on Earth would have been able to handle such a creature. Mac, let's switch. You can have some of my time later. Usually, I would say no, but the situation does seem troublesome. You can take over, Mac responded while letting out a small sigh. While the conversation was ongoing in Mac's head, the Death Angel below had pointed in Mac's direction. It seemed like the Death Angel was complaining about his existence and possibly asking the feminine-looking being beside it why Mac was still alive. The attack was immensely powerful after all and comparable to Gustav's planet-decimating orbs. They didn't seem to be aware that this was the strongest mixed blood in existence. The half-dark and white feminine being reacted by raising the blade in her grasp to Mac, who was still floating in mid-air. Her blade emitted such powerful energy that caused the air around them to begin cracking like glass. It spread forth from her being as she drew a line across the air again. It seemed like the world was going to split in two at that moment as the line surged forth with unparalleled intensity. At that moment, the scenery around them suddenly changed. The Death Angel and half-dark and white being were left baffled upon realizing that they were now in an environment that possessed no physical matter. They found themselves suspended in a surreal ballet of existence. The surroundings defied the very fabric of reality, a place where the concepts of land and water dissolved into the intangible embrace of air and vapor. The air around them bore a translucence that hinted at the intangible nature of their surroundings. There was no up or down, neither was there any discernible orientation in the mesmerizing expanse. Whispers of unseen forces resonated through the air, a haunting symphony that transcended audible sound. Space itself seemed to fold and contort, creating optical illusions that challenged the very nature of perception. They tried to pinpoint Mac's location in that realm, but it brought them even more confusion to see a different humanoid being floating ahead of them in that space. He looked to be around his 20s with jet-black hair and a charismatic-looking expression on his face. He gave off an overbearing aura that caused the realm to pulse as if in reverence to his dignified presence. I transferred us here because if we were to fight on Earth, the world would come to an end. The voice of the entity rippled across the space like a newly arrived deity. The Death Angel's hollow grey eyes widened in realization. It looked like a different person, but it was the being that had manifested from the one that remained after the attack on the research center. It was Jack. They were here just now. Where did they go? Gustav wondered with a conflicted look as he arrived above a space huddled with destruction. Kaya. Kiriko. Ra. Father. Mother. Sniff tilde my legs. Kaya. My legs are gone. As Gustav's perception traveled across the globe, he could hear the cries of many innocents. The destruction that had ensued from his fight with Jack was one thing, but the energy that erupted from the attack of the half-dark and white being had wreaked more havoc than they realized. Perhaps that was the reason Jack immediately transferred the fight to a different location, but Gustav was unaware that this was the case. All he knew at the moment was the fact that both his battle with Jack and the attack from the half-dark and white being had brought about a casualty of millions. Gustav couldn't help but feel guilty as his perception continuously picked up on more destruction across the globe. Millions were confirmed to have perished already, but even more were left with grievous injuries. Alarms were going off all across the world as health practitioners moved to work despite having suffered casualties themselves. The injured who were getting treatment at the moment weren't healing. It turned out that the attack from the half-dark and white being brought irrevocable damage that could not be reversed by even the best healing meds. Gustav was feeling a bit guilty as he picked up on everything going on at the moment. Earth was on fire. Grand Commander Shen was here. I can't sense him anywhere on the entire Earth. Gustav knew what that meant. Grand Commander Shen was someone he had always respected. Not to mention the fact that informed Gustav of the Grand Commander standing up for him several times during his absence from Earth. GRTTTZ appeared in holographic format with a deadbeat look on his face. Plankton City was affected too. Angius brother is. After the call ended, Gustav's remained in place silently for a few seconds as report echoed in his mind, mixing with the cries of Earthlings. How unlucky can one person be? I just arrived on this planet yesterday and everything has gone to shit, Gustav lamented with a soft but slightly frustrated expression. I can't let things be. A glowing hourglass appeared in Gustav's grasp. What did I tell you about constantly using that? The system instantly nagged. I will be fine, Gustav voiced while imbuing the ancient hourglass with his essence. The item emitted an even brighter glow as its golden sands pulsated with mythical energy. You don't ever listen until something seriously bad happens, the system stated with a dissatisfied tone. There is no other way, it is for the best that this battle never happens, Gustav voiced while turning the hourglass upside down. Chapter 14:10 I warned you there is no other way, it is for the best that this battle never happens, Gustav voiced while turning the hourglass upside down. A golden energy thronged, spreading across the fabric of existence in an instant. Planets and galaxies were once more covered by the spread of the golden glow, unaware that this wasn't the first time such a scenario was taking place. As the sands began to pour, time reversed on a universal scale. Within the realm that Jack pulled the Death Angel and the white and dark powerful being, an incredibly destructive battle was ongoing. The battle wreaked chaotic waves of destruction that would long have destroyed the Earth had they remained there to face off. It would have caused great peril even across the galaxy. Jack was facing off against the half-contrasting color alongside the Death Angel, who had gotten weaker than both of them after being dragged into Jack's dimension. Jack was holding his own against both of them and had even managed to inflict injuries on them. However, he wasn't without damage himself. He couldn't help but wonder why the half-white and dark being wasn't affected by the same weakening laws that put the Death Angel in its current state. As their battle raged on, a mythical golden energy suddenly invaded the realm. All three of them were instantly bathed in the golden waves and found their actions reversing. Someone is reversing time, Jack immediately realized and tried to free himself from the universal laws of time. Jack and the two other entities were beyond time, so they were supposed to be immune to time-related abilities even if the entire world was affected. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't so. Jack found himself shackled by the power of the force driving the time reversal and was unable to free himself. The same applied to the Death Angel and half-dark and white being. They all seemed to be baffled by the power of time affecting them and erasing their memories as all of existence reversed. Jack turned to the side and peered through the yellow wave of energy, only to spot a silhouette existing outside of the wave. He recognized this silhouette. You! A moment after he voiced with a tone of realization, his memories were erased as he turned illusionary. Minutes later, Gustav stood in mid-air with the hourglass in his grasp. His perception spread across the entire planet and to his relief, the world wasn't on fire. Mac was still floating above the icy terrain that housed the secret research underground center. In Gustav's left hand was the unconscious corpse of his clone. It turned out that he had just finished beating him up and flown to an area above a large forest space. Gustav wasted no time and swiftly conjured up a bluish space to keep the clone. A moment after he did this, he let out a sigh of relief. What would I have told Angie if she had returned to meet her little brother dead? He said internally. Gustav turned to a direction in midair and was just about to fly away when Krook. Blood began gushing out of his nose. Huh! Gustav reached out to cover his nose in confusion. I warned you, the system voice chimed. What is? Gustav suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood before he could form a coherent sentence. Kirk. His vision faded very quickly and he fell from the air. Foo-hui. Bang. His body crashed into a tree, causing it to split in two as he got wedged in between since it didn't separate all the way. Gustav completely passed out. ZHH a teenage girl with crimson hair and a gown phased out of him in the next instant. Such a fool, she uttered with a look of distaste. What will be the point of reversing time if you not only get yourself killed but also fail to prevent the same situation from playing out again? The system questioned with a tone of annoyance. A loud growl rang out with intensity, causing the surroundings to quake. A level 98 Warthog. The system said with a wary tone after identifying the mixed breed that had let out the loud growl. She instantly became afraid. When Gustav had arrived there before reversing time, the beast had been docile. Despite being the lord of the territory, the beast didn't dare bother Gustav at that time because of the presence he gave off. Now that Gustav was unconscious, his presence had weakened significantly, which put him in danger. "I don't have the power to fight a beast, you better not die." The system proceeded to grab Gustav's arm and began pulling him towards a nearby rock with a small cave within. She groaned multiple times because of Gustav's weight but managed to pull it off after a minute. The cave was dimly illuminated, making them barely visible within. The system put Gustav behind a small block and stared at the entry point with a look of wariness. She grabbed a bunch of leaves and broken branches to block the entrance, which wasn't very wide. Another loud growl rang out, and it sounded even closer than the last. Did it notice us already? The system wondered. Bam! She grew increasingly worried as loud collisions from limbs striking the ground began to cause the cave to vibrate. It was obvious that a large creature was strolling around nearby. Bam! With every strike, the tension in the air increased. Bam! Bam! The system squinted her eyes as she noticed some more leaves shudder outside of the cave's entrance like something was passing by. "Looks like it knows we are here," she uttered internally as the leaves and branches she placed at the entrance brushed to the side. Fuhuhuai! In the next moment, a being appeared at the entry point. The growls and loud collisions instantly came to a stop. "Oh, it's you," the system stated with a slight tone of relief. "Do I know you, youngling?" A human voice rang out. "Youngling?" Even the strongest is quite ignorant. The system maintained a look of pride as the person before them, who happened to be Mac, stepped forward. "What does it matter? Anyways, if you're here for him, I'd advise you to head back. You need to be prepared for what is coming before it arrives," the system blurted out. "What is a little girl doing out here, and with that man? What happened to him?" Mac questioned after realizing that Gustav was unconscious. "You don't have time for this," the system voiced while a red holographic screen shot out of her eyes. "Watch this," she said to Mac. Footage of destruction played out, causing Mac's eyes to constrict in confusion. "What is this?" he questioned with a grave tone. "It is what will happen unless you listen to my instructions and choose not to repeat the same mistake," the system answered like an all-knowing being. "What do you mean?" Mac inquired with a concerned look. 2 days later, Gustav's eyes flickered open and he found himself staring at the crystalline ceilings of a room. He instantly recognized this place to be EE's crib. "How did I?" Gustav suddenly jumped to his feet as he held his face. He couldn't feel blood on his face and even his clothes were a new pair. The room door slid to the side and EE walked in alongside Endrik. "Welcome back to the land of the living," EE voiced with a smile. You overdid it this time, big brother," Endrik stated while softly stroking his hair as they walked in. "How long have I been out?" Gustav questioned with a tone of urgency. 2 days, EE answered candidly. 2 days. Gustav yelled and jumped to his feet. "Relax," Endrik immediately placed his hand on Gustav's chest and pushed him back to the bed. Gustav fell weakly with a puzzled look on his face. "First off, I know," Endrik said to Gustav. "I still have the memory," he hinted at the time rewinding, causing Gustav to recall that he was a time candidate. "I know too," he told me, EE chimed in from the side. "Then what happened?" Gustav questioned as he regained his calm look. "The thing living in you managed to convince Mac to focus on preventing that being from freeing the Death Angel and wreaking havoc." Endrik proceeded to narrate everything that had happened to Gustav. It turned out that after the system had successfully convinced Mac, he got everyone out of the facility before the arrival of the half-white and dark being. Except for the Death Angel. According to what they knew, the half-white and dark being only appeared because of the Death Angel, so moving it would pretty much be the same as moving chaos to another location. Jack and Mac also stopped the experiments the scientists were conducting to make sure things would not repeat themselves. Chapter 14:11 Unexpected turn of events. Jack and Mac stopped the experiments the scientists were conducting just to make sure things would not repeat themselves. However, even after an hour had rolled by, the half-dark and white being did not appear. It didn't show up. Gustav was incredibly shocked at first. No, it has been 2 days, and still the same. It never came back, Endrik announced. When you say it never came back, does that mean it knows? Gustav questioned as a wave of eeriness permeated the room. Endrik nodded in affirmation. But that should be impossible. Gustav knew just how powerful the ancient hourglass was. No being, no matter how powerful, could overcome its effects. Impossible in this dimension, yes, but the other one. Immediately after Endrik pointed this out, Gustav's eyes widened in realization. If the being is truly from the other world, then the time there wasn't affected, and if that is the case, then whoever sent it here in the first place must still be aware that they already came here. Gustav pieced things together very quickly. Just what is that being? EE questioned out loud. That is what I would like to know as well. In that other reality, the being left Grand Commander Shen without a corpse. Gustav's eyes turned into slits as he spoke. I sensed its presence faintly but could not predict its appearance. The problem is, this being is not supposed to exist, Endrik voiced with a tone of uncertainty. What are you trying to say? Gustav questioned with a concerned tone. I don't completely understand it myself, but that being's existence seems to be some kind of anomaly. Anyone from the other world is not supposed to be able to use strength on that scale in this world. No matter how powerful they originally were, Endrik replied with a perturbed expression. I did hear that Grand Commander Shen mentioned from his last encounter that the presence of that being seemed unstable, EE chimed in, sounding a bit rattled. We need more information. Gustav tried standing again, only to hold his gut in pain. Just relax. I'll try to get more info, but you stay here and recuperate. EE placed his hand on Gustav's shoulder. Tilda sigh tilde, first scientist's ill and now this. Troubles never end, Gustav mumbled while brushing EE's hand off his shoulder. I can't stay put, he added while forcing himself up. Come on man, you haven't even taken a breather since, EE nagged. Did you find the scientist? Gustav inquired. Silence. That's what I thought, Gustav stated while taking slow and painful steps forward. Tilde, the system suddenly phased out of him and blocked his path. You are trying to get yourself killed. The system voiced with a distasteful tone. Out of my way, I need to get what I came for and do what is required, Gustav muttered groggily. Have you tried using your abilities? Or channeling any of your bloodlines? The system questioned. Gustav exclaimed with a suspicious tone. You choose to disobey orders and let Gustav Crimson escape our hands. Within a boardroom, a man in an MBO uniform yelled out. Perhaps that was due to the incompetence of the officers sent there, Mac replied from the other end of the table with an unbothered tone. Bam! General Chell slammed the table with a look of anguish. It was requested of you to go after the assailant who took down the Universal Fugitive and retrieve him, but instead you came back empty-handed. To make things even more ridiculous, you returned with a fake prophecy of the unstable being returning to wreak havoc on Earth. Not a fake prophecy, it already happened, Mac responded. See what I am talking about? General Chell had veins popping out of his forehead and temples as he pointed shaky fingers at Mac. Ridiculous, he screamed. General Chell, relax, Grand Commander Shen, who sat by the side, voiced with an authoritative but calm tone. General Chell gritted his teeth and sat once more. It looked like he was trying to quell his current rage. Meanwhile, Mac didn't look bothered in the slightest. Mac, what is the basis for your claim? Grand Commander Shen inquired. I'll tell you a short story, Mac voiced in response and paused briefly before resuming. I found the person who took the kid, but a girl who was with him showed me a future course of events that had already happened. The Earth was in turmoil and millions had lost their lives because of a mistake. Can you guess what the mistake was? You leaving the research center? Grand Commander Shen pointed out. Yes and no. No, because I still left the research center to go after him. The real issue was engaging in a fierce battle with the assailant that got so heated that Earth suffered consequences. The period I was away from the research center was when that being appeared that put the entire Earth at risk and caused the death of millions, which could have been prevented if I had remained in the research center, doing the job I returned to Earth for, Mac narrated lengthily. Not this crap again. General Chell was about to go off when Grand Commander Shen raised his right hand. He instantly stopped after seeing that gesture. Why do you believe that it was true? It didn't happen, Grand Commander Shen inquired. Because it is. Time was reversed by the person who took Gustav Crimson. They wanted to inform me of the peril, which is what their associate did. I completely believe the girl because the moment she began showing me all that happened, my memories returned, memories of that timeline. Mac's explanation caused everyone's mouth to widen. This was coming from the most powerful mixed blood in existence, so his words couldn't just be taken with levity. However, confusion remained. Then why would the unstable being not return as expected? Grand Commander Shen questioned. Because if I can remember that timeline, then so can they. Why would anyone want to repeat what would potentially turn out bad for them? Mac's response caused their eyes to widen in realization. Grand Commander Shen felt that it made absolute sense. That being was more powerful than him as an alpha, with their strength level being close to that of Jack and Mac, who were capable of being immune to time-related abilities. They might have remembered everything as well. He still disobeyed, General Chell stated. For the betterment of Earth, what we need to do now is find the person who took Gustav Crimson, Grand Commander Shen voiced with a rational look. Any clues? Grand Commander Shen turned to Mac. No. They are long gone, Mac responded bluntly. They must still be on the planet. We should pan out more forces to search, one of the commanders in the room suggested. The meeting went on for about 30 minutes more, with every officer present suggesting different tactics to find the assailant or draw them out. After it ended, everyone except Mac and one more officer moved out. The meeting was held in the IC Research Center because Mac had stated that he would not be leaving the place. Since they couldn't bring him to the MBO Tower in Plankton City for the meeting, they had to bring the meeting to him. For Mac, even a single second was plenty for chaos to ensue, especially with an enemy like the unstable being, so he didn't want to be any long distance away from the research center. I have a feeling that we are not getting to the bottom of this. Grand Commander Shen had a contemplative look as he voiced out to the commander who remained on his command. What was Gustav Crimson after? Why would he just come out of hiding and wreak havoc on a city that one of his closest friends grew up in? He might be cold, but it seems unlikely that he would do that. Also, we are still unaware of the identity of the being that stopped him. How is that being able to reverse time on such a scale? I believe that if we uncover all of this, we will be able to find Gustav Crimson. Commander Xanatus laid out his concerns and they aligned with that of the Grand Commander. From what I have heard about the kid's strength, I do not believe he would go down so easily. There must be something amiss, Grand Commander Shen added. I need to know the answer to these questions. Can I leave the investigation to you? He said to Commander Xanatus. As you wish, sir. Commander Xanatus responded with a chest salute and turned around to walk out. Tilda in the passageway, an illusionary figure phased out of the wall and stared in the direction of the officer who was walking away. It proceeded to follow the officer. Within an all-blue space, a figure with multiple glowing strings attached to different parts of his body could be spotted suspended in mid-air. Chapter 14:12 I heard you were looking for me. Will you tell me where he is, or shall we do this the hard way? Gustav's voice rang out as he closed in on the person. What could you possibly do to me that I wouldn't expect? You are me, the clone who was now conscious, responded with a tone of mischief. No, you are a failed attempt at being me. A counterfeit, an anomaly, a pitiful test tube fetus, Gustav said while approaching. The clone's face tightened with disdain. Just get it over with. I know you won't let it out, so I might as well just take it from you, Gustav said while wrapping his fingers around the clone's face. Memory siphoning has been activated. Gustav pressed his hand against the face of the struggling clone as he waited for memories to appear in his mind, but even after a couple of seconds had gone by, there was still nothing. Target mental fortitude is too high. Memory siphoning has failed. Gustav was taken aback. You said I could use this one, so why this? Gustav inquired internally with a look of bafflement. Yes, not all your abilities are gone, this one is available. You are just unlucky because your clone has a very high mental fortitude, the system answered. Does this mean I really can't siphon his memories? Gustav intoned with a confirmatory look. Der Sherlock, Gustav retracted his hand with a disturbed look, causing the clone to stare at him with an expression of suspicion. There were several abilities the clone didn't possess, so it didn't have an idea of what Gustav wanted to do. Scientist Zill had extracted Gustav's cells at a time when Gustav was still kilo-ranked strength. Although the clone was more powerful than kilo-ranked mixed blood, it was still very far from reaching the strength of a bet-ranked mixed blood, and Gustav was as powerful as an Alf when they faced off, so the disparity was massive. This would have been much easier if I could still spread my perception across the earth. How long did you say it would take for me to return to full strength? Gustav inquired. 4 to 5 days, the system answered. Gustav couldn't help but display a concerned expression. Only a day had passed since he regained consciousness, and now he had to wait for another 5 days before he could regain full power. The system had informed him earlier that using the ancient hourglass had caused him too much strain, and it had finally taken effect. Although it was sudden, the system explained that he had to make sure he didn't use the hourglass for the next 3 months, and when he finally did, he had to make sure a reasonable amount of time would have passed before he made use of it again. The system had explained that even though he had the strength of an alpha, he wasn't an actual alpha yet. So, even if he was capable of activating the sacred items, he had to limit their usage till he became a full-fledged alpha rank. That way he would no longer get any negative effects from constant usage aside from normal energy deduction. The problem now was finding Scientist Zill. Gustav had put Endrik and EE on helping with the situation, but they didn't have much luck with it. Why are you keeping his location from me? Gustav questioned. He is my maker, Gustav's clone replied. No, that is not it. There is something, isn't there? Gustav noticed the clone's eyes flash faintly before returning to their usual dim look. I knew it, Gustav stated firmly. You don't know nothing, the clone blurted. Tell me, what exactly is he up to? Gustav inquired while grabbing his chin and forcibly pulling the clone closer to his face. You will know when he is finished. A faint smirk appeared on the face of the clone. Gustav felt like he was looking in a mirror. Except for the eye patch, this was his look of mischief. So that is it. The reason you appeared in Arabia City was to divert my attention because of whatever Scientist Zill is planning. You were never looking to win. You acted recklessly to prevent me from getting him, which means he must have been in Burning Sands City at that time. Gustav analyzed the whole situation in a couple of seconds. Bravo, you're slowly starting to get it, the clone chuckled a little. He isn't in Burning Sands City anymore because he must have finished whatever he was working on. Gustav further pointed out. Keep going, you're getting there, the clone chimed in. Which means he must be finalizing things at the moment if he hasn't already done that. The clone was about to speak again when Gustav drove a fist into his gut. Blurger. He spat out a mouthful of blood while Gustav stared at him intensely. Tell me where he is right now. Gustav voiced with a bloodthirsty tone. You know. Half. That won't work on me. The clone muttered amidst hurried breaths. Gustav knew he was right. The high mental fortitude was proof that he would just be wasting his time by trying to torture the answer out of his clone. It was his clone after all. Gustav squinted his eyes before letting the clone go. He turned around in the next moment and walked out of the space. The moment he arrived back in the living room of EE's apartment, he spotted a figure seated in front waiting. Hello, Gustav. I heard you were looking for me, Burning Sands City. Within a very luxurious-looking abode, EE and Endrik were seated before a middle-aged-looking man. On his right was a young and handsome-looking boy with dark hair. He looked no older than 18 years of age. I am afraid I cannot help you two officers. Zill has not been a part of the family gathering for over a year now. He has stayed out of contact for so long, so we do not have any information to give, the middle-aged man spoke cautiously. Anything at all will help. Be it phone records, some words he may have mentioned, really anything. We just need to find him to ask a couple of questions. Nothing too crazy, EE voiced with an easygoing tone. He never called once. He only left a message one time that he was pursuing scientific research and might be away for years. We know how he tends to be, the middle-aged man kept explaining while the boy beside him kept mute with a respectful look. Minutes later, EE and Endrik were leaving the luxurious-looking household together. Sigh, another waste of time, EE lamented as they walked out of the exquisite-looking environs. This is starting to get bothersome. We really can't find him anywhere around the city and clues are becoming impossible to gather as well, Endrik said while observing the surroundings. Wait. A voice suddenly called out to them from behind. Endrik and EE turned around simultaneously upon hearing the soft masculine voice. The voice had been coming from the 5'11" tall 18-year-old with the scruffy black hair who was present in the living room with them a couple of minutes ago. Oh, it's that kid, EE voiced upon recognizing him, causing Endrik's face to twitch a little. He was younger than the supposed kid. What is it? Endrik asked as he drew closer. I want to help, the 18-year-old with scruffy black hair voiced upon arriving before them. Sir Gil already told us everything, so. Endrik felt the boy who looked like a butler there couldn't possibly help them. He was dressed in a full black suit outfit and a tie. It looked super expensive but still made the kid look like a worker there. Everything he knows. There are a few things I know that nobody else does, he answered with a cryptic tone. EE and Endrik were immediately interested in what he had to say even though they still seemed a bit suspicious. EE gestured for him to follow them into the hover car waiting outside so they could talk in a secluded environment. I am Damien, the grandson of the person you're trying to find, he introduced himself to ease their suspicion the moment they arrived at the back of the spacious hovercar. Has not a butler? Both EE and Endrik couldn't believe their ears the moment he spoke. Not only wasn't this kid a mere worker in Zill's household, but he was also actually the grandson of the person they had been looking for. EE and Endrik couldn't hide the surprised looks on their faces. Do rich kids usually look this meek? EE, who was seated on the opposite side, reached out to receive Damien's handshake after a while. Nice to meet you, Damien. Chapter 14-13 Foral Project. EE, who was seated on the opposite side, reached out to receive Damien's handshake after a while. Nice to meet you, Damien. Before he could complete his sentence, Damien chimed in. I know you too. You are friends of Big Brother Gustav, he stated with a look of excitement. Big Brother Gustav? Friends? EE and Endrik voiced simultaneously. He once came to Burning Sands City and caused a ruckus. He might be on the wanted list now, but to me, he is still Big Brother and I will help anyone related to Big Brother Gustav. Damien had a look of adoration as he spoke. EE immediately understood that Gustav must have had a type of relationship with the kid when he worked with scientist Zill who ended up betraying him. Endrik stared at Damien with a slight look of jealousy. Big Brother, eh? Well, I am his real. Yes, we are his friends. EE cut Endrik off before he could complete his sentence. Endrik squinted his eyes while EE shook his head, signaling for him not to reveal his true identity. It is great to meet you too. I am sure you two must be just as amazing as Big Brother Gustav, Damien voiced with interest in his eyes, but EE swiftly went to the point. How exactly can you help us? You see, this matter is directly linked to Gustav, so we need to find your grandfather, EE voiced with a longing gaze. First, grandfather was working on something that I know was related to Big Brother, but he didn't want anyone finding out. I was focusing on school then, so I never tried to ask him or know more about it. Damien began narrating. However, things got more suspicious when I visited his lab one day and found some documents of land purchases on his desk. Just checked out of curiosity since he wasn't in at the time, but the moment he walked in, he drove me out of his lab. This was quite the shocker for me since I usually visited him even when he was working with Big Brother Gustav, Damien added lengthily. My grandfather was of course still nice to me and promised to take me to see a live performance afterwards. He just told me he was too busy at the time and didn't want any distractions, so I shouldn't visit his lab. I didn't think much of it, but eventually, he became harder and harder to see until we got the message that he would be out of touch for a long time till his research was completed. I haven't seen my grandfather in nearly 2 years. Even Siri was sad for a long time. EE and Endrik exchanged glances in understanding. Damien was practically telling them that his grandfather had been busy creating a clone of Gustav the entire time. It added up since no one was aware of the clone's existence till it revealed itself. This made them wonder why scientist Zill would even let the clone expose itself like that. There was no doubt that it would get caught, so it seemed like a waste. Who would want their hard work of 2 years to go to waste? There's more to this than just clone creation, Endrick came to the conclusion very swiftly. Do you know where those lands he bought are situated? Endrick questioned with a suspicious look. Yes, the reason I found it odd was that these locations used to belong to the Ring Lords before Big Brother Gustav got rid of all of them, Damien answered. Ring Lords? Wasn't it those guys that ran illegal underground battles and were practically the crime bosses of this city? EE recalled what happened back then. However, Endrick had no idea since he wasn't around at the time. It had caused such a huge ruckus that even they had to be involved. It made EE remember that it wasn't the first time Gustav had been branded a criminal. Just that this time, it was on a way larger scale. Where exactly are these lands? Endrick inquired. They should be in the city. EE was a little bothered because they had already checked every possible location in the city and still couldn't find Scientist Zill. Not in the city. Around the city, Damien corrected. Huh. EE and Endrick exchanged confused looks since they were well aware that the only things around the city were yellow sands that were always ablaze. I don't know why he would do that when the underground tunnelways deep underneath the burning sands that led to the fight arena had already collapsed. They have since been inaccessible, Damien voiced in bafflement. EE and Endrick's faces suddenly lit up with expressions of realization. How long ago did the tunnelways collapse? Endrick inquired. Over 2 years ago when Big Brother Gustav came to this city. Damien answered. Endrick and EE exchanged glances once more before jumping to their feet. Damien was confused as he watched them step out of the hover car in urgency. EE made a gesture by crossing his index and middle fingers. A violet-colored vortex suddenly appeared before them. Stay close, Endrick said to Damien as he spread his telekinetic wear. Damien was immediately covered with invisible layers of telekinetic energy as they stepped into the vortex. The view before them transformed the moment they arrived on the other side. Damien jumped upwards as soon as he noticed they were standing on the flaming sand. Endrick caught him in midair and pulled him downwards casually. I said to stay close. Damien landed on the sand and noticed he wasn't burned up. Oh! He raised his right foot and planted it back on the burning sand repeatedly. He seemed quite astonished. How are you doing this? Damien questioned after recalling that one would need to be at least bet-ranked to pull something like this off. Damien, are you saying the lands he bought are underneath these sands? EE called out to him. Damien swiftly regained his composure and answered, yes, thousands of feet below are ruined tunnelways. EE closed his eyes and tried to focus while making a hand gesture. After a few seconds, so that's why, he muttered in conclusion while reopening his eyes. Can you send your telekinesis beneath? EE asked Endrick by the side. It throws my senses off, almost like there isn't a single space to scout down there, Endrick replied. But if I forcefully push it, I can go further and finally sense the space down there, he added. Same for me to open a vortex that would lead there, I would have to be aware that a space was down there. When Gustav and I came here earlier, we couldn't sense anything like that. Although we weren't looking around here. With Gustav's senses, he would originally be able to sense the existence of space down there, but with the burning sands throwing off our senses, we skipped without suspecting that anything could be down there, E analyzed with a disturbed expression. Are you saying grandfather is down there? Damien inquired. We do not know, but one thing we are sure of is, those tunnelways have been renovated but no one knew, Endrick responded. Come let's go, EE voiced while opening another vortex. The trio stepped forward once more and arrived in another location upon entering the violet vortex. In the dimly lit confines of a massive tunnelway, the hum of machinery echoed as 3 figures materialized and stepped out of a swirling violet light. The air shimmered momentarily, and with a soft ripple, they stood surrounded by a myriad of advanced equipment and humanoid bots engaged in purposeful tasks. Are we underground? Damien inquired. Holographic displays dotted the environment, projecting 3-dimensional models of complex research findings. Some diagrams looked atomic and cellular. Looks like we found where your grandfather has been hiding out, Endrick muttered as he approached the bots. Their expressions shifted from curiosity to engagement as they tapped on some of the holographic displays to see what scientist Zill had been up to. All these are too complicated, I don't understand what I am looking at. Scratched his afro hair with a befuddled expression. Damien moved over to him and began scanning the scientist's notes and diagrams on display. This is a finished research, Damien spoke with a tone of certainty. Finished? Maybe that is why he isn't here currently. Had a look of intrigue as he responded. But what was he working on? Asked once more. It says. Foral Project, Damien stated while scrolling to further display other parts of the research. What the fuck is a Foral Project? Had an even more bamboozled look on his face. Chapter 1414, The Abduction. The fuck is a Foral Project? Had a more confused look on his face. I'm still checking. Damien's face went from intrigue to awe and then to confusion again. This is. After some minutes had gone by, the expression on his face had changed to disbelief. What is it? Questioned. Damien still had an incredibly bothered look on his face when Endrick spoke from the other end. He is going after my brother. Hey! Your brother? Who is that? Damn it. Wanted to berate Endrick but now wasn't the time. Going after Gustav? Why? Inquired, Why is he calling Gustav his brother? Damien was still confused. Because even though the research is completed, he made a deal. Endrick threw a paperback diary to caught the book and stared at its contents hastily. A sense of foreboding filled the lab tunnelway as read. Fuck me, he voiced the moment he came across a sentence. The last bit is to give the clone what it wants. Gustav's brain, subconsciously dropped the book and made a gesture with his fingers. We're leaving, now. He yelled while opening a vortex. The moment the vortex opened up, they jumped in. The trio instantly arrived at EE's apartment and scanned the surroundings. The whole place was in shambles. Gustav! Yelled while sprinting towards the passageway that led to one of the rooms. Endrick on the other hand moved around and headed towards the balcony area. Damien stood still in shock as he tried to make sense of everything that was transpiring in front of him. Why are they calling for Gustav? Why did the other younger dude call him brother? A clone? Why is this place trashed? What does his grandfather want with Gustav's brain? He was in so much confusion at the moment, so he just looked around. That was when he spotted a trail of blood. He followed the trail and spotted what looked like blooded feminine legs underneath a wrecked table. He couldn't see the rest of the body since she seemed buried underneath the rubble, but the stench of blood had gotten much thicker. There is someone here. Damien yelled. And Endrick instantly appeared beside him the moment they heard this. The rubble lifted into the air without anyone making physical contact while moved to grab the injured figure underneath. It's Circe, and she is badly wounded, announced with a grave tone after spotting the fist-sized hole in her right chest area. Blood was oozing out profusely and everything was still looking relatively fresh, so could tell that whatever happened there must have occurred no more than an hour ago. Endrick swiftly reached his storage space and plucked a healing med from there. Who could have done this? Damien asked with intense concern as he watched them cater to the unconscious Circe. I can't put it past your grandfather, Endrick voiced with a tone of annoyance. How? It's not. Damien was about to refute when interrupted. Gustav was here, and now he is not anymore. This girl is someone he cherishes. You can already guess what happened. Lifted Circe after pushing the med into her mouth and placed her on one of the sofas that was still intact. Everything else in the vicinity either had holes in them or was completely shredded. Damien tried to put two and two together and realized that it truly seemed like his grandfather was responsible for the chaos before them. But how would he even be able to pull something like this off? Damien couldn't quite grasp how someone like Gustav would be taken easily. Gustav is injured. He is not at his full strength. Somehow your grandfather must have found out and also located this place. Endrick gritted his teeth in regret. I should have stayed here with him. He blamed himself for the current turn of events. How is he even here? Last I remembered, He wreaked havoc on Arabia City and got caught by the authorities. Damien was still very much confused. That wasn't him, and those idiots are lying. They didn't catch him because Gustav caught that fake himself, Endrik voiced in response. What? Damien realized that the more he heard, the greater his confusion. Although he had skimmed through the Foral Project write-ups, he still didn't know about the clone. All he knew was the fact that his grandfather used Gustav's cells for that. A lot was still very unclear to him. Asterisk Kua. Core, asterisk Circe's cough suddenly attracted their attention to her. She's regaining consciousness, Endrik whispered. The place instantly quietened as they watched Circe slowly open her eyes. Father. The moment her vision returned, she yelled while lunging forward. Father! Damien was met with another round of confusion as he watched Yi hold her down in place. Relax, you were pretty injured, let the healing be completed before you move around like that, Yi said with a tone of caution. But, shush, relax first, Yi had her lay back down. Now slowly recount what happened to you, Endrik said with a tone of concern. A very big man came. The moment she began speaking, Damien confirmed that his grandfather was truly the culprit. 1 hour ago, I heard you've been looking for me. A 12-foot-tall man with 6 feet long dark hair sat in place with light rays reflecting off his glasses. Anyone who witnessed the sight would have jumped back in fright, but Gustav was the recipient. Thank you for delivering yourself to my doorstep. Zil, Gustav voiced with an unfazed tone as he stepped forward. Is that a bluff? Because I just so happen to be aware that you're not at full strength right now, Sir Zil responded with a hint of confidence. It matters not, the strength I have would be enough to shatter all the bones in your body and have you regretting replicating my cells for the rest of your days. Gustav's energy began to rise as he arrived before Scientist Zil with a very frosty gaze. Wait. Sir Zil raised his hand rather calmly. Gustav paused while raising a brow. Wouldn't you like to know why I did it? Sir Zil questioned. I don't give a damn. You deceived me. You did the one thing I have always been wary of. All you scientists are the same. Selfish, vicious, ambitious. You never care about anything or anyone so long as you accomplish your goals. Gustav shook his head slightly while speaking. I was wrong to think you were any different. Scientist Zil had a visibly disturbed look upon hearing all of these. I am sorry. I just had to. When you hear why I did it, you will understand. Enough. I am unwilling to listen to the nonsense you have to say. It almost seems like you'll grow even more selfish with age. Gustav reached out and grabbed Scientist Zil by the throat. Ghi. We, 8. He gurgled while holding on to Gustav's arm. Wat abo, out da mean. He lo, oks you up to you be you. T he wo, don't forgive yo, you effort is. I don't care, Gustav stated as his killing intent rose. I am sorry. Sir Zil suddenly stopped struggling. For this, a small purplish circular item appeared in Sir Zil's grasp the moment he let out the words "T first." Gustav thought he was still apologizing for what he did, till he noticed the item tap before he could react. Sir Zil had tapped the button in the center of the item. ZZHH tilde. It suddenly emitted a high-pitched wave of light that blasted across the surroundings. Gustav suddenly felt an immense headache as he subconsciously let go of Scientist Zil. Bam! In the next seconds, space in the surroundings contrasted and ripped apart. Holes were burrowed into Gustav's spatial storage and they began to integrate with the real world. While Gustav was holding his head in pain, one of the spatial worlds getting ripped open turned out to be where the clone was kept. The hole continued to grow till it was wide enough for a person to walk through, then the clone stepped out. The space had fallen apart and it had gotten freed. Bam! 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 Bang! The sound of multiple items colliding with the floor rang out intensely as lot of things Gustav stored in his spatial storage fell out. Gustav clenched his fist and reduced the sensitivity of his brain to accommodate the high-pitched whirring. The moment he managed to regain a bit of clarity, he spotted the clone standing right before him. Bam! 2 palms slammed into his face from the left and right at the same time. Blood gushed out of Gustav's eyes, nose, and ears as visibility became another issue. I got fooled, again, Gustav yelled internally as he staggered backward. His vision had been completely blinded by blood at that moment, but he could sense a fist hurling at his chest. Hui tilde. Chapter 14-15 The abduction. The fuck is a foral project? EE had a more confused look on his face. I'm still checking. Damien's face went from intrigue to awe and then to confusion again. This is. After some minutes had gone by, the expression on his face had changed to disbelief. What is it? EE questioned. Damien still had an incredibly bothered look on his face when Endrick spoke from the other end. He is going after my brother. Hey! Your brother? Who is that? Damn it. EE wanted to berate Endrick, but now wasn't the time. Going after Gustav? Why? EE inquired. Hey! Why is he calling Gustav his brother? Damien was still confused. Because even though the research is completed, he made a deal. Endrick threw a paperback diary to EE caught the book and stared at its contents hastily. A sense of foreboding filled the lab tunnelway as EE read. Fuck me, he voiced the moment he came across a sentence. The last bit is to give the clone what it wants. Gustav's brain. EE subconsciously dropped the book and made a gesture with his fingers. We're leaving, now. He yelled while opening a vortex. The moment the vortex opened up, they jumped in. The trio instantly arrived at EE's apartment and scanned the surroundings. The whole place was in shambles. Gustav! EE yelled while sprinting towards the passageway that led to one of the rooms. Endrick on the other hand moved around and headed towards the balcony area. Damien stood still in shock as he tried to make sense of everything that was transpiring in front of him. Why are they calling for Gustav? Why did the other younger dude call him brother? A clone? Why is this place trashed? What does his grandfather want with Gustav's brain? He was in so much confusion at the moment, so he just looked around. That was when he spotted a trail of blood. He followed the trail and spotted what looked like blooded feminine legs underneath a wrecked table. He couldn't see the rest of the body since she seemed buried underneath the rubble, but the stench of blood had gotten much thicker. There is someone here. Damien yelled. EE and Endrick instantly appeared beside him the moment they heard this. The rubble lifted into the air without anyone making physical contact while EE moved to grab the injured figure underneath. It's Cersei, and she is badly wounded, EE announced with a grave tone after spotting the fist-sized hole in her right chest area. Blood was oozing out profusely and everything was still looking relatively fresh, so EE could tell that whatever happened there must have occurred no more than an hour ago. Endrick swiftly reached his storage space and plucked a healing med from there. Who could have done this? Damien asked with intense concern as he watched them cater to the unconscious Cersei. I can't put it past your grandfather, Endrick voiced with a tone of annoyance. How? It's not. Damien was about to refute when EE interrupted. Gustav was here, and now he is not anymore. This girl is someone he cherishes, you can already guess what happened. EE lifted Cersei after pushing the med into her mouth and placed her on one of the sofas that was still intact. Everything else in the vicinity either had holes in them or was completely shredded. Damien tried to put two and two together and realized that it truly seemed like his grandfather was responsible for the chaos before them. But how would he even be able to pull something like this off? Damien couldn't quite grasp how someone like Gustav would be taken easily. Gustav is injured. He is not at his full strength. Somehow your grandfather must have found out and also located this place. Endrick gritted his teeth in regret. I should have stayed here with him. He blamed himself for the current turn of events. How is he even here? Last I remembered, he wreaked havoc on Arabia City and got caught by the authorities. Damien was still very much confused. That wasn't him, and those idiots are lying. They didn't catch him because Gustav caught that fake himself, Endrick voiced in response. What? Damien realized that the more he heard, the greater his confusion. Although he had skimmed through the Foral Project write-ups, he still didn't know about the clone. All he knew was the fact that his grandfather used Gustav's cells for that. A lot was still very unclear to him. Kua. Core. Cersei's cough suddenly attracted their attention to her. She's regaining consciousness, Endrick whispered. The place instantly quietened as they watched Cersei slowly open her eyes. Father. The moment her vision returned, she yelled while lunging forward. Father! Damien was met with another round of confusion as he watched EE hold her down in place. Relax, you were pretty injured, let the healing be completed before you move around like that, EE said with a tone of caution. But. Shush, relax first, EE had her lay back down. Now slowly recount what happened to you, Endrick said with a tone of concern. A very big man came. The moment she began speaking, Damien confirmed that his grandfather was truly the culprit. 1 hour ago, I heard you've been looking for me. A 12-foot-tall man with 6 feet long dark hair sat in place with light rays reflecting off his glasses. Anyone who witnessed the sight would have jumped back in fright, but Gustav was the recipient. Thank you for delivering yourself to my doorstep. Zil, Gustav voiced with an unfazed tone as he stepped forward. Is that a bluff? Because I just so happen to be aware that you're not at full strength right now, Sir Zil responded with a hint of confidence. It matters not. The strength I have would be enough to shatter all the bones in your body and have you regretting replicating my cells for the rest of your days. Gustav's energy began to rise as he arrived before Scientist Zil with a very frosty gaze. Wait. Sir Zil raised his hand rather calmly. Gustav paused while raising a brow. Wouldn't you like to know why I did it? Sir Zil questioned. I don't give a damn. You deceived me, you did the one thing I have always been wary of. All you scientists are the same. Selfish, vicious, ambitious. You never care about anything or anyone so long as you accomplish your goals. Gustav shook his head slightly while speaking. I was wrong to think you were any different. Scientist Zil had a visibly disturbed look upon hearing all of these. I am sorry. I just had to. When you hear why I did it, you will understand. Enough. I am unwilling to listen to the nonsense you have to say. It almost seems like you'll grow even more selfish with age. Gustav reached out and grabbed Scientist Zil by the throat. GHI. We ate. He gurgled while holding onto Gustav's arm. WH at abo out dmien, he lo oks you up to you be you. He wo don't forgive yo you for his. I don't care, Gustav stated as his killing intent rose. I am sorry. Sir Zil suddenly stopped struggling. For this, a small purplish circular item appeared in Sir Zil's grasp the moment he let out the words. At first, Gustav thought he was still apologizing for what he did, till he noticed the item. Tap. Before he could react, Sir Zil had tapped the button in the center of the item. ZZH tilde it suddenly emitted a high-pitched wave of light that blasted across the surroundings. Finny. Gustav suddenly felt an immense headache as he subconsciously let go of Scientist Zil. Bam! In the next seconds, space in the surroundings contrasted and ripped apart. Holes were burrowed into Gustav's spatial storage and they began to integrate with the real world. While Gustav was holding his head in pain, one of the spatial worlds getting ripped open turned out to be where the clone was kept. The hole continued to grow till it was wide enough for a person to walk through, then the clone stepped out. The space had fallen apart and it had gotten freed. Bam! 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 Bang! The sound of multiple items colliding with the floor rang out intensely as lot of things Gustav stored in his spatial storage fell out. Gustav clenched his fist and reduced the sensitivity of his brain to accommodate the high-pitched whirring. The moment he managed to regain a bit of clarity, he spotted the clone standing right before him. Bam! 2 palms slammed into his face from the left and right at the same time. Blood gushed out of Gustav's eyes, nose, and ears as visibility became another issue. I got fooled again, Gustav yelled internally as he staggered backward. His vision had been completely blinded by blood at that moment, but he could sense a fist hurling at his chest. Hui tilde. Chapter 14:16 The flawed concept of equality. Gustav chuckled a bit while speaking. You've tricked me for the last time. I haven't finished telling you everything, Sir Zil stated. Very soon that mindset of yours will change, he added before resuming his narrative. According to Sir Zil, he dedicated close to 3 years of his life to regrowing a replica of Gustav that wasn't 100% success. However, his original aim wasn't to create a clone, he just needed to explore the cells of Gustav in its early creation stages where the new life and canvases of abilities mirrored on them hadn't been transformed into vitality. The only way for me to do that was by using G2, and through him I was finally able to extract them in their potency stage, Sir Zil referenced the clone. Do you know that these cells breed abilities that are not bloodline-based? It is the very nexus of creation, he added with a nearly crazed look. Yay! Gustav muttered with a disinterested tone. That is when I decided to create the Foral project. Sir Zil had an inspirational look on his face the moment he said that. Foral what? Gustav had a visibly irked expression upon hearing that. It was something I formed from 2 words. For all, because the purpose of this project is to create equality for all, Sir Zil explained. Equality is a thing of fairy tales. It is what the people in positions of power use to deceive the masses. It is delusional. It is a form of control. Equality isn't real, and you should know that. Gustav rolled his eyes like he was an adult listening to a kid rant passionately about impossibilities, despite the huge disparity in their ages. Except this time I can finally actualize it. You see, I found something else in your cells. Something that will greatly help this cause of mine. Sir Zil's tone had a bit of ominosity in it, causing Gustav's face to display a brief hint of interest. The final project is meant to bless every single person on Earth with supernatural abilities and automatic regeneration regardless of whether they are human, Slarkovs or low-grade mixed bloods. Every single person will now have a proper ability, and it shall no longer be exclusive to mixed bloods alone, Sir Zil revealed. If this is meant to bring equality, then you really are more stupid than I thought. Mixed bloods already make up most of the Earth's population, so almost everyone already has supernatural abilities through their bloodlines. Gustav shot Sir Zil a look that expressed how ridiculous the scientist sounded. Once again, you didn't let me finish, Sir Zil muttered. The Foral project isn't just meant to give everyone supernatural abilities, it is also meant to do something else. That thing I found in your cells can erase bloodlines, he proceeded to reveal. I can erase bloodlines? Gustav questioned internally with a look of confusion. It's complicated, the system responded. What's complicated about it? You can't use it, that's what. Gustav was still confused about it, but Sir Zil continued speaking. The Foral project will erase bloodlines from the face of the Earth and grant everyone abilities that aren't bloodline-based. Which means, the erasure of grades and ranks. Everyone will be on an equal level of power, and there no longer shall be discrimination against low-level mixed bloods or regular humans and Slarkovs, Sir Zil concluded with a bright smile on his face. I completed the final project, and now I have what is needed to bring about this new change. True equality in the power system of Earth, Sir Zil stated while stepping forward dramatically. Let me get this right. You are going to erase bloodlines just so everyone can be equal in terms of abilities? Gustav questioned. You're starting to see the light, aren't you? So now you realize that I didn't do this for my selfish gain and everything you said about me was wrong. Sir Zil pushed his glasses up slightly while moving towards a holographic panel. Did you think about the long-lasting effects of this? Gustav inquired with a tone of seriousness. No discrimination, less ego, more empathetic individuals who will now understand how their fellow Earthlings feel since they are now plunged into the same situation. Did I miss anything? Sir Zil responded both seriously and sarcastically at the same time. Loss of power balance, loss of leading position in the Alliance, becoming prey for other powerful planets, inability to stand against criminal forces since strength is now on an equal level, increase in crime rate, the inability of Earth to protect itself from extraterrestrial beings. Did I miss anything? Gustav listed rationally. Just because bloodlines will be erased, it doesn't necessarily mean the Earth won't be able to protect itself. Besides supernatural abilities, we have good technology. Everything will be fine. Sir Zil waved it off with an undisturbed expression. Trust me, the negative side effects will be worse than any positives this project might bring. You might want to rethink your decision, Gustav suggested. No, my mind is made up. You of all people should understand, Sir Zil hinted at Gustav's past. Yeah, but this is the wrong answer. I never wanted bloodlines to be erased. What I wanted was to be powerful enough to chase my dreams. There is an imbalance in the equality you so chase. You just might lead this planet to destruction, Gustav pointed out. The gas is finally ready, Sir Zil stated while stepping forward. Less than 100%, Squinting Eye's face, Ready to burn, he stared at the holographic readings up ahead briefly before stepping forward to operate the machines in the space. The moment I burn the gas created from the Foral project at this altitude, it will change the world forever. Sir Zil tapped on a button that displayed their surroundings in the sky. From what Gustav could gather, burning this gas would cause it to spread across the Earth's skies and bring forth rain. Once that happened, Sir Zil would have achieved his goal. I hope you are aware that I will not be affected by this. Which means your equality scheme will not be actualized. Gustav knew his bloodline would remain since it was made from his cells. That is where you are wrong, Sir Zil responded while slightly turning around. I no longer have any use for you, so I will leave you to G2. He knows what to do with you, he added. Oh, I see. But even if I was no longer in existence, there would still be this fake. Your equality remains a sham. Gustav instantly put two and two together, realizing that the clone most likely wanted him gone so he could be the only Gustav in existence. He will be leaving this planet afterwards. I am not a hypocrite like you. But I do apologize for all of this and also thank you. Sir Zil sounded like he was bidding Gustav farewell. Gustav now understood why the clone took the data from the device he had kept in space to read the warp demolator. The clone wishes to not only take my life but also take my life. Gustav said internally. He wants to be you so bad, the system chimed in. I am tempted to let him, but this foolishness has gone on long enough, Gustav said internally while watching the clone approach. I just need some of your body parts to become whole, G2 stated with a longing gaze. Listen, you could never be me. You can't handle the responsibility that comes with that, Gustav said to the clone. You won't be around to know whether I handled it or not, the clone responded while slowly reaching for Gustav's neck. I feel like we've searched everywhere. Just where could they be? EE questioned while standing in between Endrik and Damien on a telekinetic board deep in the skies. I don't know for sure. All I am sure of is that they need a high altitude to successfully implement the Foral project, and once they do, all mixed bloods will lose their bloodlines, Damien answered with a distressed look. They had been looking for Gustav for the past 3 hours with no luck. This is not good. For all we know, your crazy-ass grandfather may already be doing that. EE's remark caused Damien to glance sideways briefly. No offense, but he did lose his goddamn mind, EE added. None taken, sigh. I didn't expect him to do this. Damien had a crestfallen expression. She's here, Endrik suddenly spoke. Her? Who? EE questioned with a confounded look. Endrik pointed west. Fui tilde in the next moment, a bungalow-sized aircraft phased out of the thick clouds up ahead, flying in their direction. Wind scattered in all directions as it stopped right before them and a huge side door slid open. Within, an incredibly cute lady with very sharp eyes stepped forward clad in a royal blue dress. The jewelry and makeup that adorned her figure made it obvious that she came from wealth. However, her eyes bore a look that seemed almost lifeless despite her sparkling appearance. Vera, Endrik called out as they floated closer to the aircraft. Chapter 14:17 Rescuing Gustav. However, her eyes bore a look that seemed almost lifeless despite her sparkling appearance. Vera, Endrik called out as they floated closer to the aircraft. Her short pink and bluish hair danced beautifully due to the intense winds but wasn't enough to make her lose balance in the slightest. EE was surprised to see her since she suddenly went AWOL after Gustav left Earth while Damien was the clueless one out of the trio. Are you guys going to come in or what? Vera voiced from up ahead. The floating telekinetic board moved closer to the aircraft and all three of them stepped in quickly. Glad you got my text, Endrik said with a relieved look. I knew he was back on Earth. I just couldn't pinpoint his exact location because I wasn't in Plankton City, Vera pointed out. Where have you been? EE was a little curious considering that he and the others tried to reach her in the past but to no avail. Is that more important than finding him right now? Vera asked rhetorically. No. EE muttered with a low tone. Do you know where he is at the moment? Endrik inquired. I can sense him so I know where we need to go, Vera replied while moving towards the cockpit area. Fuhusshush tilde the aircraft sped towards the northwest in the next instant, disappearing into the clouds. You little. The clone groaned as it tried squeezing Gustav's neck multiple times but kept getting poked. His palms were bloody at the moment. He stared at Gustav in anger, who happened to have Iroh silk surrounding his entire body. Despite being my clone, you don't seem to be aware that nothing can truly constrict my abilities for long, Gustav stated while shooting G2 a cold glare. Well, if you were no longer restrained, you would have busted out of this by now, G2 responded while pointing at the device Gustav was strapped to. Which means you are still very much constricted, he added. Not for long, Gustav stated once more. G2 gritted his teeth in frustration and stormed toward Sir Zil up ahead, who was ready to commence burning of the gas. All he needed to do at this moment was tap a button and his goal would become reality. Having difficulties? Sir Zil paused to ask G2 as soon as he noticed his approach. I can't get past those things that surround his body like an armor, G2 answered. Don't worry, he'll run out of energy soon. Sir Zil waved it off and reached out his finger, ready to tap the button. I don't think that will happen. We need to take care of him now, G2 voiced once more, causing Sir Zil to pause. Then do that. Sir Zil turned around with a dismissive look. After you rid the world of bloodlines, hell destroy us both. I am not looking for that to happen. I don't care so long as I can achieve this. You promised to help me. Are you going back on your word? A back and forth dialogue imbued with disagreements ensued between both of them. Just let me be done with this first. Sir Zil was already tired of the back and forth, so he decided it was time to tap the button. The moment he turned back around, a loud crash rang out. Bam! The entire floating structure quaked intensely as Sir Zil as well as the clone got sent flying. It seemed like something had collided with the structure. What was that? G2 was quick to pick himself back up and turned to stare at the point of impact. An aircraft. Alarms began to blare loudly at this moment. Usually the security system should have alerted them of any disturbance, but it would seem the aircraft had moved with such speed that it collided before the warnings could ring out. He is here. A loud voice drifted into Sir Zil's ear as he rose to his feet. Behind, a dark curly-haired youngster was standing right before Gustav. Up ahead, another youngster with bushy afro stood before the control panel where the activation sequence was situated. And standing right before G2, was a young lady with pinkish hair mixed with blue stripes. Are you the one responsible for this? She stared at G2 with a look of intensity despite being 2 heads shorter than he was. Get out of my way. G2 arms transformed into muscular beastly form as he instantly reached out to grab Vera. Bam! He held her up with his massive hands clasped tightly around her figure. The squeaky sound of bones rang out as he tried to crush her in his grasp. G2 was taken aback as he noticed the uncaring and lifeless look in Vera's eyes despite how hard he was squeezing. Although it looked like he could crush her, she didn't seem to be in any kind of pain. You might have his face, but you are truly nothing like him. Vera's voice chimed with a tone of disregard as freed one of her arm and touched G2's right wrist. What was that supposed to do? G2 nearly busted into laughter after seeing no reaction. At this moment Vera displayed a crazed smile, causing G2 to feel a sense of foreboding. On the other end of the space. Bang! 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 He was unleashing furious blows on the control panels before him, causing bits and parts to get smashed in. What are you doing? No. Sir Zil's rage-filled voice rang out as he charged at EE. Damien suddenly dashed to his front and stood in Sir Zil's path. Hello, grandfather. The apparent hint of disappointment in his voice caused Sir Zil to take a pause. Out of my way, boy, Sir Zil commanded with a tone of authority. Chinitmen. Why would you orchestrate such a dastardly plot? You couldn't have spent that time with your family instead? Cyril would be heartbroken if she found out about this. Damien shook his head in disapproval. You wouldn't understand. Sir Zil had both an expression of remorse and vindication at the same time. Understand you trying to erase the bloodline of every single mixed blood and murder Gustav Crimson? Do you hear yourself, Grandpa? How deep have you buried your humanity? Damien questioned, with his tone slowly rising in annoyance. You know nothing. I do this because of the so-called humanity you think is buried. Sir Zil stepped forward and tried to shove Damien aside. Damien was shoved aside, but another Damien appeared in place. Stop with your tricks. Sir Zil pushed the second one forward only for another one to phase out of his back. No. All three Damiens chanted at the same time before grabbing Sir Zil from different angles. They held him down in place as more Damiens continued to appear. Sir Zil managed to pull something out of his suit while he was getting held in place. Sorry about this, The Damiens had looks of confusion till he tapped the button of the device in his grasp. 3 Aryan tilde an unexpected burst of light was emitted from the device as a high-pitched sound reverberated across the vicinity. Gra. Damien fell to his knees as the multiple clones from his bloodline ability got pulled back into him. He held his head in pain and planted his face to the ground subconsciously. You left me with no choice. Neither of you did, Sir Zil stated while looking around in pity. Damien wasn't the only one affected by the device. Endrik, Vera, and Gustav were affected as well. Except for Gustav, who was still strapped to the apparatus, everyone else was writhing in pain on the floor. Sir Zil crossed past his grandson and stepped forward till he arrived at the control panels. It was completely totaled already by EE. Damn it. Sir Zil cursed in frustration as he checked around for how he could salvage the situation. Unable to burn gas, the AI installed into the floating structure kept announcing the same thing over and over again no matter how much Sir Zil tried. Looks like I might have to do this manually. They won't be down for long. Sir Zil stepped forward while grabbing another device from his storage unit. He looked up at a constructed route that led to the top of the floating structure where the gas was kept. At this point, Damien, Endrik, and Vera were still writhing on the floor in pain. They couldn't do anything to stop Sir Zil, who was about to manually burn the gas and usher the world into an unexpected new age. G2 stepped forward while Sir Zil was trying to break through the entryway of the construct. Come on, help me out, Sir Zil said the moment he noticed G2's approach. G2 arrived before him and an unexpected scenario suddenly played out. Bam! G2 swung his fist at Sir Zil's gut, sending him flying halfway across the space with the item in his hand escaping his grasp. Chapter 14:18 Taken into custody, you fool. What are you doing? Sir Zil yelled with a tone of anguish while trying to pick himself back up. However, before he could, G2 arrived in front of him once more. Bam! G2's swung out leg crashed into Sir Zil's chest, sending him spiraling across the air while spitting out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Sir Zil slammed into the wall at the other end and broke through it. At that moment, G2 turned around and headed towards the spot where the device emitting the light and high-pitched whirring sound was sitting. He raised his right leg and stomped on it. Blam! The device was smashed to pieces and everyone instantly felt a sense of relief. Damien rolled to the side and breathed in and out profusely. Shit, my head nearly exploded. EE cried out from the side while staggering in the process of getting up. What the hell happened? I thought he wasn't on our side, Damien voiced in confusion while pointing at G2, who was currently headed towards Vera. He isn't supposed to be, unless... EE's face lit up with an expression of realization upon watching G2 help Vera get up. He is on our side now, Vera chimed in from up ahead while rubbing the chin of the clone. Right, G2? She questioned with a sinister smile. Yes, Memar, G2 responded respectfully. Now go bring him back here, restrained, Vera instructed. G2 nodded before turning around to head in the direction where he blasted Sir Zil off earlier. How did you do that? EE inquired with immense confusion written all over his face. It wasn't what he recalled Vera's ability to be. She has always been able to do that. I told her to keep it a secret from the start, Gustav's voice rang out from the other end. Gus, the three swiftly headed towards him. Endrik had been standing before Gustav's strapped figure the entire time trying to free him. It had made it impossible for him to assist the others at the time. He had also fallen victim to Sir Zil's device and only just resumed trying to free Gustav. Vera jumped onto Gustav while he was still strapped, interrupting Endrik. I missed you, she uttered quietly, her lifeless-looking eyes regaining a bit of focus. All of Zil's research centers have been burnt down. No samples or anything regarding me will ever be successfully acquired, and I got the data from the warp demolator back, Gustav listed out with an expression of gratification. The last 2 days had been spent gathering all that was needed from Sir Zill's labs and research centers before raising them to the ground. Since Gustav wanted EE to keep rising in rank, he let him take full credit for unraveling Scientist Zill's plans and stopping him. All necessary evidences were provided, and EE added to his report that the clone was nowhere to be found. The world was made aware that the attack on Arabia City was the doing of the clone under the orders of Sir Zill. There was no doubt that EE would get a promotion since it was a planet-wide save. Gustav acquired the data from the warp demolator which Sir Zill had kept well hidden. He discovered that the reason the clone went after the device and took it was because he wanted to become the real Gustav. With what they had in mind, after the real Gustav was dead, some of his body parts would have been added to the clone who would have taken up Gustav's mantle and started living his life. The clone wanted everything that Gustav had, his mission, his abilities, his friends, and pretty much his whole life. Unfortunately, Vera had turned it into a complete mind slave with her abilities and proceeded to instruct the clone to only listen to Gustav's commands henceforth. Now Gustav was waiting for the information in the warp demolator to be completely transferred and displayed digitally. Afterwards, they would decide on the next course of action. Vera wants a date with you. What are you gonna do now? Endrik asked from the side. She probably thinks there is a chance since Angie is currently not in the picture. Gustav couldn't help but let out a sigh. Angie. He called internally as memories of a cute girl with a beautiful smile and 2 horns on her forehead appeared in his mind. If I was human, I would have thrown up. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. What? Gustav voiced internally. Cringe, fuck you, Gustav stated internally before getting to his feet. I gave her my word, so I need to keep it. In the meantime, you could assist EE with looking into that gift item. As for the other items, we will collect them after we get the warp demolator information, Gustav instructed. Will do, have fun. You need it, Endrik said to Gustav, who was already walking away. Fun? I don't think I recall what that word is supposed to mean. You will, just make sure you use protection. What? Darkness stretched endlessly in all directions, engulfing the surroundings in an impenetrable veil, leaving the dimension shrouded in mysteries. Time held no dominion within this dark dimension, where the passage of eons was but a fleeting whisper in the cosmic winds. Past, present, and future converged in an eternal moment, suspended in the timeless embrace of the rulers. Spatial limitations held no sway in this dimension as well. It seemed to be in existence and non-existent at the same time. Within this boundless expanse, a being, its face shrouded in dark fog and essence sheathing the cosmic emptiness with an authority that resonated through the fabric of existence, sat before multiple dark threads that seemed to connect unknown entities. Chapter 14:19 Do you love her? Within the boundless expanse, a being, its face shrouded in dark fog and essence sheathing the cosmic emptiness with an authority that resonated through the fabric of existence, sat before multiple dark threads that seemed to connect unknown entities. Each thread was longer than the ring surrounding any planetary structure in existence. These threads formed shadows of an event that unearthed like a life playback. Time from all ages, the past, present and future, seemed to converge into one. A figure materialized into existence, floating in place before the cosmic being that governed the unknown dimension. Amir. A low tremble resonated across the dimension as the massive cosmic being called out. My lord, the newly arrived figure who had tendrils of darkness coiled around its form in a long robe that bore sentient consciousness, bowed reverentially. State your business, the cosmic being commanded. Yes. Your earthly offspring. Amir hesitantly spoke but came to a brief pause. Out with it, the cosmic being seemed to grow impatient with every passing second. His vessel completed the transition process, Amir completed his initial sentence. Silence ensued between both beings for a few seconds. It was news that the cosmic being had been waiting to receive, but now he couldn't help but feel something was amiss. Why were you hesitant to inform me of this? The cosmic being inquired. That is because of what he has become, Amir responded while a dark tendril extended from his figure and made contact with one of the massive threads. Dark fog spread out, forming a vivid depiction of a person while the cosmic being watched. Earth, a level 200 mutated beast egg, roots from the Periscus tree in Cityvit, and the heart of a kilo-ranked mixed blood, within a restaurant in the middle of an unknown city, two familiar figures sat across one another. These three are the only items we are having difficulty acquiring, the figure who spoke earlier added. It almost sounds like you guys are about to perform some ritual or something. The other male from across the table who had a mask covering his face spoke with a slight chuckle. I mean, they're not the odd items on the list. The youngster with curly black hair coughed twice with a slightly bashful look. I don't even want to ask. I'll get the items you need as soon as I can. Shouldn't be much trouble. The masked man pulled his jacket hems together and began buttoning. How about the heart of a kilo-ranked mixed blood? Wouldn't that be? The youngster whispered with a look of concern. Not really. So long as you know where to look, I could acquire more than a couple of those. The masked man got to his feet at that point. What about your charges? The youngster inquired. I would never charge a brother of his. One couldn't see the face of the masked man, but from his eyes, it seemed like he was smiling. Consider this service to be on the house, he added while turning around to leave. That went surprisingly well, Endrick muttered while watching the masked man leave. By the time he got to the entrance, the masked man's shadow turned red and he dissolved into it, completely vanishing from the place. Endrick stood to his feet at that moment as well. It was time to leave. Within another restaurant in Plankton City, the walls were adorned with enthralling holographic displays of vibrant colors. Two figures sat at a table whose surface reflected the intricate lighting in the surroundings. Unlike the other restaurant, only the two figures were within the restaurant and they were opposing genders. It looked like the entire place was booked for the rest of the day as no visitors were allowed access. Why can't you use your real face? No one is watching, Vera nagged with a low tone. Before her was a man in a burgundy suit with dark hair, an ashen white face and very red lips. One could tell that he was a man, but he also looked pretty like a woman. I am not risking revealing my identity. If anyone sees my face, even by mistake, I will have to end their life, Gustav replied while reaching out to grab a wine cup. You look like a transgender, Vera stated with a tone of dissatisfaction. Drop it, Vera, Gustav shot her a distasteful glare. Vera decided to keep quiet at that point and faced the meal before her. Finally a little peace, Gustav sighed internally in relief. Your little girlfriend sure has gotten very rich since the last time you were on Earth, the system voiced in his head, referencing Vera's ability to privately book the most expensive restaurant in the city for the rest of the day. Yeah. I wonder what happened in my absence, but I could have done this too, when I was still rich, Gustav responded internally. Are you forever going to cry about your bank account getting restricted by the world government and disabled? The system began laughing hysterically. I had hundreds of millions, TCH. Gustav wished he could pull the system by the ear at that moment as it couldn't understand the feelings of a human that had lost everything they had built. I will get it back in the future. For now, well. Being broke isn't so bad, Gustav decided not to sweat it. How long will you be around? Vera inquired from the other end. Until I get all the items I require, Gustav replied before gulping down a tasty piece of meat. This is nice. It's been a while since I last properly enjoyed an Earth meal. Gustav couldn't help but recall all the months he had spent in outer space and on other planets. Boss Danzo meals are still 100% better. A hint of nostalgia hit Gustav. What items are you talking about? Do you need help? Vera inquired with a look of concern. Don't worry, it is being taken care of. I only need to head to Angius for the last one. The moment Gustav mentioned Angie, Vera's face dropped. I have a confession to make, she mumbled. Gustav had a slightly confused look on his face. When I learnt that Angie got consumed, I didn't feel bad, she uttered before taking a brief pause. Gustav leaned back against his seat to listen attentively and see where she was going with her confession. Sure, I sympathized with you and everyone else, but I didn't feel bad. If anything, a part of me felt glad that she was finally gone, Vera revealed without an ounce of remorse or guilt on her face. Does that make me a bad person? She raised her face to look up at Gustav. The concept of good and bad is chalked up to personal view. To me, it isn't necessarily bad, but to others, that might not be the case. Gustav reached out to take a glass. He slowly gulped down the contents, leaving Vera to dwell on his words for a bit. But, why did you feel relieved? Gustav inquired despite already having an idea of the answer. Because I want you for myself, Vera blurted without hesitating. Predictable, the system voiced inwardly. Shush, Gustav hushed it and went back to focusing on Vera. Do you know that the reason why I am gathering the items I talked about is to get her back? Gustav inquired while rubbing his temples. Oh well, there's nothing I can do about that. Although a part of me wishes for things to stay like this, a part of me also understands that you're affected by her absence. Vera forced a smile while speaking. Indeed I am, Gustav nodded slightly. What if I asked you not to? Would you not go looking for her? Vera voiced with a look of anticipation. No, I would go looking for her even if she was trapped in hell, Gustav replied while getting to his feet. It's time to go, he decided. However, before Gustav could leave the table, Vera placed her hand on his, causing him to stop in place. Do you love her? Vera questioned. Tilda Fuisk Tilda, a figure appeared in the middle of a neighborhood close to the edge of Plankton City. The figure had a reminiscent look as they scrutinized the environment, recalling its past look. Residential buildings lined up across the surroundings ranging from 20 to 40 stories. Compared to the past when they used to be mostly around 7 to 15 stories, this was an upgrade. The figure walked past a bunch of stores and even a few familiar people in the surroundings. It is much busier now. A smile hung on his face as he set his sights in a particular direction. It was a building close to the end of the street that measured around 21 stories in height. Staircases could be spotted around the sides, but no one seemed to be making use of them. With a single fluid motion, the figure arrived at the top of the building. Tilda Fuhush Tilda. Chapter 14:20 Heartbreaking infiltration. With a single fluid motion, the figure arrived at the top of the building. Tilda Fuhush Tilda. He kept scrutinizing the environment, and despite his striking appearance, no one seemed to notice his presence. This was because Gustav was capable of hiding his presence from anyone weaker than he was. The people within this neighborhood fell into that category. Do you think it would be better to go in and grab what is needed without anyone ever realizing I was there, or should I directly ask her parents? Mr. and Mrs. Valandrabadia? Gustav questioned internally. I do not think they will be willing to welcome you into their home, but you already knew that, didn't you? The system voiced. The system's statement made Gustav take a trip down memory lane. Underscore 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 underscore. You promised to protect her. You promised. Mrs. Valandrabadia broke down in tears while falling to her knees before Gustav. Not only did you not keep your promise, you are suspected of being the one responsible for what happened. Which means you are to blame for her disappearance. Mr. Valandrabadia stated with a tone of fury while Gustav just stood in the passageway with a look of remorse. I saw you as a son, but that was my mistake. Mrs. Valandrabadia kept tearing up uncontrollably. Leave here now or I am calling the MBO. The only reason why I haven't buried my hand in your face is because of the love Angie has for you, he added. Gustav could see Phil in the background looking down with a crestfallen expression. He couldn't even look Gustav in the eyes. I will get her back, Gustav stated before turning around. Do not give us false hope. Mrs. Valandrabadia yelled. Gustav paused his footsteps before turning slightly. I will not rest until I get her back. Underscore 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 underscore. His mind returned to the present, and he turned around while letting out a sigh. Could he blame them? Although everyone had it wrong with the allegations of him destroying planet Osius, he couldn't entirely say he had nothing to do with it. A part of Gustav blamed himself because he knew the Death Angels weren't there for Falco alone, they were also there for him. He also knew that Angius' parents wouldn't know what to believe since the whole universe painted him as a culprit. One could only imagine how any good parent would feel about losing their child. It was easy to get overwhelmed with emotions, causing them to look at the situation from a place of sentimentality, rather than logic. I guess it would be best for everyone to remain oblivious of my presence, Gustav decided and took a step forward. The world before him came to a stop as he sped towards the ledge of the building and ran across its side till he reached the level of the 7th floor. Fouillish tilde like the wind, he infiltrated the corridor of the 7th floor and made his way towards an apartment close to the end. Atomic manipulation has been activated, the system's notification popped up as Gustav snapped his fingers. A burst of milky-colored light enshrouded his entire figure, causing him to turn a bit translucent. Gustav took a step forward and walked through the door of the apartment while it was still locked. He was now in Angius' family apartment and the tranquil silence made it seem like no one was home. However, Gustav knew better. He turned towards the small pathway that led to the rooms and kept walking till he reached the front of the second. Sniff tilde, the room door was slightly ajar, and one could hear muffled weeping coming from within. Gustav stood in place briefly without going in. He was already invading privacy and didn't want to go further until the person within stepped out. Sniff tilde, I should have stopped you. I regret ever letting you join the MBO. I regret ever letting you go out there to participate in ISOP. I regret ever letting you be friends with Gustav. Him, wah, sniff. Angie, it's all my fault. I am a bad mother. Even as a sentient being void of emotions, I have to admit that this is difficult to witness, the system voiced in Gustav's head. Yeah. Gustav stood in place with a conflicted look. His face displayed a myriad of emotions ranging from pain to remorse as he clenched his fist. He wished with every fiber of his existence that he could comfort Angius' mother, but he was very much aware that revealing his presence would only make things worse. His perception gave him a very vivid depiction of what was ongoing in the room, so he was still invading her privacy even though he had refused to go into the room until she stepped out. Minutes later, Angius' mother stepped out while wiping her face with a piece of clothing. Her eyes were very red and swollen. The bags underneath them and dark circles around them showed clear signs of insomnia amongst other things. Gustav was very troubled upon seeing how she looked, but he had to move out of the way to prevent collision. With the addition of the 6 months spent participating in ISOP, Angius' parents hadn't seen their daughter in 16 months and yet they were still very much affected by her absence. This was a testament to how much they loved their daughter. Gustav knew well that his birth parents wouldn't even be bothered had this been his situation. He stepped into Angius' room and scrutinized the surroundings. He stared at her wall stickers and posters of nature and fantasy. The bed was clean and well arranged. Her study desk stood by the side with a holographic computer on it. The room was super tidy. He walked towards the desk and grabbed the small holograph frame close to the edge. It displayed Angie and her family. Gustav touched a button on the back by mistake and the display changed to Angie and a much younger version of himself. This was over 3 years ago. I didn't think she would add it to a frame. Gustav had a look of astonishment. In the picture, there were some trees in the vicinity and he was looking away when she took a selfie. He was aware at the time but wasn't bothered. He spotted a few tears on her desk and knew that her mother had been weeping while holding onto the frame. A deep frown appeared on Gustav's face. I have to speed up the process of getting Angie back. After the thought appeared in their mind, Gustav pulled a drawer open and grabbed one of Angius' hairbrushes. Fouillish like the wind, his figure vanished from the vicinity, causing a low whooshing sound to ring out. Mrs. Valandrabadia was alerted by the sound of the wind but couldn't see anyone around because Gustav was long gone. However, she spotted a droplet of blood in the passageway which struck her as odd. Did I cut myself anywhere? Back at EE's apartment, all 3 of them except Cersei were gathered in his living room. Did you get it? Endrik turned to Gustav. Yeah, Gustav responded while taking out the hairbrush. How about you, EE? He turned to face Emma. I was able to persuade him, EE replied while taking out a small piece of shirt. Good, now we just need an item that bears the presence of that other dimension, Endrik voiced with a nod. And what about the other items besides that? Gustav inquired. Red Shadow agreed to get them for us, Endrik replied while sitting on the other end. I take it your meeting with him went well, Gustav voiced with a tone of relief. Endrik raised his right thumb in response, he is very easygoing. Last issue, how do we find an item that has a presence from there? Endrik questioned with a look of curiosity. That's not difficult. EE will do it, Gustav responded while throwing a glance at EE. How do I do that? EE inquired with doubt in his voice. You head to the underground research center where the Death Angel is being held, cut a piece of it and bring it back here. Pretty simple, right? Gustav explained while crossing his legs. Right, except for the part where you forgot to mention that Jack Sherwin, the strongest mixed blood in existence, is currently guarding the research center, which makes it impossible to sneak in to do that. E laughed wryly while speaking. He sounded like Gustav was trying to send him to his death. Who said you were going to sneak in? Gustav tilted his head slightly while smirking. Huh. You will walk right in through the front door, Officer Emmanuel Alopos, Gustav added. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to visit, EE raised his hands in defeat. I'm sure you will find a way, Gustav replied while getting to his feet. The information that the warp demolator scanner acquired should be fully extracted by now. Gotta go check that out, Gustav added while walking away. Good luck, Endrik tapped EE's shoulder twice before following after Gustav. These two little fuckers, EE sighed. Chapter 14:21 Stagnant Citrus Void. Good luck, Endrik tapped EE's shoulder twice before following after Gustav. These two little fuckers, EE sighed. Gustav's fingertips emitted bluish beams as he drew rectangular lines in mid-air. A spatial doorway appeared and he stepped in alongside Endrik. They entered a space of Gustav's making where an oddly shaped device was centered. Gustav tapped on a couple of buttons attached to the device and it shot out rays of light that displayed a particular part of outer space. Within the display, a mixture of gray and white matter that seemed alive engulfed orbital bodies in the distance. Right before their very eyes, Gustav and Endrik could see stars as large as the Milky Way sun, asteroids and every other thing in sight get drawn into the gray and white matter. It cruised through space with its gigantic form and vanished not too long after. The device then went on to make a couple of analyses based on the properties of the gray and white matter. I knew it. Gustav mumbled. Knew what? What are we looking at here? Endrik inquired with a tone of curiosity. Do you see this signature right here? Gustav pointed at one of the displays that had a sign. Yeah. That shows that whatever the warp demolator consumes doesn't necessarily get destroyed. Then, what happens to them? It's a spatial sign that interprets that they get transported to an entirely different location from where they were in space. What? That's insane. I know, right? To be able to teleport orbital masses of that size. Incredible. At that point, Gustav began to put two and two together. You're finally getting closer to the truth, the system voiced in his mind. You have always shunned it whenever I mentioned the destruction of planet Humbad. Does this mean their planet just got swallowed up by the warp demolator and transferred elsewhere? You already arrived at the answer. Why still ask? Because a lot of details are still missing. The warp demolator appears randomly even though I can read its appearance now. How did the Slarkovs know that their planet was in danger of being swallowed up before it appeared? They must have left before the appearance of the warp demolator, which means they lied about their planet getting destroyed. What is the aim and objective here? I don't get it, Gustav rambled internally while staring at the device before him. That's what the 5-year quest is for. Find Dimension 6 in Planet Humbad and the answers will be waiting for you, the system voiced. That's where the problem lies. The warp demolator scanner has confirmed the spatial transportation, but where they were transported to? Gustav stared at the readings before him. What do all these mean? Endrick pointed at the bottom half of the readings. That is where the warp demolator scanner says they were transported to, Gustav responded. Reappearance determined. Stagnant citrus void number 792. What is a stagnant citrus void? Endrick questioned, looking clueless. Since there are orbital bodies, planets, stars, asteroids, moons, they can only be transported to some sort of galaxy. The only problem is, this stagnant citrus void does not exist. Gustav had a conflicted expression after reaching the end of his statement. How is that possible? Surely they can't be transported to somewhere that doesn't exist. Endrick folded his arms while reeling forward in confusion. It could be a pocket dimension. Endrick added. A pocket dimension can't hold so many orbital bodies like that. The laws of gravitational balance and space would not allow it. They would attract to each other, causing a collision that would wipe everything out of existence, the orbital bodies and dimensions included, Gustav explained. What if the stagnant citrus is just a place that you don't know about? Maybe we just need to ask around, Endrick suggested. I read every marked territory across the universe during our training in the MBO. I took the memories of the space pirate who has experienced journeying across galaxies for decades. During our time out of Earth, I further broadened my knowledge and I gained enlightenment about unsourced locations when my cosmic superiority forced me into a meeting with the other cosmic superior beings. Knowledge beyond alphas that are older than 1,000 years old. Trust me when I say, I've never heard of stagnant citrus, Gustav iterated with such pompousness, that Endrick fell speechless. Well, you are the outworldly after all, Endrick voiced with a casual shrug. So what else have we not considered? He proceeded to inquire. This sign, Gustav pointed at a very odd sign close to the bottom area of the readings. I know what this one means. Premonition, Endrick stated. Yeah, but how is it related to all this? Gustav wondered out loud. Maybe the 5 premonitions. No, it is something else, Endrick swiftly corrected himself. Yeah, it is something else. Gustav shot a thoughtful gaze at the readings before coming to a decision. Let's be ready for when next the warp demolator appears. Gustav sauntered towards the right. Why? What are you planning? Endrick questioned, but soon his eyes widened in realization. Don't tell me. The MBO tower. I don't understand this request of yours, Officer EE, Commander Xanatus voiced with a look of confusion. The Death Angel that was captured, the research center is doing all they can to crack down on it and gather more information about the other side, right? EE threw out this question. Yes, indeed that is true, Commander Xanatus replied. I am saying I can help. Remember, I was one of the few who had a personal encounter with them, EE voiced with a convincing tone. Did you suddenly figure something out? Commander Xanatus raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Yes, once I see it again in person, EE sat up and took note of Commander Xanatus' pondering expression. You know that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to head there, right? I do. It is a top-secret location even amongst MBO officers. I know. A brief silence ensued between them as Commander Xanatus peered into EE's eyes with suspicion. Tell me the true reason you want to head there, Commander Xanatus demanded. There is no. It's for him, I senti it. A smile suddenly appeared on Commander Xanatus' face. How did he? He couldn't have figured it out, right? EE gulped down saliva while maintaining eye contact with Commander Xanatus in a bid to decrease suspicion. I don't know what you're... Before EE could complete his sentence, Commander Xanatus cut him off. It's okay. I am an ally. I've always been. Did Gustav never tell you that we go way back? Commander Xanatus burst into a full-blown smile. EE sat in place with a stunned look, unable to decide on what to say to deter the high-ranked officer before him. Commander Xanatus proceeded to pull out an image of him and Gustav receiving awards together and a few other holographic pictures of the meeting. Be careful though, if you had gone to another officer, things could have gone really bad, he voiced. Yeah. EE rubbed his head while letting out a sigh of relief. You're not very good at coming up with lies. You should learn from Gustav, Commander Xanatus pointed out. I'm not sure I want to learn that, EE lightly stroked his afro with a bashful look. You should. Gustav is a master in the art of deceit, Commander Xanatus was chuckling. That is true. Hold on, does this mean that you have been deceiving everyone like you were on their side with the allegations against Gustav all this time? EE inquired. Of course. I could never truly be on their side. I owe that kid my life. Commander Xanatus bore a reminiscent look. I am secretly working behind the scenes to clear his name, but I will not bore you with the details. We all have our parts to play in this. I'll help you get into the underground research center, Commander Xanatus added while reaching out to shake EE. Thank you. EE received the handshake with immense gratitude. Within the fiery depths of an active volcano, where molten lava bubbled and roiled with relentless fury, a figure sat amid red bubbling liquid. The air crackled with the searing heat of the molten rock, sending waves of intense heat radiating through the cavernous chamber. The figure exuded an aura of raw power, their presence commanding reverence that prevented the surroundings from having any effect on him. Molten lava flowed around him like a river of liquid fire. The figure got repeatedly bathed by the fiery liquid, and yet his skin radiated with smoothness. His eyes were closed, almost like he was meditating in the perilous environment. Dark smoke pervaded the vicinity, which didn't bother him in the slightest. After what seemed like ages, he suddenly opened his eyes. I told you, I don't want to be bothered until he returns. Chapter 1422. Completing a monthly quest. After what seemed like ages, he suddenly opened his eyes. I told you, I don't want to be bothered until he returns. He has returned. Another masculine voice traveled across the volcanic domain as a figure descended from the opening above. Eldris. The figure voiced a tone of disbelief after identifying the newly arrived person. Hello, Rhea. It's been too long. Eldris' silver hair fluttered enchantingly as he floated before Rhea. Both of them emitted an undaunting and overbearing presence that made the surroundings chime in reverence. Did I just hear you say he has returned? Rhea questioned with intrigue. Has my rival truly returned? He stood to his feet immediately. Eldris, whose eyes were shut as usual, suddenly opened them. His pupils gathered all the color in the universe, sparkling with such beauty that defied human comprehension. Yes, Gustav has returned, he stated with a smile. Then, does this mean it is time to get Angie and Falco back? Anticipation began to build within Rhea as he questioned. Why don't we go ask him ourselves? Eldris began floating upwards. Rhea grinned excitedly before crouching and leaping upwards. Thwoosh tilde, both their figures blasted off into the sky and soon vanished from sight. Good thing daily tasks stop. I can't find myself doing stupid things like this all the time. Gustav stood at the top of a skyscraper with a slightly irritated look. Maybe I should bring them back, the system teased. Maybe I should bend you over and spank you when you're in physical form, Gustav stated. That is inappropriate. It is what you deserve. Silence. Gustav decided to ignore the system and stared at the notification before him. Monthly quest. Infiltrate the MBO tower and sabotage the sign, squinting eyes face, status. Uncompleted, squinting eyes face, time elapsed, 3 weeks. What even is the point of this? Gustav peered into the distance where the MBO tower was located. The glowing MBO sign could be spotted vividly from his angle. It was a beacon of power and authority, and now the system wanted him to mess with it. Maybe to teach you how to have fun a little, the system chimed in. Fun is the last thing I need right now. Angie and Falco are still out there. Who knows what they are currently going through? Gustav's face darkened as he recalled Angie's mother's tears. Exactly why you need it. You've been on this for a year. At least celebrate the fact that you're getting closer, the system voiced once more. TCH, I'm only doing this because I have a bit of time on my hands since I'm waiting for Endrick and ES return. If not, I wouldn't even give this the thought of the day. I don't care about failing, Gustav blurted with a disinterested look. Yeah. Just do it already. One could almost sense the system rolling its pretty eyes at Gustav. Gustav sauntered forward and leapt off the ledge of the skyscraper. MBO tower, holographic monitors flickered to life throughout a control room, displaying a dizzying array of data and visuals. Charts, graphs, and schematics floated in mid-air, updating in real time as officers monitored the status of various systems and operations. At the heart of the control room stood the central command station, a massive console adorned with an array of buttons, switches, and holographic displays that served as the nerve center of the operation. Officers manned the station with unwavering focus, their eyes glued to the screens as they monitored the status of critical systems and operations. Officer Chen, Gradier Hao has requested that the footage documentation of Case 1729P be sent to his office. An officer in an MBO outfit approached from the entrance. Not Gradier Hao again, the officer before the largest holographic screen lamented. All right, no problem. Tell him it will be sent by the end of today, Officer Chen responded while moving towards another corner of the control room. About 26 different MBO officers were working in the control room, but it seemed like Officer Chen was the leader there. He began to give out some set of instructions while also tapping on some controls himself. He suddenly sensed a presence behind him and turned around. I already told you, it will be sent by the end of the day. Actually, Commander Xanatus asked for you, the young officer who initially came in reported. Oh, Commander Xanatus. Officer Chen's face showed that he was wondering why Commander Xanatus would request his presence. All right. Officer Chen understood that requests from higher-ranked MBO officers took priority. He walked out with the officer after rushing out instructions to some officers on what to do while asking a few to hold on till returned. About a minute later, Officer Chen returned. Now, where were we? He questioned while moving towards the largest control panel area. Can you see that? What the fuck? Haha, the MBO tower has a different sign. MILF Busters organization? This is hilarious ha ha ha. What is up with that sign? Ew. Mutero, close your eyes. The entirety of Plankton City was in uproar at the moment as everyone stared at the sign on the MBO tower. Since the letters were so bold and glowing, every person in the city could read them clearly. Many were completely astonished, while some found it hilarious, and others, disgusting. The MBO tower was getting a bunch of calls from all across the city at the moment, and even many people had taken photographs to post on the internet. The MBO became a laughingstock for the netizens as even news and media outlets decided to pass it across even further. What do you think you're doing, Officer Chen? A high-ranking MBO officer approached the control room and spotted Officer Chen just standing in place. What is? Officer Chen shook his head repeatedly while looking around and wondering why he was standing in the middle of the corridor. What is this immature and incredibly foolish stunt you just pulled? The officer yelled in annoyance. What are you talking about, Sir Dexter? Officer Chen couldn't even remember how he got to the corridor. He only recalled coming to and finding himself there. This is what I am talking about, you idiot. The high-ranking officer pulled out a holographic tablet that was currently displaying pictures of the MBO tower on the internet. Officer Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. As he stared at the pictures, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What the hell? Monthly quest. Infiltrate the MBO tower and sabotage the sign. Status. Successful. Rewards. +1000. 000 EXP +1 level up all skills and abilities level up advancement of Crimson Matter Bloodline to grade +1 card that fully unlocks ability of host choice for 10 minutes. The rewards are not bad, but I'm never doing anything like this again. Gustav stood atop a skyscraper in the form of Officer Chen. His body slowly morphed back to his original look and he proceeded to take his MBO uniform off. Tell me you don't get a little kick from seeing that sign and the MBO getting bashed all across the world. I don't. Gustav's face remained straight. Don't lie, the system cajoled. Phut. Alright, it's a little funny. Gustav chuckled a little before going back to his usual poker face. The system kept teasing him internally, but he decided to ignore it. Status window. Gustav muttered. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Crimson level, 199 class. Parallel being EXP, 39,524 09270 000 HP, 310 000 310 000 energy, 179, 000180000. Attributes: Strength, 712 Perception, 724 Mental Fortitude, 719 Agility, 714 Speed, 720 Bravery, 717 Intelligence, 716 Charm, 401 Defense, 721 Vitality, 723 Endurance, 713, Attributes Points, 101, underscore 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 underscore. I reached level 199. I wonder if there will be any surprises when I reach 200, Gustav wondered out loud. Want me to tell you? The system inquired internally. You've been nice lately. I'm starting to think you're an imposter, Gustav replied to the system. All right, I won't tell you then. Tell me. No, you lost your chance. You'd better spill. Make me. I will. You couldn't even make Angie spill. Gustav remained silent for a few seconds before responding. Now that's the mean bitchy system I remember. Gustav arrived back at EE's apartment but sensed a presence within. Upon better perception, he sensed it wasn't one but two presences. And from what he could sense, they were very powerful. Gustav hid his presence and stepped into the apartment without so much as making a sound. The two presences in the apartment were now clearly visible to him. His eyes widened slightly after identifying them. Eldris. Ria. Gustav called out with a tone of surprise. Gustav. Rival. Both figures voiced simultaneously. How did he get to our front without us noticing? They both came to the realization with expressions of bewilderment. To them it seemed like Gustav had just appeared in place. Meanwhile, he walked in but didn't reveal his presence until he identified them. Rival. Ria yelled once more and lunged forward in joy. Chapter 14:23. Gustav Crimson is on Earth. Rival. Ria yelled once more and lunged forward in joy. Gustav raised his right hand to block Ria's face with a wry smile. Calm your excitement. Eldris chuckled from behind as he stood to his feet. Don't be so harsh. He missed you, he stated. Everyone did, Eldris added with a reminiscent look. How did you guys know I was on Earth? Gustav questioned with a slightly suspicious tone. Why did you think EE would keep it from us? Eldris threw out the question, causing Gustav to shake his head slightly. It was supposed to be a quick pop in and out of Earth. And yet so many unexpected things happened. Gustav let out a small sigh. So that was you facing the clone. I suspected, Eldris smiled while extending a fist. What clone? Ria scratched his head cluelessly. Yeah, it was me, Gustav replied while bumping Eldris' fist softly. That was just one out of the many things I faced since I arrived here. I still had to stop a mad scientist from getting rid of everyone's bloodline, fight Jack and mess with that MBO sign. Gustav couldn't believe just how crazy the last 2 weeks had gone. You fought Jack Sherwin? You were the one who messed with that MBO sign? Eldris and Ria voiced simultaneously in disbelief. Not by choice but yeah. Also, in a different timeline, Gustav took a seat and slumped back against the sofa. Who won? Ria kicked his feet up excitedly while inquiring. Who do you think? Gustav voiced in response. Well, seeing as you are here now. Eldris couldn't even complete his sentence because he knew that would technically be saying Gustav was the most powerful on Earth. He knew it was possible in due time but couldn't fathom Gustav already reaching that level at 21 years old. Rival. You won. Ria's eyes widened in astonishment. No. It was barely a stalemate. I probably would be dead by now if he used full strength from the start, Gustav bluntly pointed out. Oh. Both Eldris and Ria voiced together. Anyways, at least I got to gauge his strength and understand what level I need to acquire before I can be on equal footing with him. Gustav strangely seemed glad about the encounter. The fact that you can even contend with him in the slightest is commendable. Eldris patted Gustav's shoulder twice. I only have a year more to not just be able to contend with him but reach a higher level of power or I fail the quest, Gustav reminded himself internally. So how did you get away from him? Rhea questioned. I didn't. He had to leave to face that half-white and black unknown entity, Gustav responded. What half-white and black entity? Rhea was extremely dumbfounded. Were you living under a rock? You're a part of the MBO, you should know. Gustav felt that Rhea seemed too uninformed on some of the matters that he should be aware of. Technically he was living under a volcano, Eldris chimed in from the side, causing Rhea to smile wryly. Gustav was further confused by the revelation. Did you quit the MBO? No, I took a leave, Rhea answered while rotating his right arm. He said he didn't want to be disturbed until you return, Eldris chuckled while revealing. Hey, he didn't have to know that. Rhea yelled bashfully. He didn't stop channeling his bloodline in the active volcano until I informed him of your return, Eldris added while Rhea pouted at the side. He is a lot more powerful now. I can sense it, Gustav voiced in observation. Rhea's eyes widened in excitement. Really? Gustav nodded. From what I can sense, your energy is higher than Eldris. Well, family issues haven't exactly made me active this last year. I also took a leave from the MBO, Eldris revealed. Tell me all about it, Gustav showed a concerned expression. Nah, it's nothing to be bothered about, Eldris waved it off. But I did hear of that being. It is suspected to come from the same place as the Death Angels. Eldris couldn't help but sense an ominous feeling while mentioning it. If I was skeptical about that before, I am 100% certain now. Gustav then mentioned how the black and white entity broke the Death Angel out the last time. But how can it easily travel between worlds? Didn't you mention that the Death Angels were only able to do that because of that premonition thing that happened on planet Osius? Eldris asked, sounding conflicted. That's the mystery. If I hadn't reversed time, the Death Angel would be truly free by now. Gustav held his chin in bafflement. Wait, you can reverse time now? Rhea's jaw dropped. I can do a lot of things now, Gustav voiced like it wasn't a big deal, but even Eldris was amazed. Damn. Just how powerful are you now? Rhea questioned. Not powerful enough, Gustav replied. You weren't really planning on rescuing Falco and Angie all by yourself, right? Rhea asked while folding his arms. I didn't want to get you guys involved. It would be too dangerous, Gustav shook his head. That's why EE informed us behind your back. You need all the help you can get if you intend to infiltrate that other dimension, Eldris pointed out. No. Only I and Endrick will be heading there after we've gathered all the items we need, Gustav immediately refused. You can't stop us from coming with. Falco and Angie are our friends too. Do you know how long I've been waiting to do something about their rescue? Now that the opportunity has presented itself, I won't sit back, Rhea voiced with a fired-up expression. They both stared at the look on Gustav's face, hoping for some type of reaction. After a brief silence, Gustav stood to his feet. No. Gustav Crimson is on Earth. I can feel it. Within an office, situated in an MBO base, a high-ranking female officer roamed the place with a conflicted expression. She had a long, green, ponytail while the rest of her hair was sky blue. Her face had cat-like features with whiskers, but overall, her body was humanoid in structure. For how long have you been feeling this way, ma'am? An MBO major questioned from the other end. A little over 2 weeks now, she replied. Could you perhaps be referring to the clone? The 5-foot-tall major with a blue slimy face questioned. No. I am very much aware of the clone. I am talking about the real deal. He is here. She kept prancing about the place with a look of confliction. I don't know, ma'am. The MBO major was clueless. Think, Gohan. Think, what anomaly has occurred during that time frame, she questioned, causing pressure to descend upon the surroundings. Except for the clone, I can't really think of anything else, ma'am. Gohan shook his head. I said think. She yelled with a horrifying tone, causing Gohan to tremble in place. I think there's. Gohan kept stuttering in uncertainty. Oh, just spit it out, she stated with a tone of annoyance. I just recall that there was a mention of Jack's encounter with the person who faced the clone. He said in another timeline the Earth was in trouble because of the appearance of that black and white entity. Time was rewound, but he remembered that it happened because of his strength, Gohan tooted on. He left the clone in the hands of the person who took it on and returned to the research facility. Ma'am Raina, he said. The person informed him. Gohan paused to see if she was starting to see the pattern. That person who faced the clone, did we ever figure out his identity? General Raina questioned rhetorically. Gohan shook his head in response. But a person powerful enough to reverse time on a scale where even Jack would be affected must at least be an alpha ranked or maybe even higher. The number of mixed bloods on that level of power is around 200 in the entire populace of billions. We have records for them and know the names of each and every one of them. None of them has this ability. When Gohan got to this point, General Raina's eyes widened. Since this isn't a recorded alpha, it means that this person must have become an alpha after the last one was recorded, which was years ago. If they were on Earth when it happened or weren't in hiding, then it would be a part of the public records, but because they were in hiding. General Raina came to a pause as a sense of realization hit her. The person who faced the clone was the real Gustav in disguise, Gohan stated with a tone of certainty. Now we just need proof. General Raina stopped prancing at this moment. Where would someone like Gustav Crimson hide out? Chapter 1424. Is that the last item on the list? General Raina stopped prancing at that moment. Where would someone like Gustav Crimson hide out? She questioned while narrowing her eyes. He has friends, Officer Gohan pointed out. Indeed, one of them has to know he is on Earth. One of them has to know exactly where he is, General Raina voiced with a tone of realization. General IMTH. Gohan hesitantly stuttered. Speak your mind, General Raina stated with a clear tone. So. I think we should inform the higher-ups about our conceptions and plans. To run things smoothly, we will need all the help we can get, Gohan spoke with a slightly jittery tone. Of all the bad ideas, this is your worst. No, Gohan. I won't do that until I find him and bring him into custody myself. General Raina turned down his suggestion immediately. Ma'am, if he is truly as powerful as an alpha, with capabilities relating to rewinding time, it will be very dangerous for us to go on the endeavor alone, Gohan tried to persuade her. No. I won't share the glory with the others. Think about just how much I will be rewarded if I single-handedly bring him back. The promotions. Her face displayed a look of anticipation as she raised her head. It will be enough for me to get to the next rank, but if taking him in becomes a joint effort, I can kiss my promotion goodbye, General Raina stated. I will bring Gustav Crimson in myself. Within an apartment, a group of 6 sat around the sofa, seemingly having a conversation. Who is she? Rhea pointed at the sky blue-haired girl on Gustav's left. She's Cersei from planet Vesper, Gustav answered. You must be one of Father's friends that he always talks about, Cersei voiced with intrigue. Father! Father! Rhea and Aeldris yelled in confusion at the same time. Oh, you two are not up to speed yet, Endrick shook his head. You cheated on Angie? Promiscuous rival. Rhea shouted like he had just been betrayed, causing everyone to stare at him like an idiot. What? Rhea yelled. You do know that he can't have a baby within the last year to grow to 18 years of age, right? Aeldris felt like he shouldn't even be explaining. So what? It's Gustav. Nothing is impossible when it comes to him, Rhea threw up his hands. I hate to say it, but that actually makes sense, EE blinked repeatedly. Everyone else besides Endrick suddenly felt confused and turned to stare at Gustav. You didn't, right? Aeldris questioned very quietly. I haven't had sex in over a year if that's what you're asking. Gustav nearly facepalmed after seeing their expressions. They let out a sigh of relief and immediately burst into laughter. Angie would have killed you. I literally mentioned that she is from planet Vesper. Promiscuous rival. Why does she call you father? I know, right? It's gross. She calls me uncle and she's older than I am. The group let out a few more series of laughter before they finally went into the topic of discussion. I have gotten the level 200 mutated beast egg, roots from the Periscus tree, and the heart of a kilo-ranked mixed blood, Endrick announced. The heart of a kilo-ranked mixed blood? Where did you? Before Rhea could complete the question, he was cut short. No interruptions, Rhea. We need to focus, Eldris stated. Rhea kept quiet but was still curious. He could only guess that it belonged to some criminal or something. I will be heading to the Underground Ice Research Center tomorrow. I'll get the sample from the Death Angel, EE stated with a tone of anticipation. Is that the last item on the list? Eldris inquired. Yes. Once we get that, we're pretty much good to go, Endrick responded with a gentle nod. Then, do you need any help tomorrow, EE? Eldris turned to face Emma. Nah. Once I get there, I just need to be near to teleport a little chunk of its flesh to my storage, EE. Responded with a tone of assurance. All right then. So when do we leave Earth? Rhea questioned. Immediately after EE gets the sample. I don't want to stay another second on Earth before something crazy happens again, Gustav answered with a decisive look. Also, it isn't we. It's just Endrick and I. None of you are coming with, he added. Come on, rival. You will need as much help as you can get. Rhea and Eldris tried to persuade him. I am trying to rescue a loved one. I don't intend to lose more along the line, Gustav refused their help for the umpteenth time. Then why is Endrick going with you? Isn't he a loved one too? Rhea pointed out. Because he is more powerful than the both of you and can certainly hold his own, Gustav stated bluntly. As bad as it sounded, Gustav was saying exactly what he felt. He knew they had both increased in strength but didn't want to risk it. Gustav didn't have complete faith in them not getting themselves killed. Angie is our friend too. We can't sit back and watch only you two do a dangerous job that could be less dangerous with our help, Eldris kept trying to persuade Gustav. Nah, it's more dangerous if you two come with me cause then I'd have more people to look out for, Gustav shot it down once more. EE, come on, say something. Rhea turned to EE for help. Don't look at me. I'm not tagging along either cause someone gotta be in the MBO as a mole, EE raised both hands in defeat. Also, they were well aware that once Gustav's mind was made up, it was almost impossible to change it. So, if we prove we're powerful enough, will you accept our help? Eldris questioned with a serious expression. Gustav folded his arms and leaned back against the sofa. And how do you intend to do that? He questioned with a calm but intrigued tone. The next day arrived in a jiffy. By the time dawn arrived, EE was already on his way out of Plankton City. Chapter 1425 Dark Sample acquired. The world's strongest surely can't be a forgetful person. Right. Sir Jack, he is here to check on us, one of the MBO researchers voiced from behind while approaching. They walked through the underground passage entrance and surrounded EE Shaw. Just be careful, Jack stated before ascending across the air in the next instant. He went back to watching over the vicinity from up there while the researchers welcomed EE. They led EE towards the underground entry point and he followed them with a look of relief on his face. The main hindrance had been avoided. They walked through icy tunnelways leading to different spots within the research facility. The place was quite massive and EE couldn't help but think that despite its size, only one entity was being held within. EE passed by a couple of underground research stations where different scientists were working on projects related to the Death Angel. He then asked to check in with some of the stations and even discovered what they were each working on before moving toward the next. How to weaken a Death Angel. How to harness the Death Angel's power. How to make the dark creature submissive. EE made sure to note down the objectives of each research station, as well as how far they had come in achieving them. Trust the government to always want to get the power of anything without fully understanding it yet. EE secretly shook his head disapprovingly. He wasn't too surprised by all he was seeing, but at the same time, he hoped that they wouldn't end up messing things up. Judging by how much time the Death Angel had been underneath the surface, it seemed like no intelligible decision had been undertaken yet. When EE thought about it, he felt someone had to be responsible for keeping things in order, and he was right. Grand Commander Shen had been making things look superficial on the surface because of the others. Only he and a few researchers knew the true objective they were working on. After scooting about the place, the researchers finally brought EE to the precise location where the restrained Death Angel was situated. "It's been a while," EE muttered while standing before the massive reinforced metal transparent glass. On the other side of the glass that separated them was the Death Angel, whose dark limbs were firmly bound. The creature's hollow ashy eyes made contact with EE and it suddenly began making a strange noise. Cuckoo coo cuckoo. The Death Angel sounded like a chattering monkey but continued to make a noise. "Happy to see me again, huh?" "Well, the feeling isn't mutual," EE retorted with a look that expressed his disgust at the creature. "We understand that this isn't your first encounter, but it is the first we've ever seen it react this way," one of the researchers voiced in astonishment as they watched EE approach the glass. "This one and his buddies nearly did away with me and my friends. We did all we could to keep them away, but they brought death to whatever they touched." EE folded his arms while reminiscing. "We were told that the 9 others merged to become an even more powerful being," another researcher voiced with newfound interest. "Yes. Gustav Crimson had to face it all on his own to protect the rest of us, and despite missing one, their merge was still so immensely powerful." While EE was explaining, his left hand was secretly twirling by his side. Barely noticeable glows could be spotted on his fingertips, which also appeared behind the restrained Death Angel. A very tiny vortex pocket encircled a protrusion on the back of the Death Angel's head before sucking it in and vanishing. Gustav had to put himself in a state of matter just to get it away. If Grand Commander Shen hadn't forcibly trapped this one, their merged version would have been way more powerful, and maybe I wouldn't be standing here right now. EE paused briefly as if pondering on what he had just said. "Ahaha, maybe another time then, General. I've spun enough tales for today. I need to get back to submit my report." EE bowed slightly once more before turning around in a bid to leave. "I couldn't help but notice something, Officer EE," General Rayner began speaking again, causing EE to pause in place. "It almost seems like you made Gustav Crimson look like a hero in that tale of yours," she added. This happened before Gustav Crimson was branded as the sole party responsible for the destruction of planet Osius. Grand Commander Shen can attest to the fact that we were indeed protected by him. He played a huge role in helping us survive. EE turned around to give a proper explanation. "So you think he is a hero, the Earth prodigy responsible for the death of billions?" "I see," General Rayner voiced with a tone of understanding. "I don't." EE paused and let out a small sigh. The world seems to have forgotten his deeds so quickly. Two things can be true at the same time, General. And one of them happens to be the fact that he has indeed saved the entire planet more than once. No matter how much everyone tries to deny it, the deed is already written in the history books, EE smiled while pointing out. The entire place descended into utter silence as the researchers refrained from butting in. It was a sensitive topic after all. "Now, if you will excuse me, General," EE said respectfully before turning around to leave. General Rayner watched his departing figure with a keen gaze. "Thank you for telling me that you are aware of Gustav's return to Earth. Come, Gohan. Let's go." General Rayner stood upright and proceeded to walk out. After they were all gone, the researchers let out sighs of relief as the pressure in the air lessened. That was intense. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, golden glow across the skyline of Plankton City. The setting sun painted the sky in a stunning array of warm hues. Ribbons of pink and orange streaked across the horizon, blending seamlessly with the deepening shades of purple and blue that signaled the approaching night. Skyscrapers of sleek glass and steel shimmered in the fading light, their mirrored surfaces reflecting the enthralling setting sun. Vibrant colors filled the evening sky as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting a breathtaking tableau of natural beauty that stretched out as far as the eye could see. "I have gotten the sample." EE appeared within his apartment from a swirling violet sea of energy. "You're back. Finally." The group who had been awaiting his return the entire time chanted in excitement. "Sorry I took so long, I still had to submit my report," EE said while staring at the sunset view from the window by the right. "So long as you got it. That is all that matters," Gustav stated with a nod of satisfaction. Where did Eldris and Rhea go?" "The offer to share the glory of turning him in still stands," she said to EE with budding frustration. EE knew well that so long as General Rayner was unable to physically locate Gustav, she really couldn't do anything. General Rayner seemed to be scanning the premises with her senses but couldn't come up with anything even after minutes had passed. She thought her mind could be playing tricks on her and even visited different spots within the apartment physically. All to no avail. "I'll give you a piece of advice now. I better not find out that his presence on Earth is linked to you in any way or you will be sorry." She looked EE dead in the eye and unleashed a bit of her energy. "Beta ranked, she's on the same rank with Gus." EE was a bit worried but stood his ground. "There won't be anything to be sorry about, General. I don't harbor criminals," EE voiced in response. "Phut," General Rayner scoffed while walking away. "Make sure you contact me if you decide to change your mind about joining me to turn him in," she stated from the balcony area, sounding almost 100% certain about her claim. "What are you doing, Gohan? Let's go," she yelled to Gohan who was still standing in place. Gohan green glowing eyes dimmed as he spoke. He was lying. "What?" General Rayner voiced in confusion. "That girl isn't his cousin. I searched the records with my mind, connecting all his families all across the Earth. From parents to uncles, to aunts to cousins to grandparents, all of them. I saw it all, dead and alive. Officer EE is not related in any way to this girl." Officer Gohan pointed at Cersei with a look of suspicion. "Shit," EE yelled internally while gulping saliva. "Well, you see. I've got nothing." EE was a terrible liar, so he was having difficulty coming up with a tangible explanation that wouldn't make the situation seem more suspicious. "She actually happens to be my neighbor's daughter, you see. My neighbor is not indoors at the moment, so she decided to wait here. I don't want things to look off with some random girl in my apartment when I have a girlfriend. That's why I said she is my cousin." EE did as quickly as he could to piece his lie to the best of his abilities. "Your cousin, your neighbor." A smile appeared on General Rayner's face as she began to walk towards EE. "What lie are you going to spin next? Your sister's friend?" she added with both a sarcastic and serious tone mixed. "Damn, maybe I should have used that one," EE nearly face-palmed. Like a switch turning off and on, the construct collided with the swirling mass of multiple colors, causing a mass of blackness to form upon merging. "Thank you," Eldris smiled while spreading his palms apart. The moment he clasped his hands together, an incredibly immense suction force was generated from the dark mass. With such powerful suction force, even the Earth should have been swallowed up in an instant. However, this suction force only seemed to affect Jack, who found himself unable to fight against it. "This is ridiculous," he voiced internally as the black swirling mass pulled him into its center and formed restraints that held him in place. "Now, Eldris yelled boom. A loud explosion rang out from underneath as the icy terrain ruptured and a figure sped upwards with such immense force that it tore a line across the sky. A tempest accompanied by a flaming mountain of ice and volcanic magma trailed across the air with unbridled intensity. Behind it was Rhea, who stomped onto the bottom, sending it spiraling at the restrained Jack. Boom! A deafening collision reverberated across the vicinity, bringing with it harsh winds that blew everything away. Rhea and Eldris included. Shockwaves spread across the air, turning miles of the icy terrain beneath to water. Everyone within a 500-mile radius could feel the earth quaking intensely, like it was about to give way. The battle was being fought in the sky, and yet it had greatly affected the surface beneath. "Did we get him?" Rhea voiced from below. "Being the strongest mixed blood in existence, you know the answer to that." Eldris smiled wryly. Not long after, Jack appeared in the distance where the skies were completely void of clouds. The last blast had blown them all away. He floated in place, practically unscathed except for a few cuts on his clothes. TCH, why is he so overpowered? Rhea felt like all his months of seclusion had been thrown down the drain. Ha ha ha, come on Rhea, even Gustav would be unable to win, Eldris reminded him from the side. But he's not even injured. I trained for so long and I'm still so weak, Rhea voiced with a tone of defeat. Jack's figure suddenly vanished, reappearing before Rhea in the next instant. "You're not weak," Jack raised his palm to show Rhea that it was scalded. "You're just up against me. Some alphas would be unable to cause me even the tiniest bit of damage, so don't sell yourself short." Jack patted Rhea's shoulder. "Really?" Rhea's face suddenly lit up in excitement. "Of course. I'd say you're powerful enough to contend with a beta-ranked mixed blood, and being that powerful at such a young age means that you will be stronger than me when you're my age." Jack smiled while floating upwards. "I'll give you 2 for effort. At least you made me use a pretty high level of strength to not only get out of that restraint but also block your attack." Jack turned around to fly away after revealing. "Thank you." Rhea yelled, but he was already gone. Praise from the world's strongest. "Today is not a bad day," Eldris descended while speaking. "How did you do that trapped thing?" Rhea questioned with a hint of curiosity. "Oh, that. I just bound his energy to my attack and used it to lure his essence and merge him into it. No one should be able to get out of that restraint so long as they attack it instead of evading," Eldris explained. "But he got out of it," Rhea said with a tone of confoundment. "He is Jack Sherwin." Within E.E's apartment, General Rayner stared down at Cersei, who kept answering all her questions with no dot. "So you've never seen Gustav Crimson before? You don't know who he is and you have no connection to him?" General Rayner voiced with her tone rising every second. Cersei shook her head in response. "General, you said this was gonna be friendly and brief. Would you please stop harassing the poor girl?" E.E voiced from the side with a tone of annoyance. General Rayner wore a smile and stood upright before turning around. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Goodbye, General. A swirling mass of milky-colored energy materialized above his palm. Chapter 14:29 Interesting coincidence. Damn, maybe I should have used that one. E.E nearly face-palmed. "I still do not understand what you're talking about, General. Why is the girl a problem exactly? She isn't who you came here to find." E.E decided to stop mentioning relatives or any other excuse and outright played coy. "True, she isn't the one I am looking for." General Rayner arrived before E.E once more and stared into his eyes briefly. "But maybe she has connections to him," immediately after adding, she turned to the side and started walking towards Cersei. You don't mind if I ask her a few questions, do you? General Rayner emitted an intimidating presence while approaching. Without a warrant or anything that advocates a crime, isn't that against her rights? Voiced with a tone that slightly hinted at trepidation. Just a few, friendly, simple questions. Nothing much unless there is something to hide. General Rayner turned slightly to shoot a glance. Haha, knock yourself out, General, laughed wryly. I don't like where this is going, screamed internally. General Rayner proceeded to bring out a holographic tab which displayed a picture of Gustav. Have you seen this person before? She questioned with a keen gaze. Bang, bang, boom. Powerful ripples spread across the air due to an ongoing battle between a trio. Fwish tilde after images could be spotted in the skies as they engaged one another powerfully. Blasts often rang out, and despite being distant from the surface, the icy terrain would occasionally split and shatter from the residual energy. No normal person could witness the ongoing battle due to their unparalleled speed as they bolted across the skies. However, on closer look, it was a 2 versus 1 battle. The figure in the middle was continuously deflecting blows from the other two and appeared to be doing it rather easily. One of the two had his arms covered in rocks as he repeatedly threw fierce jabs at the figure in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. The figure in between swayed his hands causally, slapping the fists away before they made contact. His arms looked like they were moving 1,000,000 times in just 1 second. Bang. He slapped the one covered in rocks away, sending him hurling across the air. Bam, bam, bam. He slammed into the icy surface below, sliding across it and forming wide crevices due to the force of the attack. Meanwhile, the other one, whose attack had also been repeatedly getting deflected, now had to face the figure with dark hair alone. Really? Rhea's face suddenly lit up in excitement. Of course. I'd say you're powerful enough to contend with a bet-ranked mixed blood, and being that powerful at such a young age means that you will be stronger than me when you're my age. Jack smiled while floating upwards. I'll give you 2 for effort. At least you made me use a pretty high level of strength to not only get out of that restraint but also block your attack. Jack turned around to fly away after revealing. Thank you. Rhea yelled, but he was already gone. Praise from the world's strongest. Today is not a bad day. Eldris descended while speaking. How did you do that trapped thing? Rhea questioned with a hint of curiosity. Oh, that. I just bound his energy to my attack and used it to lure his essence and merge him into it. No one should be able to get out of that restraint so long as they attack it instead of evading, Eldris explained. But he got out of it, Rhea said with a tone of confoundment. He is Jack Sherwin. Within ES apartment, General Rayner stared down at Cersei, who kept answering all her questions with no. So you've never seen Gustav Crimson before? You don't know who he is and you have no connection to him? General Rayner voiced with her tone rising every second. Cersei shook her head in response. General, you said this was gonna be friendly and brief. Would you please stop harassing the poor girl? He voiced from the side with a tone of annoyance. General Rayner wore a smile and stood upright before turning around. I have checked, there is nothing, Gohan voiced from the side. No records, no birth certificate, no database whatsoever on this young girl. It's like she just appeared out of thin air, he added. How intriguing, coming into existence around the same period Gustav Crimson is suspected to be on Earth. What an interesting coincidence indeed. General Rayner gazed at briefly to note his reaction. Was quiet, seemingly racking his brain on how to respond to her. Since someone that doesn't exist is currently in here, I guess it wouldn't be what I do to her now, would it? General Rayner suddenly reached out at that moment to grab Cersei. General Rayner, what are you doing? Yelled while strutting forward, but before he could get close, Gohan threw a glowing icy cube towards the floor before him. 3 a triangular barrier of light suddenly surrounded trapping him in place. You use spatial abilities, right? That will keep you from interfering for a while. General Rayner smiled while watching bang the walls of the barrier constantly. He tried to conjure a vortex but to no avail. General Rayner drove a fist into Cirrus' belly at that moment, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Cersei, let her go, you witch," Ee voiced out in anguish. "Just stay in there and don't interfere." General Rayner turned to face Cersei once more before raising her. "I'm only dealing with someone who shouldn't exist." Immediately after saying that, she threw another punch forward. "Enough. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.